On the demon throne, an evil figure spoke. I am Kim Jang-cheol, a normal graduate student in Korea. A weary sigh escaped his ashen lips. At least, I used to be. Ironic fate turned him into Demon King Kratos, the final boss of his favorite game. An old stale story. The game's objective was to revive the ancient hero, but he brushed it aside. The problem now is... Footsteps echoed in the great hall. A loyal subordinate approached. My Lord Kratos. Assistant Zephyros calmly reported, his eyes sharp behind his glasses. Preparations for war are complete. Under the crimson sky, the demon army roared. Dragons, monsters, warriors, all thirsted for blood. Blood Prince Asura screamed madly. Let's end our hunger with this grand invasion today. Cold General Serby, in his silver armor, spoke with a sharp voice. Tragedy born on barren land, the pain of devouring our own kind. Let's make history. Grand Duke of Mist-Hartok commanded with a sneer, tear apart the humans, crush the elves. Tyrant of Black Rock Bale roared, his muscles bulging with power. Turn them all into our food. From the balcony, the Demon King and his assistant looked down at the sea of troops, brimming with fighting spirit. But the Demon King gritted his teeth, his breath misting in the cold air. He growled, Demon Army, listen up. The four most powerful generals turned back, awaiting the supreme command from their Demon King. Kratos' gaze was unwavering, his voice echoing across the battlefield. This war, I, Kratos, command the entire demon race. Breaths hitched. An unthinkable command was issued. Must stop at all costs. From now on, we... Tyrant of Black Rock Bale narrowed his eyes. Cold General Serby, his gaze sharp. Grand Duke of Mist-Hartok, his face stunned. Blood Prince Asura, his mad smile vanished. Amidst the suffocating silence, Demon King Kratos boldly declared, we'll cease the attack and start farming. The four pillars of the demon race froze this command. What did it mean? Rage erupted, their roars merging into one. That's absurd. But beneath the regal exterior, a small soul was screaming in fear. Ah, they're terrifying as hell. A vision appeared in his mind. Resistance, and his own tragic end if he continued. Memories flooded back. The reason for this insane decision. If we start this war... A chilling notification appeared. You have started the 20th playthrough. Under a blue light, his fated enemy rose again. That being an unshakable existence. Kratos knew his fate well. I'm definitely going to die by his hand. He was once Kim Jang-cheol, an excellent agriculture student with a dream of getting rich from farming. But his talent only turned him into a tool for others. Oh, Jang-cheol, you're so smart. Write this thesis for me. It'll help you a lot. One favor after another. All of them exploitation. I want you to help me with this project. You're so good at this, Tilda. Ho 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 ho. Finally, his dreams were trampled under brazen commands. Hey Jang-cheol, go plow the fields. Only to become the #1 slave. He collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. What kind of life am I living? Why do I have to do everything while those professors take all the credit? Rage erupted. He screamed in madness. Those bastards! I'll kill them all! Destroy every single one! Dopamine depleted. His mind plunged into madness, and the only way to find feeling again was to play games. It was a super difficult game, extremely hard to level up. No player had ever cleared it 19 times. Craving a sense of achievement, he grinded the game without sleep. The first time, the second time, then the 10th time, and then he became the first person to clear Blood Paladin 19 times. A twisted smile appeared on his gaunt face. Hey, so fun. I am the strongest in the world. Hey, the 20th playthrough will have hell difficulty. Gotta level up first. I am the strongest. On the screen, his level 9,990 character appeared, in an outfit that couldn't be more ridiculous. Max level is 9,999. No more grinding. How many years has it been, I wonder? Whatever. A notification popped up, inviting him to start the fated playthrough. Come on, the 20th time. His trembling finger pressed the confirm button. A blinding white light erupted from the screen, engulfing the entire room. He was stunned, not understanding what was happening. His soul was torn from his body, sucked straight into the vortex of light. His desperate scream was the last thing remaining. A dazzling beam of light shot straight out from the screen. The sky opened up into a strange vortex of light, swallowing everything. Kim Jang-cheol's soul was pulled into the vortex, drifting helplessly. He tried to calm himself amidst the panic. Damn it, what the hell is this? Calm down, I'm smart, after all. He reasoned about his situation. All right, now I'm blue. That means this is my soul. I probably won't fall to my death. Probably. In the distance, a familiar structure appeared. That's the Tower of Life. That means I've entered the game, Blood Paladin. His destination was an ancient tomb. He screamed in extreme excitement. What? That's the Paladin's tomb! A glorious vision unfolded. Excellent. I'm about to possess the Kimchi character. Almost at max level. My invincible life is about to begin. But inside the tomb was a muscular warrior in a gaudy pink dress. His smile froze. Looking back now, I really don't want to turn into that. Immediately, an invisible force yanked his soul in another direction. He shot off like a shooting star, panicked and not understanding what was happening. What is this? Where am I going? What the hell? The new destination was a dark throne, where a demon lord reigned. Hey! It's definitely not it. I said no. Presently, Kim Jang-cheol opened his eyes in the demon lord's body, seated on the throne. He sighed wearily. This is driving me crazy. He was consumed by regret. If I hadn't had that stupid thought back then, I would have become the most overpowered character. I'm such an idiot. Regular footsteps echoed. An elegant figure in a suit was entering the great hall. In the darkness, a chilling thought arose. Kratos must have weakened. The aide stood before the large door, his heart full of schemes. That's why he's afraid and preventing our attack. Elsewhere, a conspiracy was being discussed. Let's join forces and cut off his head. We'll share the power of the throne. Hartok, the eye-patch-wearing noble, spoke cautiously. What if he hasn't weakened at all? 2 of the 4 of us would be severely injured, or die. Serbi, the warrior woman in full armor, spoke up. Asura, if you act as a shield, we can try. Baal, the red-haired giant, roared in anger. What? Do you want to die by my hand first? I'm hungry. Asura, the cloaked figure, cut short the argument. All right, what if there's proof the demon lord has weakened? What will you do then? All agreed. If that's true, we must kill him. Back in the present, Zephyros stood silently before the throne, his eyes devoid of emotion. Amidst the eerie castle, Zephyros's voice echoed, breaking the silence. Report. Our army's morale has completely collapsed. He continued to report on the spreading chaos. More and more are attacking and devouring each other, some even leaving the demon realm on their own. The 4 great demon generals are enraged. They say you've weakened and are planning to join forces to take your head. The words struck Kratos like lightning, leaving him stunned. If I show weakness, I'll die. Kratos' mind was in turmoil. Wait, what about the Kimchi Paladin? Since I didn't possess him, is he just a corpse? Then perhaps rushing into the human world would be better. Zephyros held up a glowing red crystal orb. And this is a video of the Paladin's tomb sent by General Ogmia. The image in the orb appeared. The bloodline Paladin was being brutally tortured, his desperate pleas echoing. Please stop. Save me. The Paladin's face was filled with horror. Blood splattered everywhere. Wait, what are you going to do? No! Stop! Kim Jang-cheol's horrified scream echoed throughout the shrine. The sight of the Paladin in such a grotesque state shocked him. My eyes. My eyes. The image of the warrior in a gaudy pink outfit, distorted and glitching, haunted the demon lord's mind like a nightmare. Kim Jang-cheol clutched his head, sweat pouring down. Damn it. This is bad. I don't want to meet that guy. I have to stay here at all costs. Sitting on the throne, he sank into despair. Caught between a rock and a hard place, every path led to death. Either overthrown by the 4 great demon generals, or have his eyes gouged out by that crazy paladin. Tears streamed down his face as he cried out in helplessness. Why did I come to this game world? I haven't even found happiness. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared. He sprang to his feet, his eyes resolute. The only way is to solve the food problem and calm these demons down. As Kratos took a step, Zephyros was already there, asking, Lord Kratos, where are you going? Huh? Oh, I'm going to check out some lands for cultivation. The aide's expression hardened, completely bewildered. Pardon? Kratos turned back, annoyance clearly visible on his face. What? Zephyros pushed up his glasses, beginning his lecture. Lord Kratos, you are complacent, arrogant, truly disgusting and terrifying. Please don't do that. Was he provoking him? Kim Jang-cheol recalled that in the game, Zephyros only appeared once before the final battle, mysterious and full of charisma. Back then, Zephyros calmly faced the paladin. Oh, great paladin. The demon lord no longer wishes to fight. Please return. The offer was met with a fiery punch. The paladin gave him no chance to say another word. Zephyros collapsed, vanishing in a blue light. Ah, demon lord. Please forgive me for being too weak to protect you. Back in reality, Zephyros continued his criticism. Your mistake this time is unprecedented, but in Kim Jang-cheol's eyes, this aid was indescribably annoying. You want to cultivate demon lands? I didn't know your memory was as good as a pigeon's. Kratos flew into a rage. Seriously, I am the demon lord, understand? Don't push it. Zephyros coldly exposed the harsh truth. Both previous demon lords and you yourself have tried cultivating this land. You must know well that with the harsh climate, nothing can grow here. Kratos didn't flinch. I know this land is called the Dead Zone, but the demon lord's eyes gleamed with arrogant confidence. With my current abilities, saving this land is entirely possible. I hate farming, but I have to survive first. Despite Zephyros's astonishment, the demon lord bent down and scooped up a handful of dry soil. And then he put it straight into his mouth, chewing ravenously. Zephyros calmly pulled out his notebook, jotting down the horrifying scene. The demon lord is truly strange. He's become a dirt-eating beggar, Kratos roared. What are you writing? Stop it right now. I'm just doing my duty. Documenting the demon lord's chronicles is very important. Zephyros mumbled. The demon lord's memory has definitely deteriorated. Kratos could only grit his teeth. After tasting it, Kratos drew a conclusion. Anyway, the soil here definitely has no nutrients. No nitrogen either. A chemistry lesson began. Nitrogen, the element most essential for plant growth. Although it makes up 78% of the atmosphere, plants cannot absorb nitrogen on their own due to its stable triple bonds. Therefore, humans developed chemical nitrogen fixation, creating a revolution in food production. But here, that is impossible. That means we have to utilize natural nitrogen fixation mechanisms, Kratos mused, a plan beginning to form. And that natural solution is lightning. Under high voltage, nitrogen is oxidized into nitrite. Afterwards, it mixes with rainwater and seeps into the soil, providing nutrients. A memory flashed. In the fated battle, Demon Lord Kratos faced his enemy. And Demon Lord Kratos' main skill was the power to control lightning. In the memory, Demon Lord Kratos unleashed the powerful skill Shuiji. The blonde hero fell. But this skill used lightning and moisture to create fertile land. A strange power. Back in reality, Kratos ordered Zephyros, "Stand back. Let's begin." Kratos used his sharp claws to cut a deep gash on his arm. Blood. A searing pain ripped through his flesh. Damn it. Does this crazy demon lord always use this move? Is he insane? It hurts. Like hell. He was stunned, sweat pouring out. This feeling of pain was too real. From afar, his old subordinates watched. Baal, Asura, and Serbi whispered, He's weakened a lot." Kratos' terrified scream echoed, not from pain, but from fear. Zephyros adjusted his glasses, his eyes sharp. "You are definitely an assassin. Your plan is to provoke and then kill me." Despite the pain, Kratos roared, "Better than dying. I'm coming." He cut his own hand again. Fresh blood splattered into bright red streaks. Blood strike! Zephyros could only stand and watch the Demon King injure himself. The Demon King's blood dripped, soaking into the barren land. Kratos clutched his arm, gritting his teeth in endurance. Damn it. Memories flooded back. Demon King Kratos. Asura, Hartok, and Baal once asked worriedly, "Are you feeling unwell?" A dignified Demon King, completely different from now. In a fit of rage, Kratos let out a bitter curse. A chilling wind blew across the desolate land. The knight's solitary figure stood amidst the deadly scenery. He whispered about vague fragments of memory. "I've lived this life more than 10 times, and always yearned for that place. I moved according to the call of duty that guided me, but it's gone now. The call of duty says nothing anymore. So now, what do I live for?" A cold status window appeared, displaying the name NPC Kimchi. He turned his back, his shadow stretching long across the barren ground. The knight's heavy footsteps echoed, As he advanced alone into the demon lands under a blood-red sky, 4 towering dark figures appeared, blocking the path. Killing intent filled the air. The leader sneered. "You know the laws of the demon race, don't you? The strongest is the demon king." Kratos trembled, fear consuming his mind. "They're terrifying. Every single one of them is incredibly strong. And I can't even use my skills now. Am I really going to die?" Asura felt the terrifying surge of power, mistaking it for fighting spirit. The pressure is incredible. The battle hasn't even begun, and he's already trembling. Asura's smile grew even more arrogant. But he pointed at the fallen knight. "In your current state, can you defeat all 4 of us?" However, Asura's 3 comrades were peeking from behind a tree, trembling. The confident look on Asura's face vanished, replaced by extreme confusion. "What the hell, you guys?" From behind the tree, Zephyros whispered to his companions. "We'll see how he fights, and join in if it seems feasible." Left alone, Asura gritted his teeth in hatred. "You wicked bastards." Hiding behind the tree, Zephyros coldly replied, "We are demons. Of course we are wicked." Zephyros tried to stop him, citing the demon race's tradition of fighting to the death. But Asura had already shot forward like an arrow. "Wait! Look how fast he is!" Asura swung his weapon, his eyes wild. He reassured himself. "Don't be afraid. I will win. He's weakened." Contrary to his outward appearance, inside Kratos was a storm of panic. "What do I do? What do I do?" Kim Jang-cheol admitted in his mind that he was just testing his strength and wasn't actually as strong as he appeared. A perfect act to hide his weakness. Asura roared, charging forward at terrifying speed. "Come on!" The sharp blade slashed towards Kratos. Kratos recognized it instantly. This movement he had seen in the game. But how could his real body dodge that attack? The blade tore through the air, leaving a faint blood trail. Asura put his full strength into the attack. Kratos was stunned. His body had moved on its own, gracefully evading the deadly sword strike. "Huh? How did I dodge?" A light flashed in Kim Jang-cheol's mind. He looked at his opponent's stance. Because his left leg is pointed outwards, he's definitely going to use the thrust. Game memories flooded back. The blonde hero in pink armor, with the exact same attack stance, the exact same movement as in the game. Kratos glided past Asura with ease. This body's reflexes had far surpassed the soul's perception. From afar, the commanders were stunned. Did you see Kratos' expression when he dodged? He's going to counterattack and tear his arm off. Why didn't he wait and observe more? Kratos spun around, his cloak billowing, completely in control of the situation. Asura could only stare blankly. Kratos' eyes turned sharp. The panic vanished, replaced by terrifying concentration. What's happening? All his movements are exactly like in the game. Kim Jang-cheol's memories resurfaced, merging with the Demon King's reflexes. He remembered the first time he faced Asura in the game. An invincible monster. No way! How could I possibly beat him? But after the first death, then the 3rd time, and even the 10th time, memories of bitter failures flooded back like a nightmare. I finally defeated him on the 128th attempt. After that, 19 consecutive clears turned Asura into a joke. Asura roared in despair, every attack useless. Simply put, a smug smile spread across Kratos' lips. He growled, confidence exploding. "Your attacks cannot touch me!" From afar, the commanders trembled, hiding behind a tree, watching in horror. The Demon King's figure glided amidst deadly red streaks of light, as graceful as a dance of death. Zephyros stammered. "He's toying with him. He's mocking the weak Asura and enjoying himself." Asura gnashed his teeth, feeling utterly humiliated. "You bastard," Kratos thought to himself. "What a relief. Of course, it doesn't mean I can beat him. But I've realized something important. This world shares the same rules as the game." A bluish-green notification window suddenly appeared. "Kim Jang-cheol, you have realized the fundamental rules of this world." Kratos was astonished. "Huh? Isn't this something I often see in webtoons?" The notification window continued to appear. "You have also successfully dodged the enemy's attack with high concentration." Asura charged forward, killing intent blazing. The notification window appeared. "Reward. A part of the game system has been unlocked." "Targeting function unlocked." Kratos' eyes gleamed with a sharp, calculating look. A crosshair locked onto Asura. Kratos realized it instantly. This is the targeting function when using special skills. So that means Kratos used his claws to tear open his palm. Fresh blood gushed out, condensing into a dark power. Blood magic erupted. Blood slash. Kratos unleashed a devastating attack. Blood blades tearing through space. A terrifying energy explosion engulfed Asura, its destructive power shaking the entire battlefield. From afar, Zephyros and Serbi watched, holding their breath, terrified by the Demon King's destructive power. The other commanders roared in excitement. "That's it! Amazing! Kratos!" The dust settled. Asura knelt on the ground, his body cracked as if about to shatter, but he still hadn't fallen. He coughed, his eyes still full of defiance. The Blood Prince's vitality was truly tenacious. Kratos gritted his teeth. Still alive after taking a blood slash. A finishing move in the game? Damn it, his recovery ability is too good. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Kratos charged in again, unleashing another attack. The commanders trembled. Zephyros whispered in fear. He's torturing Asura, attacking just enough to cause pain but not kill. Asura lay motionless on the ground. Kratos panted, at a loss. Damn it, he's not dead. What should I do? The system panel reappeared with strange text. You have stripped Asura of his clothes. A new system has been unlocked. Remove armor from inventory. Kratos stared blankly at the interface. What kind of ridiculous message is this? Remove armor. Is there any good armor in there? Kratos looked annoyed at his inventory. What the hell is this? It's all stuff I'm currently wearing. Nothing useful right now. He looked down at Asura's motionless body, muttering, I have to deal with him first. I'm not strong enough to kill him. His recovery ability is too good. He'll definitely wake up later. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Kratos' mind. Oh? Wait a minute. The system was still locked onto Asura. Since he's not dead, I can still target him. I can continuously fire blood slashes. His expression turned sinister. A crazy plan took shape. I can inject a bunch of nitrogen into the ground. That's right, I'm a genius. Kratos glanced at his trembling subordinates hiding behind the rock. They must be really scared of me, right? Excellent. Time for an experiment. He called out. Serbi flinched. Hey, Serbi! Yes? Tie Asura up tightly. The command made Serbi blush, his mind in turmoil. He wants me to tie up a naked man? He's trying to humiliate both me and Asura at the same time. Asura was tied tightly to a wooden stake, his body taut. Step 1. Prepare the lightning rod. The Blood Prince hung helplessly, seemingly having lost all consciousness. But then, his eyes snapped open, a fire of hatred blazing. You really have grown weaker. You can't kill me with a blood slash, huh? This time, I'll definitely chop off your head. Kratos coldly unleashed another blood slash, the crimson energy striking directly at Asura's bound body. Step 2. Blood slash. In Kratos' mind, complex chemical formulas appeared. With this, I can oxidize nitrogen in the air into nitrite. He turned to call another commander. Hartok, I want you to cover this entire area with fog. It needs to be so thick that water runs in streams. Hartok was stunned, then quickly deduced the most horrifying implication. He intends to wet this entire place to make his lightning strike more painful? What a creative and cruel punishment. I've learned something new today. Obeying the command, Hartok began to exert his power. A thick, eerie fog slowly enveloped the entire battlefield. Step 3. Spread the fog. The thick fog enveloped Asura, who was tightly bound. Step 4. Attack and repeat. A brilliant yellow lightning bolt struck down, engulfing Asura's body. Kratos roared, his body convulsing. Even as the one delivering the blow, he had to endure a portion of this power. It hurt so much. Zephyros was speechless. The lightning reflected in his glasses, but his eyes held only horror. Baal and Serbi could only stare blankly at the brutal scene before them, unable to utter a word. Asura writhed in the electric current, his body trembling violently. The cruel punishment seemed endless. But in Kratos' mind, another plan was taking shape. Excellent. This way I can turn this land into good, nitrogen-rich soil. Who knows, maybe we'll get a bumper harvest. The Demon King's insane laughter echoed across the battlefield, mingling with the destructive lightning bolts. The sky blazed. The lightning bolts continued to strike relentlessly, tearing up the ground. Kratos spread his hand, catching a handful of the newly improved soil, letting it sift through his fingers. He nodded in satisfaction, looking at the unconscious Asura. Good, keep injecting nitrogen this way. Next is soil improvement. Kratos mumbled, analyzing that this loose soil couldn't retain oxygen and water. For cultivation, soil with a loose, granular structure is ideal. Steam rose from Kratos as he pondered. What I need to create now is... He spun around, his eyes blazing. "Fertilizer! All of you, bring me manure!" Hartok, Ball, and Serby froze. The Demon King's command was more terrifying than any cruel punishment they had ever witnessed. The commanders were horrified by the command. After such cruel punishment and making him a laughingstock, you're going to defile Asura with that too? How ruthless! Unbelievably ruthless! Somewhere, under a clear blue sky, a peaceful forest stretched to the horizon. Amidst the foliage, a solitary figure strode along a trail. Sunlight pierced through the leaves, illuminating strange armor. A faint call from the bushes made the stranger stop. "Please, help." Two survivors saw a figure lurking behind the bushes, a glimmer of hope appearing. "Please, save us." The cold face of the blond man appeared, his sharp eyes observing the situation. "We were attacked by a bunch of goblins. Please save us. If you help, we'll repay you," the two exhausted men pleaded. The stranger stepped out of the bushes, and the savior's form became clear, in a pink warrior dress. The two men froze. Horror was evident on their faces, even more so than when facing goblins. He held out a hand, trying to reassure them. "Don't be afraid. I'm not suspicious." But in their minds, another truth screamed. "He looks incredibly suspicious. Horrifyingly suspicious." He ignored their panic, approaching the injured man. "Is your leg hurt?" Without a word of warning, he gently lifted the silver-haired man onto his shoulder. "Please lead the way," he commanded the other man, who was still frozen in shock. "Ah, yes." Along the way, the man being carried regained his composure. "You're really strong. I am Envoy Revaj Asrahan. The one following is my subordinate, Diol Frontera." Revaj asked curiously, "May I know your name?" The blond man remained silent, his gaze unwavering. From now on, the blond man's face was cold, determination etched in his eyes. "That's what I have to find out." They stopped on the hill, looking down at the small village in the valley. A new journey began. Scene change. Under the crimson sky, a demonic castle stood tall, signaling a dark conspiracy. Inside, the Demon King's trusted subordinates were in a meeting. The atmosphere was heavy as lead. Hartok was annoyed. "How the hell are we supposed to bring back dung? Make them poop on the spot?" Serby shuddered in disgust. "Insane. That's disgusting. Absolutely revolting." Bale said casually. "Bale hasn't eaten in a long time, so he can't go." "Serby either." Serby snapped. "Don't talk about my business, you idiot." Hartok came up with a cruel idea. "Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't give him mine. Just beat up the low-level demons and make them go." In a poor demon village, desperate pleas echoed. "Please, don't do this, I beg you." A skinny demon cowered before the soldiers. "If everyone keeps staring like this, I can't go. At least wait outside," the soldier reported. "The others are saying the same thing. They can't." Hartok approached, losing patience. "What's taking so long?" Hartok faced the demon. "So, no matter how hard you try, you can't provide any?" "Lord Hartok, I haven't eaten in ages." A cold hand gripped the demon's throat, cutting off its plea. Dark energy gathered in Hartok's hand. "Thank you, that's a great idea." Claws of dark energy slashed through the air. The demon's heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the dilapidated wooden house. Hartok was about to strike, but his dark energy claws were blocked by Bale's protective hand. Tension rose. Hartok growled, his eyes sharp and cold. "What is it?" "If you stab its stomach, it'll die, meaning it won't be able to poop anymore," Bale explained bluntly. "We need them to poop to collect more." "That's smart, especially coming from your mouth," Hartok sneered, while the demon on the floor cowered in fear. "If I feed them your flesh, maybe they'll start defecating." Hartok's threat was laced with murderous intent. Bale froze, his golden eyes flaring with anger. A fight seemed imminent. In the corner, another demon was dying in a surge of demonic energy, horror evident on its face. Suddenly, a fiery punch landed, sending both Hartok and Bale flying. Serby appeared, his rage erupting. "What the hell are you two bastards doing?" A yellow electric current flashed, knocking down both giants. Serby snarled. "Humans aren't the only ones who can poop." In another room, Kim Jangchil sat on his throne, judging. "Dung with no nutritional value is useless. We must find a type that can be used as fertilizer." Zephyros was puzzled. "Fertilizer?" Kim Jangchil confirmed. "Yes. Ingredients that provide nutrients to the soil." Kim Jangchil began his lecture. "Fertilizer is usually made from wood, ash, weeds, soil, eggshells, and chicken manure. Wood, ash, and weeds can be taken from those abandoned houses. A scene of a ruined village appeared. The problem is eggshells and chicken manure. An idea flashed in Kim Jang-cheol's mind. Zephyros, bring me the map of our territory, he commanded. Zephyros bowed in obedience. Yes, Your Majesty. The map was spread out, revealing a rugged coastal area. Kim Jang-cheol immediately realized. As expected, this map is identical to the one in the game. That means, as long as I can get to this place, I'll find them. That place was the habitat of the demon seagulls. In the game, they flew everywhere, absorbing large amounts of nutrients from human lands. Then they returned here, defecating and laying eggs. A perfect place. Zephyros was stunned. Your Majesty, are you planning to collect demon seagull droppings? Kim Jang-cheol replied casually. Oh, you're quick-witted too. That place is called the Cliff of No Return. There's no stable foothold, and if you fall, you'll be swept away by the fierce waves. Well, I know that already. Kim Jang-cheol turned away, his voice full of confidence. Because that place, the system doesn't allow players to access it. His eyes flashed with determination. But I can climb it. At the foot of the steep cliff, the sea waves roared. Kim Jang-cheol and his subordinates were already there. The retainers watched the Demon King's back, unable to understand what he was thinking. Since ancient times, many have challenged hunting those seagulls, but all became prey to the fierce waves. He turned back, commanding loudly, I will climb to the top and throw down this bag full of droppings and eggshells. Remember to catch it. Kim Jang-cheol's smile became eerie. If this plan succeeds, everyone will eat their fill. Bale was simply stunned, speechless. Memories of his skinny, starving subordinates flooded back. Zephyros grabbed the neck of a dying man, helpless. That was why he had to do this, for the children crying in despair, for a future without starvation. Kim Jang-cheol stood on the precarious cliff, the sea waves roaring fiercely below. He had reached this place, which held hope. The 13th playthrough, I think? I tried every way to climb it, tried hundreds of times, dying and reviving in the process. He lunged towards the cliff, a desperate effort repeated from the past. His heels scraped hard against the ground, creating a final push. His loyal subordinates could only look up, not understanding what their master intended to do. But finally, I succeeded. He jumped up, pressing himself against the sheer cliff face. By exploiting a game bug, his hand slammed hard against the rock surface. Sharp fingernails clawed at the cliff face, a seemingly meaningless act. Both Bale and Zephyros were stunned by the Demon King's unbelievable declaration. Open equipment inventory. A blue system panel appeared before Kim Jang-cheol. Strip everything, he commanded, and the Demon King's naked body appeared in mid-air. All the subordinates froze, their faces flushed red as they witnessed the unbelievable sight. And then, his body began to sink deep into the cliff face, a blatant system error. Everyone turned away, not daring to look directly at this bizarre and somewhat embarrassing scene. I have to roll up! He strained himself, beginning an unimaginable act. Serby was utterly horrified. Oh my God! No! Equip all! A blue light enveloped the body sinking into the cliff face. And then, only the empty armor remained, clinging tightly to the cliff face. Serby's eyes widened, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Roll up and strip all equipment, he repeated the process, but this time with his own naked body. Detached body parts clung to the cliff face, a sight both ridiculous and horrifying. And so, he used his own equipment as a foothold, then used his body as the next grip. He kept repeating that insane method, slowly ascending to the top of the cliff. Finally, he managed to set foot on the highest rock outcrop. Done. He stood there, majestic as a god, as if no embarrassing climb had ever taken place. He recalled his deduction, a world with a shared inventory and an inaccessible map edge. Oh, so it's possible. His Majesty said he would feed us all. Bale will go up to help you. Zephyros was stunned by Bale's declaration. What? Sir Bale, that place is... Zephyros rushed forward to stop him. No, you can't! Kim Jang-cheol turned back, his eyes clearly showing annoyance. Bale roared, showing his loyalty, then charged straight towards the cliff. Bale will serve his Majesty, Kim Jang-cheol shouted in horror. What the hell are you doing? The Demon King's face changed color. He couldn't believe his subordinate's insane action. But the cliff was slippery. Bale lost his footing and fell straight into the abyss. In midair, a hand quickly grabbed his wrist. It was Kim Jang-cheol. He had clung to the cliff, one hand holding the life of the Black Rock tyrant. Bal's weight made Kim Jang-cheol's arm taut like a bowstring. Damn it, this guy is heavy as hell. My arm is about to fall off. He suddenly realized the absurdity of his actions. Wait, why am I saving this guy? He's one of the 4 great demon generals, a threat. Wouldn't it be better if he just died? Bale looked up, seemingly understanding his master's hesitation. Understood. I have no reason to help you. Kim Jang-cheol's eyes blazed, a fierce struggle taking place in his mind. Memories flooded back. A junior once tearfully begged him, "Jang-cheol, please, just this once. The professor won't let me submit my essay, so he can turn me into his slave forever. Please, can you talk to him? That way at least he'll look at my essay. All the professors like you, you're the best. He might listen to you, please." Kim Jang-cheol in the past just silently listened to the plea of the junior who always followed him around. He thought, perhaps the professor would listen to slave number 1 like him. But then, selfishness won. That's your problem. He walked away, because of a ridiculous fear that he would lose favor, that he would put himself at a disadvantage. Back in the present, Kim Jang-cheol's face was filled with determination. This time, perhaps, he would choose a different path. I should have helped that guy. His hand clenched, a decision made in an instant. This time would be different. If I had tried just a little harder, his whole body bent down, straining with all his might to hold on to the life hanging below. If I had squeezed out all my strength, sweat poured down. His teeth clenched so tightly they seemed about to shatter. If I had pushed myself to my limits, then perhaps the smile of the junior in his memory wouldn't have been a luxury. A growl escaped his throat, channeling all his strength and will into one arm. All his strength erupted, pulling Bal's massive body up from the edge of the abyss. His arm was rigid, magical veins bulging, enduring terrifying pressure. With a final heave, Kim Jang-cheol threw Bale back to safe ground. Bale was tossed onto the cliff, while Kim Jang-cheol lost his balance and fell backward. Bale's muscular body crashed hard onto the solid ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Bal scrambled to his feet, looking towards the Demon King who was clutching his injured arm. It hurts so much. The tyrant was stunned. His Majesty saved Bale. Even though he had to injure himself, he had no reason to do so. Why? Kim Jang-cheol panted, the pain from his injured arm spreading throughout his body. Because this pain is more bearable than abandoning my subordinate and then living in regret. The Demon King's words struck Bal's mind like a hammer. A hot tear rolled down the tyrant's cheek. A painful memory flooded back. The brown-haired man sobbed in despair. "This is what I should have done for you. I'm sorry." The belated apology echoed in the silent space, where Demon King Kratos stood facing his own past. Suddenly, a cyan notification panel appeared before Kim Jang-cheol's eyes, breaking his train of thought. The system announced that, although not yet fully adapted to the Demon King's body, he had given his all and received sincere gratitude from Bale. Is that how he shows gratitude? To honor this achievement, a new mechanism was established. An overwhelming feeling of happiness would bring him a huge amount of points. A huge amount, huh? The notification panel glowed. Happiness point, HP. Accumulation system has opened. Kim Jang-cheol frowned. Happiness points? I know this. Isn't it something that gives me a discount when buying ice cream? Is there anywhere in this world that sells ice cream? The system responded mechanically, explaining that each soldier in the demon army who felt satisfied would bring him 1 happiness point, and those points could be used to purchase stats. Currently, he can only use 20% of Demon King Kratos' power. The goal is to reach 100% by increasing his stats. Alright, let's see. Add 10% to stamina. The choice was confirmed, and the number +10 appeared on the system screen. But upgrading was not easy. It required 50 points for 10% stamina, and 250 points to upgrade a skill. With 0 points in hand, he couldn't do anything. Damn it. Too expensive. Can't do anything right now. But a glimmer of hope flashed in the Demon King's eyes. If I grind successfully, I can collect a lot of happiness points, right? I'll become super strong and increase my survival rate. And then he looked towards Bale, who stood there, indebted to him, being thanked by someone. The thought crossed Kim Jang-cheol's mind. A sinister, calculating smile spread across the Demon King's lips. That feeling is pretty great, isn't it? Bale shivered in fear. That face says he'll tear me apart if I don't obey. Kratos truly is a wicked Demon King. He didn't save me out of kindness. On the high mountain peak, the Demon King called out to his subordinates looking up. "Hey, you guys!" He held up a giant eggshell, his tone full of excitement. I'm going to put manure in this eggshell and throw it down. Catch it if you can." The subordinates below froze, unable to believe what they had just heard. The eggshell, filled with strange liquid, hurtled down from the mountaintop. A horrible rainbow rain poured down, making the subordinates cry out in despair. "Damn it, I can't take it anymore." The Demon King clenched his fist, brimming with vigor. "Farming, give it your all." He began the first step, making fertilizer. Step 1 is making compost. Seagull droppings, eggshells, tree ash, and prepare the soil. Next, crush and mix them all together. The Demon King turned and commanded, "Serbi, crush it all." The Nidus was stunned. "What? You want me to do it? You have many arms. Do it now." Serbi roared, her eyes in the helmet flashing with anger. "I, cold General Serbi. My arms are not for mixing manure." 8 blade-sharp arms unfurled behind her, showing fierce defiance. The Demon King's gaze turned cold, a deadly red dot appearing in the darkness. "Is that so? Then I'll give you an easier task." He pointed towards Bale, who was nailed to a cross. "Go over there. You just need to stand still. Easy, right?" The threat immediately worked. Serbi frantically swung her sharp arms, mixing the ingredients thoroughly. As she worked, she reassured herself. "Phew, that was close. These guys are all hot-headed. Can't let my guard down." The Demon King smirked, his eyes burning with determination. "But I am the Demon King. I will use recklessness and force to advance." He moved on to the next step and commanded. Step 2 is adding water. "Hartok, I want you to fill the air with mist." Hartok protested in horror. "What? Your Majesty! The stench will be even worse because of the humidity." Demon King Kratos pointed at Hartok, his voice as cold as ice. "Look closely. Do you want to end up like Bale?" A surge of violent demonic power flung Hartok away. His resistance was mercilessly crushed. Under the Demon King's supervision, a burly subordinate squeezed a handful of moistened manure. "Is the humidity enough?" "Yes, it has softened, as you said." The Demon King crossed his arms, continuing his instructions. Step 3 is to place the manure in a dry spot and cover it with a blanket made of seagull feathers. But the scene was ironic. The mighty rulers of the demon realm were now painstakingly tucking blankets over piles of manure. Even doing a little takes a lot of time. Standing in the vast desert, the Demon King realized the enormous scale of the plan. To create enough fertilizer for this land, I have no choice but to mobilize the entire demon race. But a vague worry suddenly arose in his heart. "There's one thing that bothers me." He brushed aside his hesitation, his eyes burning with iron determination. "It must be done now. I will use the authority of the Demon King to push the plan forward." Night fell, a cold moon hanging over the mountaintop. Memories suddenly flooded back. Under the moonlight, a dilapidated wooden house appeared, silent and mournful. Inside, the air was heavy. A father sat silently by the bed, where his young daughter was gasping for breath. The weak girl called out. The father turned, his face etched with worry. "Dad, Flute, what's wrong, my child?" Flute's jaundiced eyes looked straight at her father, a desperate plea escaping her dry lips. "Please, eat me." The father was stunned, then snapped angrily. "Flute, I told you not to say such things, didn't I?" A tear rolled down the girl's pale cheek. "I miss Mom." The child's words were like a knife, piercing the father's heart, leaving him numb with extreme pain. The gnawing hunger transformed into a giant monster, roaring wildly. "I'm hungry. I'm hungry." The child's desperate cries echoed amidst the desolate scene. The sharp teeth of the hungry monster lunged forward, ready to devour everything. But the father did not back down. He spread his arms, determined to protect his daughter to the very end. The girl's innocent eyes were filled with fear and despair. In her delirium, the gentle image of her mother appeared. "Mom?" But the cruel reality was still the hungry monster lurking. Memories flooded back. The father sat by his daughter's bed, his heart heavy with pain. "If you're no longer here, then what reason? Do I have to keep living?" A sudden noise pulled him out of his desperate thoughts. The Demon King and his subordinates were already standing there. "The Demon King?" The Demon King's eyes were devoid of emotion. "Still have the strength to scream? Seize him!" The father pleaded in panic. "Wait! What about Flute? If you leave her behind, the high-ranking demons will eat her." He was dragged away mercilessly. "Dad!" "No! Flute!" The Demon King coldly asked. "How many have we got?" "Your Majesty, 20 demons. We still need 30 more." To the Demon King, These were just soulless numbers. Only the heartbreaking cries of the child left behind remained. A memory flashed. A scene from an old game, where a knight raised his sword before a weak demon girl. His hand gripped the controller tightly, a familiar and haunting sensation. The blade was about to swing down, ready to end a virtual life. The desperate cries of the child in the game were like a knife cutting into his mind. That memory, it brought back a past that was many times more brutal. Amidst the famine, a demon cried out against cannibalism. But the Demon King coldly ordered, "Zephyros, gather the rest. They will all start becoming fertilizer now." He told himself, his eyes sharp, "I am the Demon King. This tyranny is necessary to achieve the goal. The role of a leader is to accept sacrifice." And so, under the barren sun, a cruel command was issued. The demon tribe, proud warriors, now had to wield hoes on barren land like serfs. Dissatisfaction simmered. Why waste energy on this? Farming is ridiculous. Another quickly intervened. "Shut up, Dirac. You'll lose your head if the Demon King hears you." But Dirac couldn't suppress his despair. "We're all going to die anyway. What do we have to plant? We have nothing." An icy voice echoed from behind. "Are you curious about what we're going to plant?" The Demon King was already there. Dirac froze, stunned by the absolute authority. "Follow me." The Demon King's memory returned to another time. On that day, the purple flower I glimpsed. That is what can be planted. A glimmer of hope flickered in the dead land. A strange purple flower, the only thing that could save an entire race on the brink of extinction. A gaunt demon looked at the flower with extreme skepticism. "That's it?" The Demon King coldly confirmed. "Yes, we will plant the roots of this flower. Bale and a few others from the agricultural team have already dug them up from various places." Dirac quickly interjected, his voice full of fear. "Your Majesty, the roots of this plant are inedible. Eating them will cause severe stomach pain and can be fatal." He yanked the flower out of the ground. "Well, besides this, what else is there to chew on in this land? The experiment to see if it's edible must have already yielded results." "Excuse me? Experiment?" Dirac didn't understand what was happening. The Demon King turned away, his tone full of deadly implication. Right now, his fiery red eyes flashed with cruelty. "Your daughter must be eating this." The word struck him like lightning. Dirac froze, his pupils contracting in horror. A desperate scream tore through the air. He darted off like an arrow, disregarding everything. "Why? Why do this to my innocent daughter? Please don't eat it. Don't eat it." His screams echoed throughout the dilapidated village. Dirac burst in, only to be blocked by a muscular arm. Zephyros stood there, calmly observing. "Flute! Don't eat that!" He stopped short, panting. A childish voice echoed from inside. "Dad." Before his eyes, his little daughter was happily eating the plant roots. "I ate this. I don't feel any pain at all. I'm full now." Dirac still couldn't believe his eyes, sweat pouring off him. "Flute, are you really okay?" The little girl innocently replied, "Yes. Sir Zephyros and Sir Bale also gave me this yesterday. I don't feel anything at all." The Demon King appeared behind them, his calm voice resonating. "So, do you believe me now? A long time ago, people in a certain land also transformed a poisonous plant into something edible. They successfully cultivated it and solved their famine." Kim Jang-cheol smirked, his eyes sharp. "That thing is called potato." Flute's eyes welled up with tears, her voice full of emotion. "Demon King, I can't believe you would treat a lowly demon like me so kindly. Thank you very much." A system panel suddenly appeared. A portion of the army felt happy. For the first time, he gained HP points. The Demon King was stunned by the unexpected notification. His HP stat had increased by 1. Flute's innocent smile was radiant, completely unaware of the change that had just occurred. The Demon King's gaze became complex. A child's happiness could generate power. Painful memories flooded back. Images of a demon collapsing from hunger and thirst, desperately clinging to life. Looking at Flute's smile, he told himself, "Just because I am the Demon King," a smile flickered across his lips, "doesn't mean I always have to look serious." He bared his teeth in a terrifyingly fierce grin. "A kid like you just needs to eat your fill and grow up." But his good intentions were tragically misunderstood. All three were terrified. He's fattening her up to eat her. What a cruel Demon King. The scene shifted to the deepest part of the Demon King's territory, the fortress Chavandayantur standing majestically amidst the desolation. The territory was divided into 5 regions, and this was the core, most unforgiving land. The climate here was reminiscent of the Andes highlands, scorching hot during the day, bone-chilling cold at night. In the past, people in the Andes, due to food shortages, even had to eat poisonous wild potatoes. So, did they all die? The answer lay in human nature. They have the ability to turn things you say are inedible into edible food. Demon King! Have we laid everything out? Demon King Kratos' voice rang out powerfully. Excellent! Baal, crush them! Following the command, the Black Rock tyrant roared and charged forward. Baal launched himself into the air, his muscular body obscuring the sky. He plunged down like a meteor, all his power concentrated in his heel. The colossal foot descended, crushing the poisonous potato tubers, sending their internal liquid splattering. The Demon King explained the brutal process. Freeze for 5 nights, then use Baal's meteor stomp to thaw them, causing the toxins to evaporate. Repeating the process of freezing, stomping, and drying, they were finally par-cooked. The result was chuño, wild potato tubers that seemed inedible, now transformed into precious sustenance. Gather the agricultural team that's making fertilizer. The Demon King turned and ordered. Zephyros, his grin stretched from ear to ear, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It's snack time. They're going to love this, aren't they? Before the ranks of demon farmers, the Demon King declared. There isn't much. Each person only gets 2 tubers. There are still many potatoes. Can't we make more? Zephyros wondered. But the Demon King asserted that this quantity was far from enough to feed the entire Demon King's army. His grin grew even more sinister, revealing his true plan. Therefore, we obviously must plant the remaining potatoes and multiply them 1,000-fold. The demon farmers trembled as they looked at the bowl of potatoes. Is that poisonous root? My relative died after eating this. I already told you, the Demon King changed it and now it's edible. Flute ate it and is fine, but another person frantically dismissed it. Idiot! Look at the Demon King! The Demon King's face held a terrifyingly fervent expression. Eat quickly now, Tilda. Horrified whispers spread through the ranks. He's hoping we eat it and then drop dead. Dirok swallowed the potato, shouting in his comrade's horror. Are you insane? He chewed slowly, eyes wide with doubt. A sweet, earthy flavor spread, with no poison at all. The fear vanished, replaced by an iron resolve. Tears streamed down his face as he roared with all his might. Long live the Demon King! After witnessing the first person remain unharmed, the entire agricultural team rushed to devour the potatoes. They knelt before the Demon King, their eyes filled with both awe and reverence. The Demon King truly gave us food, edible food. The affirmation erupted into cheers. That's right. The entire army chanted in unison, both arms raised high in absolute loyalty. Credos, yes, credos! Kim Jang-cheol merely observed silently. I don't really like this kind of chanting. We'll have to innovate later. Zephyros looked at his master, filled with admiration. That expression. He can truly end this famine. A turquoise notification panel appeared before the Demon King. A portion of his army felt happy, gaining 50 points. He raised an eyebrow. Oh? That's a good score. Now I can get a little stronger. The status panel appeared, allowing him to enhance his power. But which one will be most beneficial? I don't know yet. I'll just keep collecting more points. Kim Jang-cheol turned to his assistant, beginning to deploy the next plan. Now we will divide into a fertilizer team and a potato harvesting team. Agricultural team, listen up. Zephyros announced the new policy. Those who dig potatoes would be rewarded with food vouchers. Tell the whole village that food can be grown right on this land. Kim Jang-cheol secretly assessed his assistant. Intelligent, troublesome, but above all, useful. Under the promise of a prosperous future, the entire demon race eagerly plunged into the reclamation effort. The plan was divided into 2. One side produced food, the other created fertilizer. Ugh, what is this damn smell? A demon general was captured as a sacrifice. Kim Jang-cheol personally directed the staking position. No, 10 steps won't do. Move back 1 step. The heavy cross was erected in the wasteland, bearing the body of the defeated foe. A bolt of lightning struck down, transforming the general's screams into nutrients for the soil. Meanwhile, I will work hard to produce nitrogen. The Demon King's eyes sharpened. Enough fertilizer. Time to move on to the next step. But before him, lay a colossal challenge. The field was too vast to be covered by such meager manpower. The crucified one groaned in pain, weak curses echoing. "Kratos, you bastard! Just kill me!" But the Demon King only saw an endless resource, a demon general who could work tirelessly, even when hungry and thirsty. He realized the core problem: lack of manpower. Is there really no other option but to wait? Back in the Great Hall, Kim Jang-chil questioned his assistant. "Did you really request more troops from the Star Lords?" Zephyros affirmed. "Yes, I did." Zephyros explained that they had sent envoys to the 4 Star Lords who managed the regions, requesting aid for agriculture. "But we still haven't received a reply from any of them." Kim Jang-chul pondered. Had the envoys perished along the way? The current forces could not possibly handle this. The scene shifted to a dark, desolate place. A sign bore the inscription, "Demon Land, 1st Star Region, Cliff of the Dead." A scout reported to the mysterious ruler. "Demon King Kratos has truly started farming. It seems they have managed to produce food." The white-haired figure sneered, his voice full of self-satisfaction. "Kratos, he's doing all that because he fears me." His identity was revealed. Saruthal, 1st Star Lord. He grew stronger when demons died, so Kratos had prevented war and famine to restrain him. Saruthal confirmed with his assistant Fikamir that all envoys had been eliminated, and the other Star Lords were completely unaware of Kratos' plan. Saruthal's eyes flashed with malice. "The demons must all starve to death. Only then will they become my food and my army." He declared his ultimate ambition, dark energy erupting. "I will kill Kratos and become the Demon King." Saruthal called his loyal assistant's name. "My assistant, Fikamir." "Yes, Lord Saruthal." The command for destruction was about to be issued. "I want you to destroy everything related to the farming that Kratos has done." The cold decree was given. Fikamir's blue eyes gleamed beneath his bone mask, a silent acceptance of the brutal mission. The scene shifted to a body crucified on a cross, suspended in the hazy air. One of Fikamir's subordinates commented on Kratos' actions. "He has turned Ashurat into a living example." Fikamir whispered a hollow promise. "Don't worry, Ashurat. Lord Saruthal will take you in after killing Kratos." Fikamir summoned his army. Oh, demons! Countless vengeful spirits rose from the darkness. The command to attack echoed. "Destroy this wasteland until it can never be used again." The horde of demons roared as they descended like a storm, bringing pure destruction upon the agricultural land. "Lord Fikamir, this is the fertilizer the demon scout mentioned." Fikamir laughed maniacally. "Spread them all over this land!" "They can be collected for reuse, so make sure you spread them evenly everywhere. Mix them into the soil until not a single piece of fertilizer is visible. Bury them deep." Ashurat's wild laughter echoed, tied to the beast's back. He still defiantly challenged everyone. But then, the smile faded. Ashurat's red eyes looked down at the scene below, his madness gone, replaced only by bewilderment. "What do we do now?" "The fertilizer needs to be finely ground and mixed evenly into the soil," Zephyros wondered. But Kratos simply replied, "That's too difficult. The agricultural team can't do it." Fikamir spread his arms, roaring before the massive demon army. "It's over, Kratos!" Ashurat looked up at the sky, utterly confused by the unfolding scene. What the hell are they trying to do here? The scene became strangely peaceful. In the distance, the castle stood majestically under the moonlight, a rare moment of tranquility. A tired spirit sat down on the ground. "This has no end." "Hey you, don't be lazy. If there's any spot left unturned, Demon King Kratos will turn it into farmland." Number 2718, "You're working unusually hard today. You're usually quite lazy." "Yeah, you're right." Number 1341, "But I don't know. It's just..." Spirit 2718 hesitated, trying to find words to describe the strange feeling within him. "When I look at everything we've done, I feel proud, you know? Like I've accomplished something useful." Soul 1341 froze, his face changing constantly, unable to comprehend the confession he had just heard. He turned away, uttering a disdainful remark. "Huh, what a fool." But then, a radiant smile lit up his face. "Today, I'll be a fool too." Dawn broke. "Not much left. We did great, didn't we?" "Huh? It's the sun!" The demons cheered, surprised by their achievement, and the first light of day. "Damn it, we were so busy we forgot the time. We're going to die." The merciless sunlight burned, making the demons vanish amidst desperate screams. But in their final moments, they smiled peacefully. "A death like this isn't so bad, after all. We were very productive." A multitude of souls ascended, flying up to merge with the brilliant dawn. a silent farewell after a night of arduous labor. Amidst that scene, Fikimir strode out, his black umbrella shielding him from the harsh sunlight, an authoritative and chilling figure. He looked towards the departed souls, his voice devoid of emotion. "You did it. Rest in a good place." He gently turned away, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. "Now then, let's see how Kratos will react." Meanwhile, in a secluded warehouse, Zephyros reported, "Plowing the fields took longer than expected, but we also spent a similar amount of time." The door opened, revealing a massive pile of potatoes. Zephyros stood beside Kratos, explaining, "All these potatoes are in a state of dormancy." "Dormancy?" Kratos frowned. "That's right. They won't sprout. Even if you plant them, it'll be useless." Zephyros vividly illustrated, "It's like a potato peacefully sleeping underground, and then someone grabs it by the hair and yanks it out." A violent illustration appeared, the potato being ripped from the ground. The shock makes the potato faint, its biological rhythm temporarily halted. The potato's face was dazed and blank. Kratos pondered deeply. Zephyros further explained how to break dormancy by abruptly changing the temperature from cold to warm. He considered his options. "I want Serbi to infuse them with cold energy, but she's angry. Hartok also has his own schemes. I can't have both of them attacking at the same time, so it's better to think of another way." Hartok's silhouette vaguely appeared, a potential threat. And here was his solution. "The warehouse temperature can be raised to about 23 degrees, so I had the farmer soldiers squat, the demons diligently trained. But they're all exhausted, so that failed too." The demon farmers lay scattered, utterly spent after warming up the warehouse. Kratos could only sigh in exasperation. He suddenly stood up, determined to take matters into his own hands. "Let's go to the farm, Zephyros. Now I'll do what I can. At the very least, I need to infuse nitrogen into the soil." But upon arriving, a strange sight met his eyes. Kratos was stunned. What? He realized the ground had been treated. The soil has been completely tilled. The land was fertile, unusually loose, and a foul stench is spreading everywhere. The source of that unpleasant smell was a crucified demon, its body used as fertilizer. Kratos' face changed color, utterly astonished. "Everything is ready for planting. What kind of magic is this?" From behind a tree, Fikimir watched with delight. "Ha ha ha! He's shocked! A complete success! Ha 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 ha!" Beside the bone-masked figure was a giant demon warrior with fiery red hair. The red-haired man grabbed Fikimir and pulled him out. "Ugh, let me go." Kratos recognized the familiar face. "Huh? That's Fikimir, one of the bosses from the Cliff of Death." Kratos approached, his eyes coldly questioning. "What are you doing here?" Fikimir stammered. "That's..." A thunderous punch landed directly on Fikimir's mask before he could finish his sentence. Zephyros wondered. Kratos calmly explained his interrogation philosophy. "He looks like he's trying to hide something. A good beating is the most effective way to deal with it." Fikimir struggled to his feet, still trying to act tough. Indeed worthy of the Demon King. However, I, Fikimir, won't confess easily. His challenge was cut short by a brutal group beating. After the interrogation, Kratos exhaled tiredly. The red-haired warrior carried the limp Fikimir in his arms. Whew, that was tiring. A system panel appeared before Kratos. He used 50 HP to upgrade his stamina, a silent preparation for the upcoming battle. Under the brutal punches, Fikimir's will shattered. "All right, wait, I'll talk. To be honest, I was ordered to sabotage the farm, so all of you would starve to death." Fikimir's confession exposed the mastermind. Ultimately, Saruthal was the one who cut off the aid requests. In the Great Hall, Zephyros analyzed the Star-Lord's plot. "I understand. He only grows stronger when many demons starve to death. This is a revolutionary act. This could be an opportunity. If you defeat Star-Lord Saruthal, those who are complaining will see it as a warning." Kratos mused. Even without this incident, Sarathul's faction would still be a thorn in his side. I need a sure way to deal with them. Zephyros brought up the biggest obstacle. The problem is how to defeat Saruthal. He has the ability to turn his body into a ghost. Kratos recalled that even in the game, Saruthal would lurk all over the Death Classic map, turning everything into a game of hide-and-seek. Kratos' eyes flashed with a cruel glint. If bugs are too hard to kill because they hide, then we must drag them out of their nest. In a barren land, the young demon girl Flute held a small shovel, looking up at a large figure. Ashurat, a demon with long black hair and a muscular physique, coldly looked down. "What are you looking at?" Flute seemed flustered. Stammering. So. So. The girl bowed deeply, her voice full of gratitude. I heard that thanks to your sacrifice, we now have food. Thank you, sir. Rage flared in Asherat's bloodshot eyes. Nailed to the cross, Asherat roared amidst Flute's terrified scream. How dare you mock me? I'll kill you, you damn brat! Just you wait, Kratos. As soon as I get out, I'll find and kill you. His venomous oath echoed through the air. Suddenly, a voice from afar made Asherat freeze. Come on, all at once! He looked in astonishment towards Kratos. Under the moonlight, a bizarre scene unfolded. A crowd was dancing and celebrating. So much fun. So much fun. A banner was held high. Congratulations, the second lightning rod is in place. Kratos was personally hammering the final nail into another cross, where Fikimir was tightly bound. Cheers resounded. What? The second lightning rod? So I am. Asherat froze, a thought flashing through his mind. A mad smile spread across his lips, tears streaming down. I'm free. I won't have to be a roasted chicken day and night anymore. But then, Fikimir's cross was erected right next to him. Hope vanished. Kratos roared a savage command, gesturing with his hand. He means we're now 2 lightning rods. A terrifying current struck down, engulfing both in blinding light. The sky lit up. 2 figures were brutally punished by the pure energy. In a distant place, Saruthul shivered slightly. The attack had reached its true target. The old man let out a cry of agony, his face contorted in pain and rage. My trusted subordinate Fikimir. And Kratos, the mastermind, continued to roar, pouring all his strength into the cruel and brutal punishment. Fikimir's body convulsed violently under the scorching energy. His inarticulate screams were muffled behind the bone mask. Saruthul's roar echoed, a cry of agony. Fikimir! How much pain are you in? Kratos, his face crazed, continued to unleash his wrath upon the 2 condemned prisoners. Fikimir writhed under the brutal and merciless punishment, his body submerged in the punitive light. The Star-Lord cried out in despair. Stop! Stop now! Suddenly, Kratos paused. His sharp gaze darted in another direction, sensing an unwelcome presence. Kratos recognized the spy. It's the scout ghosts from the game. Looks like they're watching very closely. Kratos' smile turned into a cruel sneer. Dare to ruin my harvest? I'll make you regret it. Meanwhile, in a barren land, under a blazing red sky, another scene was unfolding. Little Flute was diligently digging the ground with a toy shovel. Asherat, still nailed to the cross, silently observed. Her slender hand gripped the shovel handle tightly, a small but determined effort. Asherat's hoarse voice rang out. Kid, what are you doing? Flute flinched. Well... The innocent girl explained. His Majesty the Demon King and the 4 heavenly kings. All the adults are busy farming, so I want to help too. Asherat scoffed. Ha! You stupid low-ranking demon. The bastard next to me has already tilled the fields. Do something more useful. Flute's eyes lit up. Really? Thank you. You tilled the fields and even acted as a lightning rod. Asherat was stunned. What? In his delirium, Fikimir smiled contentedly. Oh, how sweet. My efforts were truly worth it. Asherat was speechless. This guy's lost his mind. Asherat scoffed. Tilling in this desolate place? Your damn sweet potato hasn't even sprouted yet. But Flute misunderstood. She happily ran off. Thank you, sweet potato sprouts, Asherat snapped. Hey, kid! Leaving the barrenness behind, the girl ran towards the horizon, carrying a small hope. Asherat merely sneered. Ha! What can a low-ranking demon do? Meanwhile, at the Demon King's castle, a cruel plot was taking shape under the blazing red Sunday. Zephyros expressed concern. Saruthul knows this is a trap. Will he come to save Fikimir? Kratos replied curtly. Of course not. He explained his ruthless plan. To make that old man show himself, we must first eliminate all his subordinates. Under the moonlight, Kratos' army was ready. The command was given, cold as ice. Leave no one alive. Suddenly, a bone raven carrying a magic orb glided across the sky, signaling an ill omen. Sitting on his throne, Saruthul gave a faint smile. Kratos, that fool. Does he think his subordinates will appear just by waiting? The old man's eyes turned cold. Though I feel sorry for Fikimir, I have only one goal. That is to destroy the harvest. Advance. My crop phantoms, from nothingness grotesque spirits materialized, screaming in silence. They rushed forth like a flood, a ghostly army born from despair. The granary door was about to be shattered. Crush all the potatoes and plunge them into oblivion. Inside the granary, distorted crop spirits materialized, surging in like a ghostly tide. Kratos observed from above, a confident sneer on his face, just as expected. The demons were bewildered, seemingly sensing something unusual in the air. He stood on the rafters, looking down at Saruthal's minions. I knew the crop demons would appear. Kratos's blazing red eyes flashed with cruelty. Welcome to your graves. The demons let out silent screams, sensing a deadly trap. Kratos reminisced. The first time I encountered these crop demons in the game, I felt utter despair. In his memory, a lone knight faced them. They were Saruthal's second elite force. The real problem was that they always moved in swarms. Just a slight touch. The knight's body was immediately enveloped, aging at a terrifying speed. His painful screams echoed in Kratos's mind. Not to mention, they also copied the opponent's equipped skills. A truly troublesome bunch. Kratos returned to reality, a smile back on his lips. All right, but there's a way to wipe them out. Magical electricity crackled in his hand. Who wants to be roasted first? Just attack them with lightning element items. The demons panicked, realizing the deadly danger. It's a trap! Run! But Kratos only laughed loudly, his face glowing with madness. No, the real trap is what comes next. The demons suddenly froze, seeing dried black bloodstains on the iron door. What the hell is this? Blood? It's Kratos's blood that was smeared on last night. Kratos roared, violent energy gathering around his hand. And now, my stage 2 ability? A blood-red lightning bolt violently erupted from the Demon King's body. It spread at a terrifying speed, engulfing the entire space. The blazing red lightning bolts pierced through the demons, making them shriek in pain. The attack swept through every corner, leaving no one to escape. Wide Area Blood Strike, a move that stripped the demons of their ethereal form. Now we can attack them physically. Deploy the Farmer Guard Squad. From the void, burly demon farmers appeared, hoes and shovels in hand, charging into battle. They swung their crude yet powerful weapons, striking directly at the panicking demons. Kratos smirked. The Farmer Guard Squad might look ordinary, but they're the strongest unit on the final map. The sweep began. The harvest demons were completely helpless against the elite farmer army. Well, I really feel like a cruel and intelligent alpha demon lord. Maybe I truly belong in this world. Suddenly, Kratos spotted a tiny soul trying to hide. Are there any demons left that haven't been roasted yet? I'll personally finish them off. He shot off, determined not to leave a single one behind. Kratos landed on a giant pile of grain, but the prey was gone. He looked around, bewildered. And then, from within the pile of seeds, a small demon girl looked up, her eyes wide with terror. Kratos froze, his blood-red eyes reflecting extreme confusion. Huh? What is this? Since when? Right in front of the demon girl, a harvest demon hovered, its distorted form poised to devour the innocent soul. Flute! A skinny demon's voice shrieked, rushing forward with a panicked expression. Kratos sneered dismissively. Tsk! There are always a few idiots. Whatever. The priority now is to eliminate as many fleeing harvest demons as possible. He growled, calculating his options. More importantly, how do I deal with this? The bloodstrike can't reach that far. Suddenly, a small object flew past, aimed directly at the demon. Kratos snapped, Are you an idiot? What do you expect to achieve by throwing that? The demon lord's face clearly showed annoyance at the pointless action. The strange object collided directly with the demon, creating a small ripple of energy. The demon seemed to shrivel, not from the impact, but from a strange reaction. A pink aura suddenly enveloped the object, swirling in the air. Kratos was stunned, his anger turning into bewilderment. He didn't understand what was happening. The potato sprouted, releasing a small pink soul. An unbelievable transformation. The small soul gently landed on the pile of seeds, right before Flute's bewildered eyes. In the sky, the last demon souls finally vanished into the void, restoring peace to the night. Kratos looked down, a thought suddenly flashing in his mind. Wait, is that a sprout? The potato lay amidst the pile of seeds, its fresh green sprouts vigorously reaching out. In the depths of Kratos's eyes, a spark of astonishment flickered. The demon's aging acceleration restarted the potato's dormant biological clock. He snatched flute, potatoes scattering everywhere. His face twisted into a wild grin. "Well done, kid." Flute froze, her eyes wide with horror at the demon lord's smile. Standing atop the potato mountain, Kratos roared, "Hear me, farm guards! Forget about luring Saruthal out." He bent down, his hand gripping a potato tightly. "From now on, we attack. That will be more advantageous." A strange land appeared in his mind. Where am I? A muscular demon, tightly bound. Who am I? What do I live for? Oh, the sun is so beautiful. Oh, source of life, I am grateful to face you. A gnawing hunger arose. Oh, is this hunger? Even in this state, I still yearn to live. A voice echoed, "Lord Ashurat." The name Ashurat echoed, pulling his consciousness back from the haze. Back in reality, Flute happily showed off her achievement. "Thanks to your advice about the potato sprouts, everything's fine. I even made a lot of chunyo." In the shadows, a pair of eyes watched. Lord Kratos has assembled an army of farmers and set off to plant sprouted potatoes. Bound to the cross, Ashurat screamed in a frenzy of hunger. "Food! There's food!" Flute stood there, her voice innocent. "You must be very hungry, right? I'll give you this." The girl put all her strength into throwing a hard object. The dried potato flew straight into Ashurat's eye. He roared furiously, "Kill! I'll kill you!" Flute panicked. "I'm sorry, just one more." This time, the potato flew straight into his mouth. The rage suddenly subsided. An unexpected deliciousness spread, leaving Ashurat ecstatic. The system panel appeared. The entire Legion's HP had increased. Ah, so delicious. Back in the present, Kratos mumbled as he checked the troop count. Including the new recruits who received chunyo, there are 300 demons. One is that kid. Who's the other one? A smug smile spread across his lips. Well, whoever it is, the more HP, the better. We need to save up for the raid on Saruthal. Farmer Legion, advance. Under the banner of agriculture, the demon army was fired up. For a bountiful harvest, they advanced to a chasm, where a rickety bridge led into the enemy's lair. Suddenly, two ghostly figures appeared on the bridge. A command rang out, "Cut the bridge!" The cold axe blade severed the ropes. The bridge broke apart, falling into the deep chasm. Mocking laughter echoed. "What can you do without a bridge?" But from behind, a dark figure shot across the chasm, leaving the demons below in astonishment. Kim Jang-cheol plunged into the abyss. From a rocky crevice, two ghostly spirits watched, whispering. Their savage laughter echoed throughout the canyon. Kratos, that fool. He just jumped down like an idiot. So stupid. They gloated over their enemy's recklessness, certain he would be torn to shreds. But then, they realized the dark figure was falling straight towards them. The smiles on their grotesque faces froze, replaced by utter horror. Kim Jang-cheol shot down like an arrow, his sharp gaze locked onto his target. His blazing red eyes gleamed with cold calculation, completely overwhelming the enemy's fear. The spirits shrieked, "Horrible! Disgusting!" They frantically recoiled from the approaching enemy. Terrifying, terrifying. Mid-air, Kim Jang-cheol smirked, a finger raised confidently. Just as planned. He recalled his plan, remembering why he had to take such a risk. According to my genius plan, the harvest demons should be afraid of potatoes. But if I charge in alone, empty-handed, Saruthal, the Star Lord, roared from the shadows. He's alone and has no cursed potatoes. Advance, harvest demons. Even a graze is a victory for us. The command was given, and the demons charged frantically, determined to tear the intruder apart. Kim Jang-cheol's eyes flashed red. Secret technique. Quantum teleportation. His body suddenly dissolved into countless afterimages, effortlessly gliding past the bewildered demon's encirclement. Ashurat plunged down, his ethereal body phasing through the rock face. Only a faint wisp of smoke passed, and he vanished without a trace. The demons panicked. What kind of weird movement is that? When did he start phasing through walls? Above us. He's up there. They frantically charged upwards. Catch him! If we just grab him, we win! No way. Did the Demon King disappear in an instant? Ashurat muttered, his eyes sharp. This is the 15th time. I've explored every corner of this map. If all enemy spawn areas in the game were combined into one place. Kim Jang-cheol stood there, defiant. Above, hundreds of spirits had been herded into a single point, forming a ghostly vortex. A mysterious smile played on his lips. Everything was going according to plan. The demon snarled, certain of victory. "You're tired, aren't you? Even if you're the Demon King, this is the end for you." "No, I am not the Demon King now." Kim Jang-cheol's gaze was icy. "I am a veteran player." He roared a single command. "Make it happen! Sprout! Make it sprout!" The rallying cry echoed, summoning farmers from hell. Countless sprouting potatoes flew past, piercing through the bewildered demons. An agricultural sweep. Amidst the potato rain, Kim Jang-cheol calmly declared, "And also, farming." Memories flooded back. Zephyros had once been skeptical, but now only admiration remained. Initially, I wasn't sure, but once again, the Demon King's words were perfectly accurate. Kim Jang-cheol had entrusted Zephyros with a map and a top-secret mission. While I herd them into one place, you, Zephyros, lead the Farmer Legion according to this map. His confident smile in the past was like an affirmation. There's something there. A secret passage. Kim Jang-cheol's smile concealed a long-calculated plan. After escaping the terrifying death cliffs just before reaching the final map, I scoured the entire area and found it. The memory returned to an image of a paladin standing before a stone wall. There's nothing here, yet it's so detailed. Noticing the difference, he swung his sword. Why is the texture here different? The wall shattered under the blade. A secret passage was revealed behind the bricks and stones. That's right, darling. This tunnel connects the place where we had our first battle with Saruthal and this cave. He hadn't realized that the path could only be entered after clearing the area. Inside was a forgotten treasure. You can get transformation potion there. He told us to take it if it exists in the real world. Currently, the cheers of the demon farmers rang out. "It sprouts! We can plant them right now." Tears of happiness streamed down. Hope for a prosperous life ignited. "Wait for me, flute. Finally, we can live and eat our fill." Kim Jang-cheol watched silently, his face shrouded in shadow. A warm voice from the past echoed. "You must be so hungry, Jang-cheol. Grandma promises you'll have a feast tonight. Just wait a little longer." But the warm memory was quickly replaced by the tragic image of an accident. Past pain forged his iron will in the present. His eyes grew cold. He whispered a grim vow. "Anyone who stands in the way of us eating our fill will be utterly crushed." Killing intent emanated, without mercy. "Demon King!" A subordinate's call pulled him back to reality. The red-haired warrior declared, "Saruthal is very strong. I will help too." Kim Jang-cheol waved him off. "You just carry the potatoes. This is the boss's job." In an icy cave, Saruthal performed a ritual. "Oh, great ice spirit heart," he roared, begging for power. "Bind and defeat even more spirits with your mighty cold. Grant me more soldiers and strength." A powerful stomp crushed the ice spirit under his heel. Saruthal looked up in horror. "Kratos! Why are you here?" Kim Jang-cheol replied coldly. "None of your business." He smirked, killing intent spreading. Time to exterminate the pests. The two enemies faced each other, between them a stone pedestal and a hovering ice spirit mass. Saruthal scoffed. "You're a fool, Kratos. You came alone, thinking you could defeat me?" Streams of cold energy swirled around Kim Jang-cheol. "You haven't seen my true power." The cold energy erupted violently. Or perhaps I have. Kim Jang-cheol's eyes were sharp, 19 times to be exact. Memories flooded back. While pursuing Saruthal, who constantly fled through the cliffs, I repeatedly clashed with his subordinates, and finally wiped out all the monsters there. Then he ran into the room containing the Ice Spirit Heart, a terrifying artifact created from the life force of an ancient dragon, an icy trap that imprisoned the souls of the dead. He tried to summon more subordinates with that power, but the paladin arrived just in time, and the final battle began. Kim Jang-cheol recalled the fated moment. It was then that he finally used his true power. In Kim Jang-cheol's memory, the paladin's power erupted into a vortex of pure energy. "You are strong, Kratos. That's precisely why The energy converged, taking shape as a new entity. "We'll win this battle," the paladin roared, transforming into a perfect copy of Kratos. Ultimate skill. Copy all of the opponent's stats. Even a small mistake would mean death. Kim Jang-cheol recalled, but the stats he copied were those of the current Demon King Kratos, someone who is no longer strong. A sinister smile appeared on Kratos' lips. The copy let out a wild roar, not understanding what was happening. Kratos calmly used HP to upgrade his stats. Agility was enhanced. The copy's attack missed its target. He was stunned as Kratos easily dodged. A devastating punch struck back. Blood splattered everywhere. Kratos continued to upgrade his power. The copy was in extreme pain. Kratos' hand gripped the copy's wrist tightly, stopping all resistance. It hurts so much. Why? Why are you still unharmed? The copy cried out in despair. Grinding also requires brains. Kratos smirked. The copy could only clutch its broken wrist, its face contorted in pain. Kratos sacrificed life force, converting it into magical and spiritual power. Stats were instantly upgraded. In the memory, a destructive lightning strike descended from Demon King Kratos' hand, aimed directly at the paladin's copy. The enemy could only scream in despair, as it was incinerated by the pure energy. The Demon King's power completely overwhelmed, crushing the one who dared to copy his form. The copy's body melted, turning into an amorphous puddle of liquid. Back in reality, Kratos coldly stood, looking at the remnants of his enemy at his feet. The system panel reappeared, announcing that all his stats had been raised by 1 tier. The growth quest was complete. The reward was a new skill, Summon Peasant Throne. Kratos was a little surprised. The Peasant King's throne, equipped with all sorts of sturdy farming tools. Oh, great, I needed new gear. Suddenly, a faint call echoed from the puddle. Kratos. He turned back, a hint of doubt in his expression. The puddle of liquid boiled again. A resentful voice echoed. Do you think it's over? Kratos didn't flinch. No. A battle always has a second phase in the latter half. From the puddle, a colossal, ancient, evil dragon rose, roaring to declare its original form. Kratos silently assessed the opponent's strength. Well, its attack power and HP are no joke. After all, it's the final boss of the penultimate area. But a confident smile bloomed on his lips. But do you know something? A demon warrior was sent flying by a devastating attack. From above, Kim Jang-cheol merely observed coldly. He smirked, standing amidst his legion. I just came back from the final boss area. So what now? The ancient evil dragon roared, its pitch-black eyes flashing with deadly light. But then, the colossal monster suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, raising its claws in confusion. Wait, let's talk first. The plea was ignored. The demon folk swarmed the dragon like ants, treating it as a bountiful harvest. The clang of weapons echoed. You dare obstruct our farming? Die, spare me. Kim Jang-cheol crossed his arms, muttering, well, if I fought it directly, I'd probably win. But it can talk and move, so killing it myself feels a bit strange. He continued to ponder amidst the chaotic battle. But perhaps everyone is still hungry, so they're not fighting with full vigor. They've been fighting for so long, and it's still not dead. A thought flashed. Perhaps I should fight it more efficiently. The system panel appeared. New skill unlocked. Summon Peasant Throne. Remaining HP 2. Green energy gathered in the sky. Kim Jang-cheol decided to try the new move. Summon Peasant Throne. From the sky, a dazzling beam of light descended, carrying a bizarre throne made of countless farming tools. The colossal throne loomed in the air, casting a shadow over the white dragon and the chaotic crowd below. A terrifying tremor shook the ground as the throne plunged straight down onto the battlefield. Even Kim Jang-cheol was astonished by the sight. Huh? The dust settled. The throne was deeply embedded in the ground, surrounded by burly demon peasants, hoes and shovels in hand, ready for a bloody harvest. The demon peasants roared in extreme excitement. That's a true demon king, not just letting him die, but smashing his head in. Brutal, savage, truly demonic. That's a demon king. How could mere small fry like us imitate that? The cheers were incessant. That's right, Kratos. Yes, Kratos. Kim Jang-cheol just stood there silently, accepting the frenzied adoration. He brushed aside all thoughts. Whatever. A powerful roar echoed, blending with the fervor of his subordinates. And this was the result. 2 demon folk were impaled on stakes, becoming gruesome scarecrows in the desolate field. The soul of a poor wretch escaped its body, floating towards the cold moon. I am ascending. The entire field had been plowed. 2 figures on wooden stakes silently guarded for an upcoming harvest. The burly peasants carried baskets of sprouted seed potatoes on their shoulders. The throne made of farming tools stood tall, proof that the pests had been completely eradicated. Kim Jang-cheol roared a demonic command, leading his peasant army. Come on! It's time to plant potatoes! Suddenly, an azure crystal floated into existence before him. The scene changed abruptly. Kim Jang-cheol stood stunned. Zephyros appeared behind him with a puzzled expression. A notification window appeared. The quest to defeat Saruthal has been completed. He was stunned. Did I continue from the 19th attempt in the game? The reward was revealed. A hidden event has been triggered. The blue crystal emitted a brilliant light. Inside the crystal, a sealed origin has awakened. Icy energy began to surge violently. An icy spirit was screaming inside the crystal, an ancient power about to be unleashed. Kim Jang-cheol froze at the emerald light emanating from the crystal. What the hell? Inside, a tiny creature was stirring, seemingly just waking up from a long sleep. His eyes widened, disbelieving what he was seeing. A dragon? The icebox slowly opened, revealing a bewildered baby dragon looking out at the world. Its big, round eyes lit up when it saw Kim Jang-cheol. T-Bone! It happily cheered again, completely unaware of the danger before it. The Demon King slowly descended, his imposing figure enveloping the tiny creature. The baby dragon looked up, its innocent eyes reflecting a question. Is this creature my dad? Kim Jang-cheol froze. The two words, my dad, leaving him completely speechless. He picked up the dragon. It trustingly nuzzled its head into his hand. Kiabone! It recounted its fear of being imprisoned in the darkness, and then its joy burst forth. You finally found me, Dad! Kim Jang-cheol's smile turned savage, his red eyes gleaming with a covetous gaze. So cute. A bad premonition struck, and the baby dragon trembled. Dad? His burly subordinates suddenly rushed forward, howling wildly. Wow! Let's eat it! Choo-choo! Swallow! The shouts of, let's eat, echoed, crushing all the tiny creature's nascent hopes. Kim Jang-cheol roared, stopping his subordinates' hunger. Idiots! We have to raise it first! Its sparkling eyes welled up with tears, and the tiny creature trembled. Wait, are you going to eat me, Dad? The Demon King froze, his face scrunched up in confusion. Huh? The scene suddenly changed. The demon farmers returned with joyful cheers, happily showing off the fruits of their labor. Dad! The farmers are back! A warm reunion scene. Happy smiles and tight embraces. A completely different demon world. Nestled in the Demon King's arms, the baby dragon was bewildered. Huh? I feel warm energy from everyone. The fear vanished, replaced by a strange sense of security. These creatures, they're not scary at all. But Kim Jang-cheol's terrifying smile shattered the illusion. Ah, I take it back. They're extremely scary. The Demon King's castle appeared under the red moon, a fortress of despair. Inside, the baby dragon rolled around on the cold stone floor, trembling with fear. Its big, round eyes were filled with extreme horror as it realized its fate. Kim Jang-cheol exhaled an annoyed puff of smoke, his face thoughtful and troubled. The dragon's inner voice echoed with despair. Ah! They're just waiting for me to grow up. The Demon King scratched his head in frustration. What should I feed it? I heard baby dragons eat refined gemstones, but all we have here are piles of old, rusty metal. Just then, Assistant Zephyros appeared with a serious demeanor. My lord, I'm here to report. Zephyros reported with a grave expression. As expected, we are having difficulty building the ridges. To cultivate, fertile soil ridges need to be built, a task that requires the soil to be very loose and free of impurities. But the harsh reality was that this land was full of rocks and pebbles. The demon farmers complained bitterly, their hoes breaking. My hoe! Why are there so many rocks? The baby dragon trembled in the Demon King's arms, secretly thinking that it too was just a slave, destined to be worked to death sooner or later. Kim Jang-cheol frowned in annoyance. This isn't a field, it's a coal mine. At this rate, just clearing rocks will take a lifetime. He mumbled calculations, realizing that if manpower and rewards continued to be consumed like this, the plan would soon go bankrupt. Helplessness surged, and he growled. Tsk, if only I were like the protagonist in a story, able to summon a spirit beast to clear rocks or something. That would be great. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a small figure. The little girl, Flute, was diligently using a piece of rock to dig at the barren land. Her face was streaked with sweat, her eyes full of determination but also clearly showing fatigue. A smirk suddenly appeared on Kim Jang-cheol's lips. An idea had just sparked in his mind. He stood up straight, his expression becoming resolute. Enough complaining. We have to find a solution. That's right, Windblade. He raised his hand, and magic power began to converge. The baby dragon looked up bewildered, sensing a terrifying surge of energy. A fierce whirlwind formed from nothing, sweeping rocks and soil into the sky. The colossal column of wind roared, its power strong enough to tear apart an entire region. Kim Jang-cheol was stunned, a memory of disaster suddenly flooding back. Damn it! I forgot about that. This wasteland sometimes randomly spawned razor-sharp whirlwinds. If you get caught in one, you'll be torn to 100 pieces in an instant. He roared, clutching the terrified baby dragon tightly. Quick, find cover. Hide behind those rocks. The demon tribe scattered in panic, searching for any possible shelter. Get down, as low as possible. The terrifying wind pressure was so immense that he had to brace himself against it. The feeling in the game was nothing compared to this brutal reality. A natural disaster. The greatest threat to cultivation. Amidst the fleeing crowd, Flute still charged headfirst forward. But then, an unbelievable sight caught Kim Jang-cheol's eye, making him stop short. The little girl was recklessly rushing towards Asura, who was tied to a stake in the middle of the storm. Asura! Flute! Kim Jang-cheol growled, about to rush after her. It's that kid again! The skinny demon suddenly snatched the little dragon from his hands, trying to block his way. Kim Jang-cheol handed back the dragon, his eyes blazing. Protect it! Whoever gets in my way, I'll kill! The other demons cried out in terror. Demon King, it's too dangerous. You'll die if you go in there. He knew, but he couldn't abandon them. I can't lose my valuable laborer. Farming isn't just a stroll to pick fruit. Flute screamed at the whirlwind, trying to shake the stake. What do you know? Get out of the way! Farming is. Living is. Kim Jang-cheol charged straight into the heart of the storm, where Asura and Flute were trapped. After all its fighting, Flute cried out in despair. Get out of the way, kid! Demon King! Kim Jang-cheol landed on the ground with terrifying force, shaking the entire area. Tied tightly to the stake, Asura braced himself against the furious, howling winds. The whirlwind ripped the stake from the ground, sweeping away both Asura and Flute. Sharp debris pierced his flesh, and Kim Jang-cheol paused for a moment. Blood gushed out, but the girl resolutely refused to let go of the stake. Asura roared. That's a knot even the 4 heavenly kings couldn't untie, you fool! Hurry and go! Flute's eyes widened, astonished by the unbelievable sight unfolding before her. Amidst the raging storm, Kim Jang-cheol had stopped the stake, carrying both of them on his shoulders. The little dragon whispered, I can feel that creature's power. My father isn't that strong. He roared defiantly, mustering all his strength to resist nature's fury. Every muscle taut, he turned his body into a living anchor, digging deep into the ground. And yet, he still went so far to help others. The little dragon realized a truth. Bearing the weight of lives on his shoulders, he strode against the storm, a solitary yet resilient figure. Kim Jang-cheol braced himself, carrying 2 lives on his shoulders, directly confronting the brutal whirlwind. He gritted his teeth, every muscle taut, veins bulging on his ashen face from exertion. The weight of the stake and the pressure of the gale seemed to crush the Demon King's back. His body swayed, sliding across the ground, but his feet held firm, refusing to yield. From afar, the little dragon witnessed everything. My father is a benevolent creature. It darted forward, a decisive blue streak. Before the colossal whirlwind, the little dragon's body was like a speck of dust, but it didn't hesitate. It took a deep breath, compressing all the cold energy within its tiny body. A stream of icy breath shot out, tearing through the air. The colossal column of icy air shot straight into the eye of the storm, an extraordinary effort to change the situation. Kim Jang-cheol gasped, noticing the change. The knife-sharp winds have weakened. Did it use cold energy to weaken the wind current? The little dragon continued to strain, continuously spewing out cold air. But its strength was limited. No, this is too much. Kim Jang-cheol's eyes showed a flicker of worry. For a little dragon, the whirlwind still swirled violently, devouring everything in its path. Inside the storm, not only Kim Jang-cheol's group, but other demons were also being swept away in despair. Under the pale moonlight, the Demon King's castle stood tall, solitary, and cold. A chilling wind blew through, signaling ill omens. Inside, Kim Jang-cheol lay motionless on his bed. The room was silent, with only moonlight filtering through the window, casting long shadows on the floor. Urgent footsteps echoed. 2 dark figures approached, one in a suit, the other in armor. Zephyros and Serbi, 2 ambitious individuals, had met. Their eyes met, filled with malicious schemes. Zephyros narrowed his eyes, his voice sharp and cold. While the Demon King is weakened, I will take his head. Serbi's eyes flashed with cruelty. After dealing with those fools, Baal and Asherat, one of us will become the new Demon King. Zephyros turned and walked away, leaving a deadly promise. Until then, we are allies. The Demon King's bedroom door burst open. Light from the hallway streamed in. clearly illuminating Kim Jang-cheol's figure still lying on the bed. The two traders quietly entered. The air was thick, with murderous intent. Zephyros raised his hand, dark magic gathering, ready for the finishing blow. Serbi lunged forward, her sharp auxiliary arm swinging out. But before Zephyros's hand could descend, another attack blocked her. The Demon King's hand had seized Serbi's face. He had been waiting. Kim Jang-cheol's fiery red eyes snapped open, his rage erupting like hellfire. Serbi realized the deadly trap in horror. He was wide awake, waiting for us. Even caught, Serbi roared defiantly. This is our only chance, Kim Jang-cheol's icy voice rang out. You two, what are you doing? Two tall figures suddenly appeared at the door, blocking their retreat. Baal carried a colossal battle axe on his shoulder, his eyes sharp. The red-haired warrior spoke in a deep, authoritative voice. The Demon King is sleeping. Do not disturb him. The trader screamed in horror upon seeing the Demon King's face. This is his sleeping face? No wonder he's the Demon King. Baal growled, his sharp eyes showing no mercy. If you wake him, I will not forgive you. Zephyros glanced at the cloaked figure standing next to Baal, his voice full of contempt. I understand that muscle-brained idiot, but Asura, you too? You're siding with the Demon King, the one who wants us to become farmers? Asura smirked, a smile hidden behind his cloak. He was simply repaying a debt. Not exactly. I owe him my life. Next time, I'll be on your side. Zephyros roared, exposing the absurdity of the Demon King's policy. Don't you realize? Just growing potatoes has caused so many problems already. The harvest will fail, and we'll all starve to death. Ashurat remained nonchalant. That's just how things are. A fleeting memory, the image of a small demon girl, diligently digging in the barren soil. Her small hands, covered in mud, clutched a gardening trowel. Ashurat spoke in a deep, hoarse voice, carrying the weight of experience. To avoid starving, you must bet your very life. Zephyros sneered, his eyes flashing with defiance. If I have to take risks anyway, I'd rather fight. That's my specialty. You lowlifes will regret this. Zephyros's eyes blazed with murderous intent. The atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. The two factions lunged at each other, ready for a merciless battle. Suddenly, Baal let out a loud yawn. The Demon King is awake. Kim Jang-cheol groggily sat up, rubbing his temples, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Ashurat, you. Ashurat chuckled, deliberately provoking him. Did you hear that? I'm not on your side. I'm just repaying a debt this time. Kim Jang-cheol's sleepiness vanished, replaced by a furious rage. Why can a walking lightning rod move and talk normally like that? For a moment, a memory of Ashurat appeared, his face covered in injuries after the fated battle. It was the aftershock of the destructive lightning pillar, a judgment from heaven that had flattened everything. Back in the present, Kim Jang-cheol gave a decisive order while Baal carried the defeated foe on his shoulder. No time to waste. Mobilize everyone and continue clearing the rubble. Baal reported the situation. The rocks are almost gone. Zephyros is piling them up. Kim Jang-cheol froze, completely bewildered by what was happening. Before him was a cleared wasteland, with only demonkind diligently working under the Sunday. He approached Zephyros while Ashurat was impaled in the distance. Hey, Zephyros, where did you put all the rocks? Demon King, you're awake. Zephyros casually pointed towards the distant horizon. Ah, if you mean the pile of rocks, they're over there. A tiny blue speck hovered over a colossal rock mountain. Kim Jang-cheol recognized it in astonishment. Huh? T-Bone? It turned out the culprit was the baby dragon, devouring the rocks with relish. With a full belly, T-Bone flew into the air, looking utterly satisfied after the hearty meal. I'm too small to block the sharp winds, but I've eaten everything without being picky, so now I'll grow faster. Kim Jang-cheol joyfully ran over, spreading his arms wide. T-Bone! The baby dragon also rushed towards him. Dad! He embraced the tiny creature, his hearty laughter echoing through the space. Ha ha ha, oh, my little darling. It turned out T-Bone could sense and block deadly winds. Despite the unpredictable weather, they now had a reliable early warning system. Kim Jang-cheol confidently outlined the next plan. The field is almost ready. Now it's time to take care of the potatoes. No need for more grueling work. Kim Jang-cheol's eyes gleamed with steely determination. The first enemy of agriculture is natural disaster. The second is cost. Those are the walls we must overcome. The scene shifted to a deserted corridor, magnificent yet cold. A silent atmosphere enveloped it. In a private room, Serbi sat alone, looking exhausted. She held her head, seemingly worn out after long days. She took off her heavy helmet, revealing her golden hair and a delicate but weary face. A heavy sigh escaped her. Her face was tinged with sadness, her eyes closed, trying to find a moment of peace. This fertilizer smell, even after days away from the fields, it still hasn't gone away. A sudden knock echoed at the door. Kim Jang-cheol's voice called out, "Serbi, I need to talk to you." She frowned in annoyance. "What is it? I have nothing to say." "I really need your help. Please, open the door." His voice from outside was more earnest. Serbi still firmly refused. "To avoid misunderstandings, please go back." But Kim Jang-cheol did not back down. "No, I'm coming in." She lost her patience, turning sharply. "I already said there's nothing to." Her words caught in her throat. Each part of Kim Jang-cheol's body was phasing through the solid wooden door, an eerie and abnormal sight. He fully materialized in the middle of the room. Serbi recoiled, screaming in horror and anger. "My God, are you insane? Who barges into a lady's room like that?" But instead of responding, Kim Jang-cheol suddenly recoiled, squatting on the floor in a strangely submissive posture. Serbi froze, completely unable to understand what was happening. "What the hell is this?" Kim Jang-cheol bowed his head, his voice trembling with despair. "Serbi, without you, I can't do anything." Serbi's eyes widened in surprise. Faced with the Demon King's sudden and desperate plea, she was completely bewildered. Serbi's face flushed. Flustered by the Demon King's plea, she had never seen him so pathetic. "If it can save costs, I'm willing to kneel as many times as needed. Right now, I need your sharp and precise blade." Serbi hesitated, her heart racing. Reluctantly, she agreed. "If you say so, all right. At least I'll hear what you have to say." Kim Jang-cheol secretly thought, "This girl is ridiculously easygoing." And then, he led her to a mountain of potatoes. Serbi was stunned. "Cut these potatoes for me. We have to cut them in half to plant them." Serbi put her helmet back on, her eyes filled with extreme bewilderment. Was this why he humbled himself to beg her? Rage flared. "This bastard just played me! Damn Demon King!" He calmly explained the rules. "The job is simple. Don't cut potatoes with 3 sprouts or fewer. But if there are more than 4 sprouts, cut it. Also, make sure the number of sprouts is evenly distributed on both sides when cutting." A demonstrative slash tore through the potato. "See, easy, right? Potatoes, come here." Serbi growled. "I never said I'd do it." Despite her resistance, Kim Jang-cheol threw the potatoes directly at her. "Here." In that instant, Serbi's eyes glinted behind her mask. Sharp sword energy burst from her twin blades. A dance of steel and light. Countless slashes were unleashed at incredible speed. The potatoes were perfectly sliced in half, suspended in midair like a work of art. Kim Jang-cheol's jaw dropped, completely overwhelmed by the masterful sword display. "Whoa!" Kim Jang-cheol stared in awe at the perfectly sliced potatoes. "No kidding! How can you cut so precisely?" His face lit up with triumph. "I knew it! Only you can do this!" Serbi was stunned, her eyes behind the mask wide with confusion. Rage exploded. "Don't you dare try to sweet-talk me! You swindler! You villain! You trickster!" The knightess grabbed the Demon King's collar, making him stumble back in surprise. "Oh my!" Serbi pressed her sword against Kim Jang-cheol's chest, but she herself was flustered by the close proximity. What's happening?" He didn't flinch, merely quietly used a piece of cloth to wipe the stain from her blade. The silver blade gleamed under his hand, spotless and pristine. Serbi's cheeks flushed, her voice trembling. What are you doing?" Kim Jang-cheol calmly replied, his eyes not leaving the blade. "Potato juice got on you a bit, so of course I have to wipe it off." Serbi was utterly confused. "Are you crazy? Why are you acting like this? And those eyes? They're too sincere, warm, and profound." He smiled contentedly. "It's clean now. Feels good. If you don't wipe the knife carefully, disease will spread among the potatoes. You have to wipe it thoroughly and sincerely." Kim Jang-cheol stood upright, looking directly at Serbi, who was bowing her head shyly. "I'm asking you again. Please." The Demon King's eyes glowed, filled with conviction. "Only you can do this. The demon race can cut potatoes and help me save the slaves." Serbi glanced away, her cheeks still flushed, seemingly convinced. She reluctantly agreed. All right. I'll help you just this once. It's true you can't do anything without me, you foolish Demon King." Kim Jang-cheol rushed off, full of excitement. "All right. I'll bring boiling water and cloth. We'll cut them all night, Serby muttered behind him. This idiot! What are you so excited about? Hundreds of swords flashed. Countless perfectly sliced potato pieces flew through the air. From above, Zephyros coldly observed a ridiculous conversation somewhere. He smirked. There's a song that perfectly fits this mood. Amidst the potato rain, Kim Jang-chael and Serby danced with their swords like a frenzied duet. The lyrics rang out. Potatoes are sprouting, their leaves are growing, and their flowers are blooming. Zephyros's eyes glinted with contempt. Sergy, so you're also one of those foolish lowlives? Volunteering to be a slave just for a few compliments? Zephyros's memories returned to a different scene. Under the scorching sun, Ashurat was tied to a wooden stake, his body covered in wounds. Ashurat whispered in despair. What is the definition of life? What does it mean to live? What is the point of a lightning rod living? Is a life of suffering truly worth living? A small demon girl approached, offering a bowl of seeds. Lord Ashurat, the elders saved some chuno for you. Let's play chuno toss. Ashurat growled. You brat. Do you think I, Great Demon General Ashurat, would play with a low-level demon like you? Just come down here, and I'll devour you alive. The seed flew straight into Ashurat's face, a surprisingly accurate throw. The girl kept throwing while Ashurat yelled, You idiot! Can't you throw properly? Here, do it right! The girl yelled back. I'll kill you! Zephyros shook his head in exasperation. Ashurat has completely lost his fighting ability. He was beaten like an idiot and is now utterly ruined. Back in the present, Zephyros commanded. Attention, farmer squad! These are the cut-and-dried seed potatoes! The crowd cheered excitedly, rushing out to the field. Finally, we get to plant potatoes on our own land. Zephyros sighed. Baal was foolish from the start, so I expect nothing from him. Everyone's intelligence here is below average. The demon farmers surrounded Serby. Thank you, Lady Sergy. We're so grateful you cut all those potatoes for us. She turned her face away. Huh? Shut up! I didn't cut them for you. Zephyros's sharp gaze pierced Serby, who was looking embarrassed. What's with that silly expression? Sergy, is that the face of a great demon general? Zephyros turned to the overjoyed farmers. Seed potatoes. They're crying over something like that? Aren't you ashamed to be demons? In his eyes, they were all idiots. Even Hartok, who claimed to be the brain of the demon race, was just a clown with ridiculous ambitions. Idiots! You're all idiots! I, Hartok, will usurp the Demon King's throne. In the middle of the field, Kim Jang-chael began his lecture. Just plant them and listen. Soon, potato sprouts will grow and emerge from the ground. At that point, we must start thinning out the sprouts, Baal excitedly interjected. Baal is very good at chopping. Who do you want me to chop? Kim Jang-chael brushed him off. Forget it. Shut up. Kim Jang-chael raised his hand, explaining in detail. Each seed potato can produce at least 3 sprouts, and at most 5 or 6. He posed a question to challenge the crowd. Let me ask you something. Are more sprouts better or fewer sprouts better? Immediately, conflicting opinions erupted. More is better. Wrong. Fewer is better. Zephyros stood afar, disdainfully watching the chaotic scene. How pathetic. Why do they have to learn this? The farmers continued to argue. Why are fewer sprouts better? Exactly. More of anything is good. They even doubted the Demon King. That's right. The Demon King must have been mistaken. Zephyros's expression grew even more sullen. A farmer suddenly noticed Zephyros leaning against the tree. Lord Hartok? Zephyros sighed wearily. You foolish lowlifes. His eyes flashed coldly. Think for a moment. If there are too many sprouts, they will compete for each other's nutrients. That means the potatoes, what we will eat, will receive less nutrition. Kim Jang-chael stood stunned, listening to the unexpectedly logical explanation from the tree. He approached, his gaze full of scrutiny. Hey, Hartok, how do you know that? You're completely right. Have you ever farmed? Zephyros smirked, his expression as if stating the obvious. Do we need to learn something so basic? Sprouts and potatoes share nutrients? Isn't that obvious? Kim Jang-chael was speechless. He couldn't refute that logic, only ask further. So, how many sprouts are ideal? Zephyros sighed, his face weary. 2 sprouts is the obvious answer. Why ask? If you only think about nutrient loss, 1 sprout is ideal. But if that sprout breaks, the potato will die. He continued his lecture. So, after thinning the sprouts, there's still a lot to do. What do you think they are? We've created artificially healthy soil, fertilized, tilled the soil, and improved air circulation. But that kind of soil isn't only beneficial for potatoes. Unwanted weeds will also grow, stealing nutrients. Bale and the others were bewildered by this simple logic. Zephyros glanced at the crowd. We'll also have to pull them out. You can realize that with just a little thought. Serbi bowed her head, her expression as if she had just had an epiphany. Kim Jang-chil was dumbfounded. This basic agricultural knowledge was something his mighty demon race had never even considered. The farmers erupted in admiration. Kim Jang-chil joined in. Applaud! This is insane. You're a genius. Applaud the agricultural genius, Hartok. The shouts of genius echoed across the field, reverberating directly into Zephyros's mind. He stood frozen, his eyes tightly shut. The praise made him dizzy. Amidst the cheers, a memory suddenly resurfaced. Mother always called me an idiot. Zephyros stood silently under the tree, lost in thought. He covered his mouth with his hand, trying to suppress a sudden surge of emotion. What is this? Why am I crying like an idiot? Kim Jang-chil stepped forward, completely oblivious to his confusion. Hartok. The Demon King laughed gleefully. Oh, wise mind of the demon race, from today you shall lead the farmer corps as captain. Zephyros snapped awake, his demonic pride surging. Don't be ridiculous, I am a demon. My intellect exists for killing and plundering. Kim Jang-chil roared angrily at the silent farmers. What are all of you doing? Show some respect for the elite of the demon race. The crowd immediately responded, hands raised, shouts of elite echoing. Zephyros couldn't take it anymore. A furious roar burst from his chest. Shut up, you stupid low-class demons. Zephyros tilted his chin, his eyes full of condescension. From now on, just listen to me. I will guide you a little. The crowd of demon farmers erupted, hands raised in resounding cheers. A notification window suddenly appeared before Kim Jang-chil. You have won 4 psychological battles. He was completely bewildered. The system listed. He had seen through Bale's abandoned heart and turned him into a loyal subordinate. I did that? I had no idea. He gave the lonely Asura a friend, reducing his violence. A friend? Who? He melted Serbi's heart, which had never known love. Oh, good for her. But what did I do? And sowed confidence in Hartok, who only yearned for recognition. Kim Jang-chil realized with a shock, all of them have such fragile hearts. A new notification appeared, awarding the skill Blood Eye. Blood Eye? That's not in the game. Could it be an exclusive skill of the farmer's throne? The skill allows one to see the short-term future of a target, which can be a living creature or an object, even the sky. Kim Jang-chil's pupils turned fiery red, and a strange power surged. What is this? He broke into a mad grin, clenching his fists in extreme excitement. I can predict the weather? Somewhere between the demon race's forsaken lands and human territory, an old map appeared, marking a mysterious location. The scene shifted to Village of the Exiles, a desolate and remote place. A figure strode along the dirt road, entering the village. Inside a warehouse, Diol Frontera breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the person opposite him. You have fully recovered. What a relief, Sir Rivaj. Rivaj Azrahan smiled weakly. Thank you for taking care of me, Diol. In my next life, I wish to be born with a healthier body. A villager smiled bitterly. I want to be rich, to become a noble who can order others around. I guess that dream won't come true in the next life either. Rivaj turned to the muscular hero in the pink outfit. We are planning to return to the kingdom. Would you like to come along, Sir Kimchi? The blond man bowed his head, his voice subdued. I'm not sure. He continued, his gaze distant. As I said, I don't even remember who I am. I don't live among humans either. Memories flooded back. Images of villagers startled and terrified when he first arrived. They didn't welcome me. Loneliness was evident on the warrior's face. Someone like me. Will I be accepted? Rivaj and the villagers silently watched him, the atmosphere heavy. Rivaj smiled gently, offering a simple suggestion. Try wearing a different outfit. The 3 walked out of the village. Diol looked at the hero's strange attire. You still won't take it off, huh? You must be very attached to that outfit. The blonde hero thought to himself, his eyes filled with sadness. Clothes. I really want to take them off. He clutched the fabric on his chest, helpless. But they won't come off. It's as if they're a part of my body. Rivaj shook hands with a villager, promising, living here just because you're a descendant of exiles is too cruel. When I return, I will certainly tell your story to the king. The hero secretly observed the noble, someone who receives royal orders, not arrogant, yet polite. and kind. A flash of memory. Images of him wielding weapons, rushing into a bloody battle. The villagers waved goodbye. He fell back into thought. I merely answered the call of duty, repeatedly sweeping through. His eyes became lifeless. Someone like me. What else can I do besides kill? On the barren land, a tiny green sprout emerged. The demon farmers were stunned, their eyes gleaming with hope. Joy erupted. Excited cheers echoed across the field. A sprout! It's a sprout! It's growing! Even the warrior Asura and the knightess Serbi silently admired the result. It's true! We have a bunch of sprouts! We've grown sprouts! The little demon girl excitedly ran to report the news. Lord Asura! The sprouts have grown! Asura grumbled in response. So what am I supposed to do with it, you idiot? Kim Jang-cheo imperiously ordered. Agricultural team, listen up. We're starting the next phase, hilling. He turned to the expert. Genius agronomist Hartok. Explain. Hartok stepped forward with dignity. Hilling means covering the plant stem with a thin layer of soil. Hartok explained that this prevents young potatoes from being exposed to sunlight. Otherwise, they will change color, lose flavor, and even produce toxins. An illustration of a blackened potato appeared. That's right. This can be called the blackened potato phenomenon. Kim Jang-cheo was extremely excited by the lecture. Applause! Give him a round of applause! The sound of clapping echoed throughout the space. After the lesson, the Demon King moved on to the next task, his face full of determination. Let's check today's weather. He stood alone. Investing happiness points to strengthen his blood eye. Activation condition. Stare without blinking for 200 seconds. Kim Jang-cheo's face contorted in pain, his eyes bloodshot and tearing up from the strain. So damn tired. The people saw the Demon King shedding tears and whispered, Look, the Demon King is crying. He must be happy that the sprouts are growing. A notification board appeared, forecasting sunny and dry weather for the next 6 hours. His efforts had paid off. Kim Jang-cheo smiled contentedly, turning to the small dragon on his shoulder. Good. No knife wind today. Rest. T-bone. Just then, Zephyros rushed over. Demon King, urgent report. The peaceful moment suddenly vanished. Zephyros reported urgently. A subordinate of the second Star Lord Planus has arrived. Kim Jang-cheo's face darkened. From afar, a solemn voice echoed throughout the Demon King's castle under the moonlight. I, Laploa, loyal vassal of the second Star Lord, Planus, greet the Demon King. A giant tree ant appeared. After receiving the ceasefire and cultivation order, the third Star Lord, Ruster, launched a full-scale attack on us. He even arrogantly declared, The Demon King has weakened. I will be the new Demon King. Kim Jang-cheo sat on his throne, his head buzzing. These damn devils, they're all the same. Zephyros analyzed the situation. If the third Star Lord Ruster subdues the second Star Lord and they join forces, we will have difficulty resisting. Kim Jang-cheo was dejected. That's right. Their numbers would be too great. Kim Jang-cheo's eyes narrowed, deep in thought. He had to act before the second Star Lord fell, but the farm work couldn't be abandoned either. The attacked land was the endless abyss of the dead, a desolate place known as the Rotting Swamp. Compared to the in-game map, this place was 10 times larger in real life and ridiculously far. The abandoned well used to be a teleportation gate, but now even the well beneath the Demon King's castle had ceased to function. How to balance farming and war? Kim Jang-cheo suddenly paused. Wait, why should I worry? I am. A devilish smile spread across his lips. The Demon King. The final boss never personally goes to battle. Serbi crossed her arms, her expression reluctant but her eyes firm. I'm not fighting for you. Baal roared loyally. I will obey the Demon King's command at all costs. 2 of the 4 heavenly kings charged into battle. The plan was clear. The strong but useless for farming would depart. It turned out there was still a shortcut. A quick path led directly to the Rotting Swamp, starting from the boss area. Genius wide area sprayer Zephyros deployed. Kim Jang-cheo and Hartok would stay behind to focus on planting potatoes. Everything would be fine. A desolate scene. A city engulfed in flames, cracked earth, and creatures writhing in a crimson river. War had stained the entire land. Amidst the fiery battlefield, a giant tree ant roared in anger. The second Star Lord, Planus, questioned the traitor. Ruster, you bastard! How dare you defy the Demon King's order and commit treason? The rebel did not flinch. Yes, as you say, this is a rebellion. But don't misunderstand. I had no other choice. The third Star Lord, Ruster, declared his reason. Stopping the war now would only lead our race to extinction. Planus roared, reiterating the Demon King's promise of a prosperous future without war. But Ruster brushed it aside. That's not the issue. For him, fighting was honor, the history of an entire race. A sharp surge of energy swept through the space. Ruster dodged, avoiding deadly axes and scythes rushing in from all directions. His eyes flashed with extreme astonishment. The four heavenly kings had arrived. Baal and Serbi emerged from the sea of flames, their presence overwhelming. Serbi spoke unexpectedly, her voice as cold as ice. "You're right, Ruster. We are a fighting race." She walked across the dead land, her words steeped in cruelty. "We love to fight and enjoy killing." A fleeting image of a terrified demon girl running away, a memory of weakness. Serbi questioned herself, her gaze distant. But when did we become like this? Why did things turn out this way? In the memory, a demon girl hurried away. "Dad, hurry to the fields, quickly!" Amidst the fiery battlefield, Serbi mused. "Now, perhaps we understand." A vision appeared. Demons who once only knew how to fight were now joyful in the fields. That saving lives, instead of taking them, can bring us greater pride. Tears of happiness streamed down the hardened cheeks of the warriors. Ashurat's face glowed with serenity. Hartok and Zephyros silently witnessed the change. Amidst the flower fields, demons lay stretched out, enjoying the peace. The Demon King stood there, silently observing it all. A demon girl cheered, running towards the majestic figure. "Demon King!" The girl looked up at the Demon King, her eyes sparkling with pure joy. "It's so beautiful. I've never seen a sight like this." A rare smile briefly appeared on Kim Jang-cheol's lips. Reality returned. Serbi plunged into battle, her twin blades razor sharp. Her blades drew deadly arcs, tearing through enemy formations. Baal, the Black Rock tyrant, crushed his enemies with pure strength. His fists collided, creating a terrifying shockwave. Returning to the peaceful moment, Kim Jang-cheol replied to the girl. "Yes, the flowers have bloomed. Bloomed so abundantly." Ruster roared, questioning. "Wait! Didn't you say you wouldn't kill anyone? You said we needed to save people. Why do your words and actions contradict each other?" Serbi didn't flinch, her gaze sharp behind the mask. "Yes, that's true, but..." The two figures clashed, creating a storm of energy. "There are things that must be killed to save others." Ruster's shouts were lost in his fury. Absurd, completely absurd. In a brutal memory, the Demon King roared, his breath chilling. "Cut down all those useless flowers. Now." The demon farmers froze, tears welling up at the cruel command. Hartok coldly observed a defiant individual being crucified. "Well, this sight is truly brutal. You are indeed the Demon King." A scream echoed. "Bastard! I won't forgive you!" He pointed at the field. "What are you doing? Hurry and pick the flowers." The one hanging on the stake still cursed wildly. "You bastard, you lunatic!" A demon trembled, reaching for the flower, his eyes filled with pain and hesitation. The trembling hand touched the delicate flower. The flower seemed to shed tears, a tiny life about to be taken. Another farmer collapsed, despairing. "I can't do it, Captain! We've never grown anything this beautiful on our land!" Hartok explained the cold logic. "For nutrients to concentrate on the potatoes, the flowers must be sacrificed. This is part of the Demon King's grand plan." Under the dazzling light, the soul flowers fell from their stems amidst the farmers' lamentations. The Demon King's wild laughter echoed. "I can hear the word potato resounding from here, truly worthy of the Demon King of Destruction." Back in reality, the battle was over. Ruster was tightly bound, helpless beneath Baal's axe. Serbi announced. "We have captured Ruster." From his throne, Kim Jang-cheol judged the defeated foe. "That is the price for rebellion. The first star fortress has fallen. What do you think you can do now?" Ruster, his eyes showing a final defiance. "Kill me. A demon who has lost his battle pride is as good as dead." "All right, do it," Kim Jang-cheol replied. A brilliant golden energy beam struck Ruster, making him roar in pain. But Ruster merely sneered. "My body is armored. That attack was just a slight itch." Kim Jang-cheol realized his attack was almost harmless. "I just acquired something useful." Kim Jang-cheol smirked, carrying a giant metal pole with a sign that read, "Third-generation lightning rod" on his shoulder. A furious current once again enveloped Ruster, many times more intense. This time, his screams were no longer defiant. "Damn it! Just kill me!" In another scene, Zephyros commanded. Take down that lightning rod. His recovery ability is declining. It's time for him to retire. The rotten rope fell to the ground. Asura was free. Amidst the flower field, a small demon girl ran over, joyfully calling, "Lord Asura!" The innocent girl didn't realize the lurking danger. Asura growled, his bloodshot eyes flashing with bloodlust. "You low-ranking demon, you've scorned me for too long. I'll devour you alive, even before Kratos." The girl's face turned pale with extreme horror. A crimson surge of killing intent erupted from the large warrior, charging straight towards the girl. But Asura's foot suddenly froze in midair, stopped by an invisible force. He fell sprawling on the ground, helpless. The girl was still in shock. "Damn it. It's been too long since I last walked on the ground," Asura muttered, his body aching. A giant figure stood towering over Asura. "Asura, you have degenerated," the red-haired warrior judged coldly. "Don't suddenly say such grand words, you lunatic." Despite his resistance, the red-haired warrior still lifted Asura. "Stop! What the hell are you doing? Don't carry me like a princess." But then, Asura was carried on his back, wrapped in a cherry blossom pink cloth, his expression completely resigned. The red-haired warrior coldly declared, "This is the Demon King's order. You will have to stay like this for a while." Asura gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his temples. "This humiliation, I will never forget it." From afar, Kim Jang-chol observed, admitting he had worried Asura would go berserk. "But thanks to my blood eye skill, I knew you'd be paralyzed for at least 6 hours, which is why I let you go." Zephyros's face contorted as he witnessed the awkward scene before him. Kim Jang-chol turned, shouting enthusiastically, "All right, it's almost harvest time. Speed it up." Sirbi wielded her sword, her graceful slashes pruning the crops. Her awakened skill made farming seem effortless. And Hartok's awakened ultimate skill created a rain of energy, watering the entire field in an instant. Zephyros reported the situation. "The autumn harvest is not far off. The food rations we distribute instead of wages are gradually decreasing." Although demons are accustomed to hunger and hardship, Zephyros continued, his gaze fixed on the toiling farmers. "It's clear they are gradually exhausting themselves." Even the young demon children showed clear signs of fatigue on their tender faces. A deep voice resonated from behind. "Demon King." Kim Jang-chol turned, slightly surprised. You are." A giant wooden creature stood tall amidst the flower beds. Second Star Lord, Planus. "I have come to express my gratitude for saving me." Kim Jang-chol froze, his face filled with bewilderment. Gratitude? Planus was equally confused by the Demon King's reaction. Kim Jang-chol gritted his teeth, killing intent erupting. Planus panicked, sweat pouring down. Why is he angry? "This bastard, coming to thank me empty-handed. At least bring a box of drinks or red ginseng, right?" Planus hastily explained. "I am gathering the subordinates of the Third Star Lord. I will soon send them along with the workers." Kim Jang-chol secretly sighed, realizing he had become too accustomed to Korean culture. "Potatoes? They'll grow fast, right? I want to harvest tons and make lots of chuno. I want to see them well-fed." Kim Jang-chol suddenly paused, a question popping into his head. "Huh? Why did I even start farming in the first place? Then I will quickly prepare the army." Planus misunderstood, hastily offering. Kim Jang-chol merely replied distractedly, Oh, all right." The Demon King watched Planus's retreating figure. He recalled that Planus used to be one of the weakest bosses, yet he worshipped strength and showed intense loyalty to Kratos. Kim Jang-chol rubbed his chin, pondering. Well, since he's a plant, he might be useful for farming. Meanwhile, Planus walked among the plant rows, each step feeling the intense life force from the earth. His bare feet touched the ground. This soil, it's so fertile. It's full of nutrients I've never felt in the rotting swamp. Memories flooded back. When he was a tender sapling, he grew up on barren land, devoid of any nutrition. But this land, on the land, cultivated by Demon King Kratos. An unprecedented surge of vitality is flowing into his body. The power of the land surged into Planus's body, making his wooden fibers swell. His body writhed, transforming under the unprecedented surge of intense vitality. "I can become stronger." His eyes blazed with a terrifying will. "I can become a Demon King." At the same time, elsewhere, grotesque saplings burst through the wooden floor, sprouting wildly. A red-haired warrior rushed over frantically. "All the potato leaves have turned yellow." Dawn broke over the demon realm, signaling a new day of labor. Kim Jang-chol roared, starting an energetic morning. Demon Tribe's morning exercise. Begin! Under his command, the demon farmers diligently performed the exercises. Each movement was decisive, uniform, without a single error. Kim Jang-cheol observed with satisfaction, a small dragon curiously watching beside him. At first, they were truly a mess. He recalled them clumsily bumping into each other. But now, they moved precisely according to my commands. Truly, the physical potential of the demon tribe. He suddenly gave a command. Even if I give a sudden signal, roll left. Without a moment's hesitation, the entire formation simultaneously rolled on the ground. Now, to the right. Right. They immediately changed direction perfectly. No sooner had he finished speaking than the red-haired warrior rushed over with a panicked expression. "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened." Kim Jang-cheol was stunned, his usual composure vanishing. Something terrible? In his territory? The potato leaves were yellowed and riddled with holes, as if gnawed by something. An agricultural disaster unfolded before their eyes. In the field, his high-ranking subordinates were already present. Hartok, Serbi, and Zephyros. All looked at the scene with dismay. Zephyros sighed, his disappointment evident. "I knew it." "So, in the end, it's still impossible?" Serbi, the female warrior in silver armor, merely observed in silence. Hartok mumbled, trying to find an explanation for the obvious failure. "Even I don't know what happened. Lack of wind? Or lack of water?" The Duke clicked his tongue, mocking his own hope. Damn it. Did I really put my hopes in farming? How foolish. Kim Jang-cheol strode forward, and Zephyros quickly asked, "Your Majesty, what exactly happened?" Without a word, he walked straight into the middle of the withered rows, his subordinates watching anxiously. His hand grasped a stunted plant. A strong tug. The entire root system burst from the dry ground. And then, everyone was stunned. Clinging to the roots was a cluster of huge, plump potatoes. Hartok was speechless. "What?" Kim Jang-cheol held up his trophy, his voice full of pride. "The color is still pale, but they're huge. 3 times bigger than the first batch." A mysterious smile spread across the Demon King's lips. "Should I say the potatoes have awakened? They absorbed all the nutrients from the leaves," he explained, "all to become bigger and tastier." The subordinates stared in astonishment. Hartok, who had just been despairing, could now only utter a word of admiration. "Well done." Kim Jang-cheol smirked, his sharp gaze fixed on his subordinates. "You all planted them." Everyone was stunned. Hartok, Zephyros, and Serbi, the most powerful among them, now only wore expressions of extreme astonishment. The large red-haired warrior's eyes welled up with tears. Pride and emotion surged within the demon commanders. Night fell, and the Demon King's castle was enveloped in silence under the moonlight. Alone in the spacious room, Kim Jang-cheol clasped his hands behind his head, reclining on the luxurious bed. The words from earlier that afternoon echoed in his mind. "You all planted them." Memories suddenly flooded back. "Oh, my cherry tomatoes are growing so well too." The gentle figure of his grandmother appeared beside young Jang-cheol. "My dear Jang-cheol, you planted them." But then, another image cut across. Blinding car lights in the night, and the horrifying sound of metal colliding. The young man's face was contorted in horror, his scream caught in his throat. The final moment of a human life, with only the image of a cold oxygen mask remaining. Kim Jang-cheol lay there, his eyes wide open. He gently closed his eyes, pushing away the thoughts. Ha! Sentimental nonsense. A meticulous planner like me doesn't have such emotions. His mind quickly returned to reality. Soon we'll have plenty of potatoes to eat. But we can't let our guard down if we only rely on potatoes. He recalled a tragedy in human history, a bloody lesson about relying on a single food source, just like the Great Famine in Ireland. Potatoes can solve the immediate food problem, but I need to quickly secure other crop seeds. Kim Jang-cheol fell sprawling, the ground shaking violently. What the hell? Shoddy construction? The stone foundation beneath his feet shattered into pieces. From the ground, a gigantic, twisted tree trunk emerged, flinging the Demon King away. The wooden creature stood towering before him, a grotesque figure. He roared in rage and confusion. What the hell is this? At the same time, in a field, the young demon girl stared blankly at the wilting leaves. Huh? Wait. Didn't the Demon King say, "When potatoes grow, their leaves will naturally wither"? But these leaves weren't wilting. They were disintegrating into ash. The little girl realized something was wrong. "No! This isn't right!" Something's very strange. Fear welled up in her golden eyes as she held a crumbling piece of leaf in her hand. A desperate scream rang out. No! The potatoes! Our potatoes! I have to tell the adults about this. The little girl quickly stood up. But then, a horrifying sight froze her in place. In the distance, where the Demon King's castle stood, a monstrous tree was reaching for the sky. And in the clutches of furious roots, Kim Jang-cheol was bound tightly, helpless. A voice boomed from the colossal tree entity, disparaging the imprisoned Demon King. Demon King Kratos, you are nothing but a tiny worm! Kim Jang-cheol roared, his eyes filled with astonishment and fury. You? Plinus? His enemy, Star-Lord Planus, gleefully explained. Thanks to the fertile land and nutrients you created, I was able to grow this powerful. In the Demon King's eyes, a flame of rage ignited. He understood everything. Far away, in the devastated field, the little demon girl collapsed amidst the remnants of the harvest. Kim Jang-cheol gritted his teeth, his anger turning into a curse. You bastard! His roar echoed, not for himself, but for the fruits of his people's labor. What have you done with our food? Planus maintained his condescending attitude, looking down at his struggling prey. Are you angry? But the roots tightened further, stripping the Demon King of all hope of resistance. A devastating blow. Kim Jang-cheol's body was mercilessly slammed onto the shattered ground. Blood splattered. The Demon King's pained scream was buried in the rubble. Amidst the chaos, Zephyros tried to organize an evacuation. Hurry, get out of here! The red-haired warrior thrashed wildly. Let me go, we have to save the Demon King! But the others only wanted to escape. Are you crazy? We're lucky to be alive! He roared the harsh truth he had just realized. No, the Demon King is very weak. I realized it when he pulled me up. He's unexpectedly weak. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, the aftermath of the horrific impact still ongoing. Above, Planus, in his monstrous tree form, stood towering, a god of destruction. Amidst the rubble, a small figure fell into the void. The Demon King's body was swallowed by the enemy's power. The Demon King's loyal subordinates gathered. Everyone's face was tense, sensing something ominous. Zephyros horrifyingly realized who was behind it all. That's a colossal tree creature loomed, its aura overwhelming the entire land. Planus. Planus's voice echoed through the space, a stern declaration. Hear me, demonkind. Kratos is dead. The death sentence was uttered from the rotting tree mouth. The shocking news stunned the demon warriors. Their king had fallen. Zephyros was frozen, unable to believe the harsh truth. The ancient laws of the demon race resurfaced in their minds. Remember the ancient laws of the demon race. Power comes from strength. Planus declared himself king, seizing the vacant throne. From this moment on, I am the Demon King. Terrifying pressure weighed down on everyone. Kneel before absolute power. A demon with sideburns analyzed the situation. Planus had drained the life force from this land, becoming the strongest now that Kratos was gone. He stepped forward, calling out, "Oh, demonkind." He led the submission, choosing to follow the victor, follow the overwhelming power. The female warrior, Serbi, subtly smirked, an inscrutable smile appearing behind her mask. She knelt, along with all the demonkind, submitting to the new Demon King. Amidst the rubble, the demons collectively bowed their heads. We, your humble servants, offer our reverence to the new Demon King of this land. Only Zephyros remained standing, his face utterly stunned and disbelieving. The little dragon on his shoulder trembled in fear. Another demon growled, questioning him. What are you doing, Zephyros? Act appropriately. Zephyros gritted his teeth, resentment and helplessness etched clearly on his face. Finally, he too knelt, his head bowed to the ground, a bitter submission. An invisible pressure from Planus, the new ruler, enveloped everyone. A tear rolled down Zephyros's cheek. His loyalty had been trampled. In his unconsciousness, a familiar voice echoed, calling his name. Jang-cheol. Memories flooded back. Do you want to play hide-and-seek with Mommy? Yes, I do. Kim Jang-cheol realized he was immersed in a dream, reliving that fateful moment. This is that day. His mother's words still echoed in his ears. Close your eyes tight and count from 1 to 10. Then come find Mommy, okay? Okay? The childish counting rang out, but in the Demon King's mind, it was heavy with ominous foreboding. 5, 6, 7. Little Jang-cheol pressed his face against the tree trunk, continuing to count. 8, 9, 10. The boy turned around, facing an eerily empty park. His innocent voice called out, searching in vain. "Mommy, Tilda, where are you? I can't find you, Tilda." Panic began to rise. "Mommy, come out. I'll count to 10 again. You have to come out before I finish counting, okay?" The final count echoed, heavy with the haunting memory of the past. 8, 9, 10. The child's voice was lost in the twilight. "Mommy, I counted to 10, Mommy!" The despair of the memory was deeply etched on his current face. "I finished counting." A tear rolled down the abandoned child's cheek. "Mommy?" A verdant notification window suddenly appeared. Its sound like an alarm bell. "Kim Jang-cheol, wake up now." Consciousness returned in the suffocating darkness. He was buried underground, covered in blood. His bloodshot eyes opened slightly, trying to grasp reality. What is this? Did the notification window just call my name? He wondered, in a daze. Hey, notification. Where am I? Am I dead? The message from the system flashed once more, carrying a faint glimmer of hope. Please move. If you do, you can live. He realized he couldn't move. The space was so cramped he couldn't even turn around. Quantum movement via system error. No, I can't move. But then, a glimmer of hope appeared. My hand can still move. Even if just a little, I have to dig my way out. Each finger clawed at the soil and rocks. He began to count, the sound grinding through his teeth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A ruthless determination was evident on his face. 7, 8, 9, 10. The counting echoed repeatedly in the silent space. A testament to an unquenchable will to survive. At the same time, elsewhere, an ancient tree-like entity spoke with absolute authority. Scribe, step forward. Zephyros stepped out, placed a hand on his chest, and bowed. The little dragon on his shoulder trembled. Scribe Zephyros, reporting to the Demon King. Planus, the Star Lord of the Second Star, stood tall. Carefully record this historical step. From now on, the demon race will invade human territory. Its colossal eye flashed with malevolence. We will dominate all of humanity and raise them like livestock. The demon generals listened to the command, their faces resigned. We're back to square one. We'll get to fight and rampage to our heart's content again. That's how the demon race always lives. But hidden beneath that exterior was an unnameable rage. But why am I so angry? In a dark grave, Kim Jang-cheol desperately counted the seconds. 5, 6, 7. His chest burned, air running out. I can't breathe. Planus's rallying cry echoed, grand and brutal. "Oh, demons, take up your weapons! We march!" Amidst the fervent atmosphere, a voice rang out, cutting through everything. Zephyros stepped forward, calm but resolute. "Sir, the march is impossible." Planus's gaze fixed on the one who had just spoken. The other demons also turned to look, the atmosphere growing tense. Zephyros explained clearly. Currently, the demon race's only food consists of a few small potatoes. We are severely lacking in military provisions. Planus scoffed. Are you always such an idiot? We already have plenty of provisions. A branch suddenly shot out from Planus's body. The branch shot forth swiftly, carrying a chilling killing intent. It tightly coiled around a young demon girl, lifting her into the air amidst horrified screams. The provisions were their own kind. Dirac's horrified scream tore through the air. "Flute!" Asura watched silently, his gaze as sharp and cold as a dagger. Planus declared coldly, "Weak and useless demons. There are many who can be used as food, aren't there?" The young girl Flute cried out in defiance. "No, we're not like that anymore. We don't need to eat each other to survive." Tears streaming down her face, the girl shouted her belief. "Because our Demon King Kratos created this world for us." Planus's colossal eye merely looked down, without a hint of movement. The branch loosened its grip. Flute's small body fell straight into the abyssal darkness. Somewhere, in a grave of soil and rock, Demon King Kratos lay motionless, his armor stained red with blood. His breath slowly faded. My heart is stopping. If I die. Memories flooded back. Images of demon folk laughing under the sundae. Those children will be hungry again. His crimson eyes flared open, burning with resolve. Blood. Surge. A torrent of golden energy erupted violently, cleansing everything with a roar. In his fury, a vow echoed. I cannot bear to see anyone starve to death. Back in the dark reality, The Demon King's fist clenched. He was counting, trying to break free from his shackles. He gritted his teeth, tensing every muscle. Power was being compressed to its limit. With an inarticulate roar, Kim Jang-cheol frantically clawed at the soil and rocks, refusing to accept death. From the darkness, a solitary eye emitted a cold, green light, observing everything. Suddenly, a dark figure lunged forward. Asura had snatched the young demon girl in the nick of time. Meanwhile, underground, Kim Jang-cheol was still struggling, a blow, full of blood. A memory of a blonde warrior roaring in a frenzy flashed in his mind. But reality remained a cramped grave. Kim Jang-cheol's breathing grew heavier. Too hard, too hard. His bloodied hands clawed at the endless soil and rocks. How much further do I have to go? Am I even going the right way? Hope slowly faded. What I'm doing, is there even a glimmer of a chance it will succeed? Finally, in the endless darkness, all movement ceased. On the surface, Zephyros, Ruster, and Baal could only watch the unfolding scene helplessly. Asura held the trembling girl tightly, his gaze resolute. The young girl flute looked up at her savior, her voice trembling. Lord Asura. A growling voice echoed from the colossal tree entity. What is this, Asura? Are you mad? Asura said nothing, only tightened his embrace, his sharp gaze confronting the enemy. He stood there, alone, facing the Star Lord of the second star. Planus, in the form of an ancient tree, looked down at Asura's small figure with contempt. Then he spoke casually, a horrifying truth revealed. Oh, this is my provision. I've had my eye on it for a while. I intended to save it to eat while it was still fresh. A gigantic, thorny, and twisted branch swept across with terrifying speed. The heaven-shattering swing flung Asura and Little Flute into the air. The child's desperate scream was lost in the whirlwind. Even Zephyros was caught in the trajectory of the brutal attack. Asura was slammed hard onto the ground. His body bounced and then rolled away in a cloud of dust. From a distance, Baal and Ruster merely watched in silence. The challenger lay motionless, his cloak stained with ash and dust. The battle seemed to have ended too quickly. Zephyros stood frozen, sweat trickling down his temples. His eyes couldn't hide his shock at Planus' absolute power. The second Star Lord growled, green energy glowing around his mouth. I'm saying this one last time. Prepare to march. Zephyros' glasses glinted with a cold light. The silence had ended. There is no valid reason to march. The assistant spoke clearly, even as the small dragon on his shoulder trembled. The deadly branch lunged forward, but stopped abruptly right in front of Zephyros. A transparent energy shield had protected him from the finishing blow. Baal and another warrior had intervened in time, stopping Planus' rage. Planus' pupils contracted. Surprise and anger were evident in his eyes. The Demon King has already assigned Zephyros a task. If Zephyros dies, who will tally the harvested potato yield? Baal roared an unexpected reason. You bastards. Are you trying to rebel? Planus hissed, killing intent, enveloping him. Another demon race member quickly knelt. Rebel? That's absurd, Your Majesty. The demon with the mutton chops calmly presented his argument. We believe that Demon King Kratos' agricultural initiative is a much more reasonable command than an invasion. Another voice rang out, cold and sharp. I have a question. Serbi, the female warrior in silver armor, questioned. The former Demon King proposed a path where no one had to die. Why wage war when there's another way? Planus roared, his fury erupting. You insects! He transformed, his gigantic tree-like body rising. Dark energy surging from his glowing eyes. Planus' scream echoed through space. I have authority. I am the authority. Hartok, the Grand Duke of Mist, sprang to his feet, his eyes sharp. Absolutely not. The entire opposition stood ready for battle, their morale soaring. Authority must be proven. From behind, the demon farmers charged forward, screaming, Our true Demon King is Lord Kratos! Pay for the potato field you destroyed, you thug! Before the enraged crowd, Planus unleashed sharp roots from the ground. Hartok raised his hand, purple magic converging into a vortex of energy. A magical barrier was erected, blocking Planus' attack. Mist barrier! Baal roared, giving the command. Shoot! With a powerful flick, Baal hurled Serbi soaring into the air like a living arrow. Serbi spun in midair, blue energy threads radiating out, tightly binding Planus' roots. She landed, aiming directly at the second Star Lord's head. The decisive attack was about to be unleashed. Serbi lunged forward, her face contorted with rage. I'll gouge your eyes out first. Countless icy blades plunged straight into Planis's gigantic body. But the attack was merely like an itch. A sharp branch pierced through Asura, fresh blood staining the entire space red. Hartok also couldn't escape his fate, flung away by a heaven-shattering blow. Planis roared, his fury exploding. How dare you! How dare you challenge the Demon King? Die! All of you die! His green eyes glowed with malevolence. Learn through death that I am far greater than that damned Kratos. The loyal demon race members were flung into the air like dry leaves. Planis scoffed. Our Demon King, you say? He continued to insult the deceased Demon King. That coward who died without daring to resist? Baal was bound tightly, helplessly watching his comrades fall. Serbi lay motionless. Zephyros hastily shielded Flute. What's so special about Kratos anyway? Amidst the chaos, a voice rang out, strangely calm. Huh. Why is your self-esteem so low? A hand clenched tightly, blood seeping from between the fingers. Iron determination. On a gigantic branch, two figures stood tall. Dial Frontera and a stranger with long purple hair. A terrifying surge of energy shattered the gigantic branch. Planis's attack was neutralized in the blink of an eye. Planis was stunned. A crack appeared on his tough bark-like skin. You. Zephyros and Flute looked up, disbelieving their eyes. A notification appeared. You have received a new system and skills on the verge of death. The true Demon King had returned. Concentrated nutrition has been activated. A voice of astonishment rang out. Demon King. 10 minutes earlier. In the darkness, blood-soaked fingers clawed at the ground. A desperate attempt to survive. His bloodshot eyes reflected extreme exhaustion. Too hard, he whispered, his will almost shattered. Memories flooded back. Long ago, in an old room, young Kim Jang-chil sat opposite his grandmother. His grandmother gently looked up and softly asked, What did you say? He bowed his head, his voice lost in endless despair. It's too hard, Grandma. The boy's eyes were empty, filled with a bitter question. If it's so difficult, why must we continue to live? His grandmother remained silent, listening to the pain gnawing at her grandson's soul. She gently separated a seed. Because we are seeds. Her words echoed, planting a strange idea in his mind. Every living creature is a seed, she continued. No matter how difficult, we must break through the soil to sprout. When one sprout appears, it will encourage other seeds, and then sprouts will grow everywhere. A tiny green sprout pushed its way through a concrete crack. Then one day, the boy from long ago sat there, quietly looking at that resilient sprout. From one sprout, an entire green field will rise, reaching towards the light. Everything will be covered in green. But the boy couldn't accept that beautiful comfort. His scream tore through the quiet space of his memories. Stop saying such empty words, he cried out in tears. Why did Dad die from working? Why did Mom abandon me? Am I a rotten seed? Stop talking nonsense. His face was contorted with resentment. I'll live only for myself, just like Mom did. I'll succeed and live well on my own. The bitter vow echoed from his broken heart. Memories flooded back. The young Kim Jang-chil frantically ran down the cold hospital corridor, his footsteps desperate and hurried. His grandmother's words, whispered through the oxygen mask, were weak but etched deep into his mind. Jang-chil, we are all. Tears streamed down his young face, pain tearing at his soul. The vow to live for himself was uttered from the depths of his suffering. Seeds. Those words echoed through the years, becoming a lightning bolt that awakened his latent power. Golden energy erupted from Kratos' body. A dazzling aura enveloped him, pure power flowing ceaselessly. A system notification appeared. The will to overcome the limits of life and death had unlocked a completely new ability. Mana seed? Wait, this wasn't in the game. He was astonished. A never-before-seen system had just been activated. Reward for 3 successful resurrections. Mana seed starts at level 3, capable of amplifying all stats. Amplification rate is 1.3 times. All stats increased by 30%. With this, I can escape. A glimmer of hope flashed in his fiery red eyes. The system also granted a special skill, Focused Nourishment, concentrating all stats into a single point for 10 minutes. Kratos' eyes gleamed with determination. The stat window appeared, ready for an earth-shattering transformation. Activate Mana Seed, he commanded without hesitation. A blue light point condensed in midair, carrying pure energy. The Mana Seed shone brightly, and Kratos' stats were simultaneously amplified. Focus Nourishment. All, he roared, channeling all his power into a single objective. Concentrate everything into physical strength. Other stats plummeted, making way for an explosively extraordinary physical power. Amidst the rubble, the Demon King's body was buried. It seemed as if he had fallen. But no! Planus's power could not extinguish his will. The binding roots were shattered. The ground shook violently, sharp claws tearing through the earth and rocks. A hand reached up from hell, clinging tightly to life. He was back. Demon King Kratos stood up, his cloak fluttering in the dusty wind, his eyes burning with hatred. Facing the giant, he didn't flinch. Planus, Star-Lord of the Second Star, was stunned by this sight. Planus's green eyes flashed with astonishment. Kratos, you survived in that place? Kim Jang-cheol roared, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Why are you still asking when I'm right here? You idiot! His subordinates watched in shock. Lord Kratos. It's Lord Kratos! Faith ignited. Lord Kratos is alive. The Demon King has returned. A bountiful harvest, a bountiful harvest. The shouts echoed across the battlefield. T-Bone! A small creature darted towards him. The little dragon joyfully hugged the Demon King's neck, a rare warm moment amidst the desolation. The demon with the mutton chops sighed in relief. Thank heavens. But Serby lay there, whispering in despair. Right now, Planus's power is too great. The red-haired warrior also agreed, his eyes full of worry. Demon King, you can't defeat him. But Planus seemed amused, his voice filled with smugness. Actually, this is perfect, Kratos. Right at this moment. Planus roared a deadly threat. I will kill you and all your subordinates. But Kim Jang-cheol merely sneered, the little dragon perched on his shoulder. No, you won't kill even one of us. In his eyes, this colossal enemy was just a game boss. No matter how overwhelming his size, he still moves in fixed patterns. He believed that by treating Planus's attacks as enlarged versions from a game, he could dodge them all, and the farmer squad had been trained for this. Memories of frantic training sessions flooded back, where the farmer army was honed to perfection. Kim Jang-cheol roared, commanding his army. Everyone, fall back behind me and gather! Begin the drill! Before the giant Planus, the small farmer army gathered into a unified block, ready to obey. Jump left! His shout rang out, and they all simultaneously sprang to one side. Planus's colossal foot descended, leaving only a deep crater where they had just stood. Jump right! Another decisive command, and the army once again escaped the earth-shattering stomp. Lie down! At his command, they all pressed close to the ground, dust flying everywhere. Planus's arm swept right over their heads. Roll left. Keep rolling. Roll, roll, roll. Fall back. The entire formation retreated in an orderly fashion, maintaining their combat stance. Jump. Another synchronized jump, dodging an attack that cracked the ground. Planus roared in rage and confusion. What the hell is this? Why aren't my attacks hitting them? Kim Jang-cheol realized the moment had come. Good. Planus has a very long cooldown after this attack. Turn around! Kim Jang-cheol roared, giving the command. The entire demon army simultaneously turned their backs to the enemy, an incredibly perfect maneuver. He raised a finger, his eyes full of provocation. Taunt! The demons behind him obediently followed suit. Planus let out an earth-shattering roar, his rage exploding. Its entire body distorted, branches twisting in a state of frenzy. Kim Jang-cheol's smile grew more triumphant. Here it comes. It's entered its berserk state. Until now, we've only used game logic to fight it. This time, I'll destroy it with real-world logic. Go, T-Bone! At its master's command, the little dragon took a deep breath, its chest puffing out. Icy breath. A stream of biting, cold air burst from its mouth, forming an aerial river of ice. The surprise attack struck Planus's colossal body directly. Kim Jang-cheol analyzed coldly. Even if my power has surged, punching that colossal body 100 times would be useless. But ultimately, it's still a tree. If we freeze its body at extremely low temperatures. Planus roared, You damn fly! The ice spread, covering its rough bark. Its volume will expand, and its tissues will rupture. His smile held cruelty. Then, the little dragon quickly flew away, completing its mission. The frozen bark began to crack, sending shards of ice flying in all directions. Inside the ice, Planus's eyes widened, filled with astonishment. Kim Jang-cheol's voice rang out, full of self-satisfaction. The enraged one with immense weight will self-destruct under its own pressure. The ice cracked violently. What the? T-Bone completed its mission, soaring towards its master. It landed on Kim Jang-cheol's arm, panting. "Well done, T-Bone." The Demon King clenched his fist, his gaze sharp. "I will deliver." He shot forward like an arrow, the ground beneath his feet shattering. The finishing blow! Aiming directly at the motionless giant, Kim Jang-cheol had seen through its weakness. Another weakness of these tree monsters. The tree hollow. A dark hollow on the tree trunk, its vital point exposed. The spinning kick, carrying terrifying power, struck down. The frozen bark shattered into pieces. The kick pierced Planis's body, creating a massive hole. Green energy erupted violently, signaling the Star-Lord's collapse. Zephyros and Flute were stunned. The moment of victory burst forth in their astonished eyes. The Demon King! He won! But their joy was short-lived. A cold announcement rang out. Time for concentrated nutrition has expired. His power depleted, Kim Jang-cheol fell freely through the air. A silent scream echoed as Planis's body shattered into icy fragments. His green eyes flickered out, sinking into eternal darkness. The Star-Lord's body cracked, completely disintegrating. Zephyros was aghast. His face is gone. Is he dead? Planis's last fragments turned to dust, vanishing into nothingness. Kim Jang-cheol lay on the ground, breathing heavily. He noticed something unusual. In the game, his entire body should have vanished. Why is a part still here? The Demon King's crimson eyes suddenly flashed. He sensed a surge of life that did not belong to death. From the ashes, a lone sprout emerged. It grew at a frantic pace, dark energy swirling, regenerating a new form. An invisible pressure bore down on Kim Jang-cheol, rendering him unable to move. What the hell is this? I can't move a single muscle. Planis was reborn, towering in a new form, far more solid and majestic. The demon farmers were stunned, witnessing the unbelievable resurrection from the dead. Planis's voice resonated, full of power. "I am absorbing an enormous amount of nutrition. Though I nearly died, I channeled a portion of my power to create another body." He looked down at the defeated Demon King, declaring his immortality. "I am the seed that fell into the poisonous swamp. I sprouted from the cursed land." Planis pressed the helpless Demon King into the ground. "Now that I have inherited the Demon King's power, my mission is clear: to drown the world in poison." His solid wooden arm rose, ready to finish off his enemy. "Die, Kratos." But a red-haired warrior charged forward, swinging a colossal axe. Planis remained calm. "We are seeds." The axe blade struck Planis's head directly, a devastating blow. Useless. The attack left no scratch. The warrior was stunned. Planis easily flung the obstruction aside. Other seeds. Serbi didn't miss the opportunity, unleashing a volley of sharp throwing knives. But she met the same fate, being knocked back. They are the observing seeds. A brilliant purple magic blast descended from above, aiming directly at Planis's head. Planis roared, sweeping away all attacks with his arm. "You damn bastards!" And their power is growing. Asura appeared, his arm transformed into a hideous blade, his eyes cold. He growled, a declaration of war full of hidden meaning, for a bountiful harvest. All the demon warriors attacked simultaneously, but Planis was like an impenetrable fortress. Lying on the ground, Kim Jang-cheol could only gasp helplessly, watching his comrades fight in despair. Planis stood towering amidst the chaotic battlefield, completely unharmed. Suddenly, his body began to disintegrate into fragments of blue energy, a strange and inexplicable phenomenon. Planis's body began to crack, releasing streams of emerald energy into the air. The Star-Lord's colossal body gradually vanished, each fragment turning into dust of light. The sky was filled with sparkling specks of light, the last traces of the recently defeated enemy. The entire Demon King's army looked up, stunned by the magnificent sight. An unbelievable victory. Lying prostrate on the ground, Kim Jang-cheol gasped, his eyes triumphant. "That bastard serves you right." The other warriors were also stunned, unable to believe their eyes. The invincible enemy had fallen. Zephyros adjusted his glasses, his sharp voice echoing through the silence. "I will record the betrayals and victories of the Demon King's army." The declaration was like a spark. A demon in a suit was the first to erupt. Fists raised high, he shouted, in extreme exultation. "That's right! Kratos!" The wave of celebration spread quickly. The demon farmers cheered, calling out their king's name. "Yeah! Kratos!" The warriors also joined in the general joy, cheers resounding across the battlefield. The entire army was intoxicated by victory, hailing Kratos' name. But the Demon King cried out in despair, trying to quell the cheers. "Stop! Stop it!" His pleas were drowned out by the sea of joyful sounds. No one heard him. Kim Jang-cheol's eyes flashed with horror. This was not a victory. This was the beginning of another disaster. The remnants of planets covered the ground. Withered, lifeless leaves lay scattered, testament to a destructive battle. In Kim Jang-cheol's bloodshot eyes, the harsh truth was clear. There was no joy of victory, only silent horror. A final leaf gently landed on the desolate ground, as if marking the end of hope. He knelt down. "The field is in complete chaos. I can't believe we have to start everything over." Despair choked him. All of them will starve again. How can I ask them to cultivate again after this mess? He gritted his teeth, helplessness surging. No, I cannot do such a cruel thing. From a distance, Asura and his subordinates silently watched the Demon King's collapsing figure, no one daring to speak. Amidst the gloomy scene, a gentle blue orb of light hovered over Kim Jang-cheol's despairing form. The orb of light slowly descended, carrying a pure, indescribable energy. It landed on a withered leaf, a remnant of the recently defeated enemy. The blue light enveloped the leaf, and a miraculous transformation began. Life energy spread, resurrecting the leaf from the dead. The withered leaf was now vibrant green again, emitting a brilliant light in the dead land. A new sprout of life. In a dark prison, the imprisoned demons whispered, "I just heard from one of the guards. It seems the Demon King changed a few days ago." A young demon wearing glasses hugged his knees, his voice full of bitterness. "So what? No matter who the Demon King is, we're just cattle demons waiting to be eaten." The iron door of the prison was suddenly flung open. A giant, ferocious guard appeared, spreading terror among the prisoners. The dry clang of the metal lock echoed, signaling an ominous event. The door burst open. A giant guard appeared, spreading terror. The prisoners screamed hysterically, frantically searching for a place to hide. The guard's bloodshot eye swept across the chaotic crowd, searching for something. His gaze stopped. Amidst the frightened crowd, only one young demon remained still, defiant. The guard's shadow swallowed him. The guard growled, annoyed by the defiant attitude. But Zephyros did not flinch. His eyes were cold, ignoring the imminent danger. The guard's patience ran out. He reached out his broad hand and roughly seized Zephyros. Zephyros's small body was lifted into the air, completely helpless. Though he tried to maintain a calm expression, his eyes couldn't hide a fleeting tremor. The guard raised his blade, preparing to finish off the stubborn one. The blade slashed down, carrying a deadly gust of wind. But a hand with sharp black claws stopped everything. Kim Jang-cheol appeared, gripping the guard's head tightly. A brutal yank. The guard's head was ripped from his body. Blood spurted, and the giant corpse collapsed onto the stone floor. The key fell, rolling on the cold ground. Kim Jang-cheol stood there, majestic and deadly. The new Demon King's shadow stretched over the stunned Zephyros. "Hey, kid." Kim Jang-cheol leaned down, his sharp eyes piercing the boy. "Why aren't you afraid and begging for your life?" Zephyros looked up, his eyes unperturbed. "Because I'm not afraid. In fact, I feel relieved." He explained the cruel fate of the cattle demons. "No matter how much we struggle, there's no way to survive. I believe the best thing I can do is shorten the time I tremble in fear while waiting to die." A smirk appeared on the Demon King's lips. "You are different from the others. Follow me. I appoint you as the new scribe of the demon race." Kim Jang-cheol turned and walked away. "It would be a waste for someone like you to be eaten and disappear. For now, we still have to continue consuming cattle demons. But one day, I, Demon King Kratos, will put an end to this." In Zephyros's eyes, that declaration was like a ray of light tearing through the night of despair, the tragedy of cannibalism. The scene suddenly changed. Zephyros had grown up, dressed in an elegant outfit. A small blue dragon creature perched on his shoulder. Blue specks of light hovered in the air, surrounding the Demon King's back. The little dragon rubbed its head against Zephyros's cheek, seemingly sensing the change in the atmosphere. Zephyros stood there, silently observing Kim Jang-cheol kneeling on the ground. He took a hoe and slowly drew a long line on the barren ground. Serbi, a red-haired warrior, and the demon with the mutton chop stood nearby, their eyes full of solemnity. Zephyros put his strength into each stroke of the hoe, cultivating the wasteland. The demon with the mutton chop squinted, observing every gesture of the new scribe. Hartok roared, his face astonished. "Farmers, what are you doing?" The commander growled, anger etched onto his features. "Quickly level the ground and make furrows." The rallying cry echoed, and the demon farmers, from old to young, big and small, were all brimming with enthusiasm. Under command, the entire army charged forward, farming tools in hand, ready to cultivate the barren land. Charge! Amidst the chaotic scene, a familiar figure appeared. Demon King Kratos, with sharp, cold eyes. But instead of a war cry, a strange labor song echoed across the field. We're here to farm. Sweat drenches our hands on the hose. The Demon King's face remained cold, but the melody couldn't be mistaken. A folk song about cultivation. Kim Jong-cheol waved his hand, his voice stern like a general on the battlefield. Team 1, find all viable potato plants. Teams 2 and 3, line up and hoe. The orders were given clearly, allowing no hesitation. Sergi, cut the remaining seed potatoes. Zephyros, go with her and clean the blades. Hartok and Ashurat received new assignments. Hartok, command Team 1. Ashurat, go find the tools I mentioned. The Demon King tilted his head back, releasing his full aura in a single roar. For a bountiful harvest. The resounding cry was met with raised farming tools, ready for a battle with the land. The red-haired warrior flexed his muscles, his teeth clenched. He led a line of demons, using sheer brute strength to pull the sharp plows. The ground was torn apart by extraordinary power. This wasn't farming, this was conquest. Kim Jang-cheol pondered, realizing the brutal nature of farming. I almost forgot. Farming is inherently like this. Natural disasters, pests, market fluctuations, fighting all kinds of enemies, failing, then hoeing the land again. Ultimately, making a living is war. Amidst the Demon King's thoughts, an innocent voice rang out. Huh? Flute cheered with joy upon discovering a lush green sprout on the barren ground. That's a healthy potato sprout. The little girl scurried towards the sprout, her eyes gleaming with hope. Help, we need to save as many seed potatoes as possible. Flute mumbled, trying to pull up the sprout with all her might. In the distance, a knight lay sprawled on the ground. Help. Why is it so hard? The little girl gritted her teeth, using all her strength, but the sprout didn't budge. Suddenly, a large hand with black claws placed itself on Flute's hand, gripping the plant together. Ashurat appeared, his voice steady. Hold tight, low-ranking demon. 1, 2, 3. The ground began to crack under their astonishing combined strength. The ground shook violently, chunks of earth and rock crumbling as they pulled with all their might. Both were lifted into the air, pulling a cluster of gigantic tubers from the earth. The roots of the potato sprout were none other than the knight who had been calling for help earlier. A gigantic potato slipped from the cluster, falling directly onto the unfortunate knight's head. A dull thud echoed as the potato collided with the helmet. Ashurat's jaw dropped, horrified by the scene that had just unfolded. What the hell was that? In contrast to Ashurat's expression, Flute beamed, delighted by the unexpected harvest. In the quiet space, Flute's clear voice rang out, calling towards the pensive Demon King. Demon King! Demon King! Kim Jang-cheol's eyes widened in surprise. Before him, Flute was gleefully hugging a gigantic potato. Look, a potato! It's so big! It's really a potato! Where did you find it? Jang-cheol, stunned, took the potato. Flute innocently replied, I pulled up a weed over there, and a whole cluster popped out. A light bulb went off in the Demon King's head. He suddenly remembered something. In his memory, Planus's body disintegrated, merging with the earth. Just like the scene in the game when you defeated Planus. From where he fell, green sprouts emerged, full of vitality. Planus's nutrients must have seeped into the soil. And now, with Planus's size multiplied hundreds, thousands of times, a bold thought formed in the Demon King's mind. He spun around, roaring an order. Farmers team, stop what you're doing immediately and start digging deep into the ground. The demons obeyed, and then they were stunned. It's gigantic, too big. The entire field seemed to come alive. The field isn't dead. There are potatoes everywhere. Gigantic potatoes are sprouting up all over the place. Over here too, and over here too. How many tubers are there? Kim Jang-cheol mumbled, holding a potato on which a small dragon was perched. The scene was incredible. All the demons, from the burly warriors to assistant Zephyros himself, were enthusiastically harvesting potatoes larger than they had ever seen. Zephyros approached, his expression serious. Your Majesty, is this a bountiful harvest? Kim Jang-cheol smiled faintly, a relieved smile. Yes, thankfully. I'm truly happy. And then emotions overflowed. Tears streamed down the Demon King's cheeks, but his mouth was wide in a laugh. This is a bountiful harvest, where everyone can eat their fill. A dilapidated outpost stood alone amidst the desolate barren land. A faded white flag fluttered in the wind, signaling a new power had just been established. Inside, Kim Jang-cheol sat on a makeshift chair, his red eyes deep in thought. Let's review the current situation in this abandoned land. The first star domain appeared on the map of power, a land that once belonged to the fallen. Star-Lord Saruthal had rebelled and been defeated. His frozen heart was neutralized, his subordinates vanished, and the place was now just an empty, desolate land. The map shifted to the second star domain, another fallen power. After Star-Lord Planus died, his tree-like subordinates fell into chaos, scattering like ownerless dry branches. The third star domain, a land awaiting the final judgment from the new Demon King. Star-Lord Ruster was being used as a lightning rod, a punishment for treason. The question was, did his subordinates deserve to be punished as well? The fourth star domain belonged to a Naga named Tarthu. In Kim Jang-cheol's game memories, he was quite loyal. Kim Jang-cheol pondered. He could easily mobilize the remnants of the first star and the inhabitants of the fourth star. But if we increase our numbers too quickly, we'll have too many mouths to feed. Zephyros entered, bringing important news. Your Majesty, we have begun large-scale food processing as per your command. Good, thank you for your efforts. Please manage the food tickets carefully. An imp flew in to report that the waiting orders had been relayed to each domain. Kim Jang-cheol narrowed his eyes. Are they complying? I no longer trust those guys. The fourth star domain has no response. Kim Jang-cheol's face darkened. Tsk! What now? What do you mean? They didn't say much. What? You didn't even ask why. Huh? Ask who? The Demon King's rage erupted. He grabbed the useless imp. Good heavens, what's the average intelligence of these imps like? I want to know why the fourth Star Lord ignored my orders. Frightened out of its wits, the imp stammered out the truth. There are only a few servants left in the fourth star domain. The place is almost empty. The Demon King's rage had not subsided. Did you ask the servants? The imp trembled as it replied. No, Your Majesty, Kim Jang-cheol roared. So you don't know why it's empty? No. His subordinate's ignorance drove Kim Jang-cheol mad. So annoying. Talking to it is like working with a useless administrative assistant. Meanwhile, Zephyros was muttering notes. Even if his behavior has improved, he's still a disgusting, untrustworthy Demon King. Even in 10,000 years, there won't be a face uglier than Demon King Kratos. Kim Jang-cheol suddenly yelled, "What if there is? I should beat you up!" Zephyros stepped forward to report. I will talk to them. The Demon King cut him off. Did the servants say anything? Where did the fourth Star Lord go? Zephyros hesitated. Yes. The imp tearfully revealed the shocking truth. He broke into human territory. He said he would collect human corpses for fertilizer. Kim Jang-cheol froze. This news was like a heavy blow to his mind. A terrifying scream tore through the air. The Demon King's entire body trembled violently, sweat pouring off him like a shower. He shrieked in extreme panic. Memories of the game's storyline flooded back. As soon as the demon race invaded, the ancient paladin would awaken and destroy them all. Fear enveloped him. This means if we don't invade, the paladin won't attack. It's been a long time and the aged Kimchi paladin still hasn't appeared. My theory was right. But if the fourth Star Lord starts attacking humans? A terrifying vision appeared. A warrior in a pink dress, holding a heart scepter, standing amidst a pile of demon corpses. The horror reached its peak. The aged Kimchi paladin is coming. Kim Jang-cheol immediately shot off like an arrow. Zephyros frantically called after him. Demon King! Where are you going? To stop the fourth Star Lord. What about reinforcements? Zephyros asked anxiously, but the Demon King's figure was already far away. His voice echoed from ahead. I'm going alone. It's faster that way. Anyway, I've already defeated Planus and reached the Manacor level. Kim Jang-cheol poured all his strength, activating his skill. Manacor. Concentrated nutrition. Agility. All in. Glitch shortcut activated. Utilize all resources. Maximum speed. He turned into a blur, tearing through the wind across the desolate land. The Demon King's figure sped forward, heading towards the abandoned land of the demon race. Their journey began from the lawless land, where the paladin met Rivage. After a brief stop at Exile Village, their next destination was already in sight. Magrat Fortress, a sturdy wall dividing the boundary between humanity and the demon race. On the watchtower, a strange figure caught the eye of the guard. Huh? What is that? The envoy from Asura. He has returned. All the soldiers are gone. Only that ugly servant and a group of strangers remain. Thank you for your troubles, Sir Asrahan. The commander of Magrat Fortress, Wolhos, questioned with a stern expression. What about the soldiers who accompanied you? We encountered a horde of monsters. And they didn't make it. They couldn't even get close to demon territory. The royal order: explore the demon lands. A special mission often undertaken, but always accompanied by sacrifice. They were all brave warriors. "Now, please, come inside and rest," Rivaj replied. "Thank you, Commander Wolhos." Rivaj and Dial stepped through the gate, but their companion did not. A sword was suddenly drawn, blocking the commander's path. A cold surge of killing intent enveloped them. "Not you." The sharp words made Rivaj and Dial turn back in shock. The golden-haired knight's eyes were as sharp as daggers, showing no mercy. Even the stern commander couldn't help but flinch, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Rivaj quickly explained, "This person saved me." But Wolhos coldly retorted, "Have you forgotten, Sir Azrahan? Only those who depart from this gate are allowed to re-enter." Dial quickly interjected, trying to defuse the situation. "Oh, it seems there's a slight misunderstanding here." Dial leaned in close, offering some gold coins with a fawning expression. "I'm not asking you to let him in for free." A devastating punch sent Dial sprawling, gold coins scattering everywhere. Rivaj stood behind, frozen in shock. Wolhos roared in anger. "You potato-faced degenerate! Your descendants will live miserable lives just like you!" Dial lay flat on the ground, one cheek swollen, tears welling in his eyes. Wolhos turned to the cloaked man, his sharp blade pointed directly at him. "Take off your cloak. If I find even one suspicious thing, I will execute you on the spot." Rivaj was in extreme panic. "No, everything under that cloak is 100% suspicious." The cloaked man remained motionless, without a word. His eyes flashed with a cold blue light beneath the covering fabric. Wolhos suddenly paused, as if he heard something. The sound of war horns echoed through the space, shattering the silence. On the city wall, a guard shouted in panic, "They're here! They're here!" Demons. From the horizon, a surging sea of enemy troops was approaching, kicking up clouds of dust. The grotesque demon army, weapons in hand, is surging forward like a storm. "It's demons!" Rivaj shouted, breaking the stupor. "Into battle formation! Battle alert!" The cloaked man tilted his head slightly, his eyes reflecting confusion. Demons? The storm of war is approaching. The demon army draws closer, bringing with it the breath of destruction. A command echoed from another world. "Kill them all." The knight's eyes flared with killing intent, like a controlled puppet. In a fragmented memory, Demon King Kratos was thrown back by an invisible force. His desperate shouts rang out, "Please, please, don't attack, don't attack." He rushed forward in despair, his shouts lost in the desert. "You'll kill all the demons." The cruel reality returned. The lizardmen army roared, combining forces to push the giant siege engine. The city gate shook violently under the first impact. From atop the city walls, the command was given, "Fire." A rain of arrows poured down on the enemy. The thick-skinned, fleshy monsters used their bodies to deflect the arrows. Under the barrage of stones and arrows, the demon army still charged forward, resolutely, trampling over the corpses of their comrades. But they retaliated. The guards on the city walls fell amid screams. The demon army, numerous as ants, had reached the base of the wall, ready for the decisive blow. The tip of the siege engine pierced the gate, creating a fatal crack. Inside, the ground shook. All three felt the tremors from the main gate. The cloaked knight's eyes suddenly sharpened. He thought to himself, instinctively, I would have charged forward to fight. Memories of his 19th life flooded back. A bloody battlefield where he was merely a puppet sweeping through on command. It tried to make me fight again. Rivaj stopped him in time. If Lord Rivaj hadn't stopped me, I would have naturally rushed into battle, without knowing my true will. The warrior's instinct surged within the paladin. He told himself, everyone here is trembling with fear. In times like these, perhaps I should fight. A terrifying sound ripped through the air. The sturdy city gate was shattered by a giant claw. The city gate has fallen. Rivaj and Dial watched the scene before them in horror. The first line of defense had been breached. Splintered wood and boulders flew everywhere. The gate could not withstand the enemy's savage strength. The lizard demons roared, pouring through the breach in the city gate, the soldiers' screams echoing tragically. A lizardman commander flicked its forked tongue, roaring a cruel command. Kill them all, and turn them into fertilizer. The silver-haired commander shouted in despair. Cut the bridge behind us! We're going to die here anyway! Not a single demon must get into our homeland! The final command was given, echoing throughout the fortress. The main gate has been breached. Cut the bridge. Cut the bridge now. The stone bridge connecting the fortress to the mainland exploded in a violent shock, cutting off all retreat. Dial was in utter panic. I just heard an explosion from the bridge. So, we're going to die here? I haven't even gotten married yet. Rivage remained silent, his face darkening at Diol's lament. Then he smiled faintly, uttering a sarcastic remark. Don't be so bitter, Dial. Even if you survive this, you still won't get married. Dial froze, muttering bitterly. You bastard! In my next life, I'll be reborn as a noble and work you to death. The ground shook violently again, throwing everyone off their feet. Another attack had just arrived. From amidst the rubble, a giant naga swung a stone hammer, smashing the ground. The crowd of refugees could only scream in utter horror when faced with the new monster. A giant, scaled foot descended, bringing with it the breath of death. The naga snatched a child in its sharp claws. Hope vanished. The heartbreaking screams of the child and mother echoed amidst the chaotic battlefield. Mommy, no! Rivage and Diol froze, horrified by the brutal scene. But amidst the panicked crowd, the blonde paladin maintained an icy expression. Suddenly, an extremely powerful force knocked the giant monster away. Diol Frontera looked bewildered, completely unaware of what had just happened. Rivage seized the opportunity, rushing forward to push the child out of harm's way. The gray cloak fluttered. The blonde man stood tall, his eyes sharp. He looked down, challenging both the chaotic crowd and the approaching lizard demon. He alone faced the charging enemy. A flash of light, the paladin glided past the enemy with incredible speed. The lizard demon was stunned, not yet realizing what had happened to it. The cloak fell, revealing an unbelievable truth. A warrior in a pink dress and a heart-shaped scepter. The lizard demon's eyes were fixed on its opponent's bizarre appearance. His clothes! What the hell is this? He looks so weird. The blonde paladin spoke, his tone devoid of emotion. I don't want to fight you. Retreat! The lizard demon sneered at its opponent's strange attire. Dressed so ridiculously, and you dare give orders? What can you do if I refuse? The provocation was met only with a deadly silence. The blonde man's eyes turned cold, his threat as sharp as a knife. Your entire tribe, I will annihilate them all. Enraged, the lizard demon roared, swinging its sword and charging straight to attack. The paladin bowed his head slightly, as if he had foreseen this outcome. Ultimately, his hand gripped the pink heart-shaped scepter tightly. Is this the only choice? His eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, accepting his fate. Very well. If it is destiny, I will accept it. I am the demon slayer. But before he could act, a shadow lunged forward. A devastating kick sent the lizardman's sword flying. The blonde paladin froze at the unexpected intervention. The lizard demon had no time to react. Its massive body was kicked far away, slamming hard onto the ground. The stranger panted, standing between the paladin and the sprawled demon. Sweat poured down as the purple-haired demon looked at his opponent with utter horror. The paladin merely watched in silence, his face shrouded in meaningful shadows. The one who had just acted trembled, stammering as he recognized the identity of the person before him. It's Jinji Yan Lao Nian. Why is he here? The lizard demon was equally terrified, its mouth agape as it tried to utter a title. Demon King. A devastating kick deformed the lizard demon's jaw. Rage erupted. You bastard. Why did you invade humanity? He furiously stomped on his subordinate. Shut up, I'll kill you. Breathing heavily, he stood tall on the desolate battlefield, while the paladin merely observed in silence. The kicks didn't stop, filled with despair. I want us to live in peace. Live as if no one knew of us. Did I tell you to do that? His face contorted in agony. We don't need to fight. Why are you so selfish? Please spare us. Just this once. Memories of other demons who only wanted a simple life flooded back. Please don't kill the demons. The paladin's gaze was icy. I know who you are. The purple-haired demon's entire body stiffened. His breath caught in his throat. He turned his head, sweat pouring down, horror evident in his red eyes. The blonde paladin spoke, each word like a hammer blow. You are Demon King Kratos, aren't you? That name. Kratos. His identity being exposed left him stunned. Utter fear enveloped his mind. It seems I'll be the first to die, huh? From afar, other demons whispered in horror, he just said. Demon King? The Demon King himself has arrived. They could only see two figures confronting each other. The air thickened with tension. A forced, twisted smile appeared on his lips. Kratos, you say? Is that the name of a computer operating system? The paladin didn't waver. I'm not asking because I don't know. It's just a final confirmation. He knows. He's 100% sure. Kim Jang-cheol's heart pounded wildly. Cold sweat poured down, his crimson pupils contracted in horror. If I hesitate like this, I'll be hit first. He gritted his teeth, deciding in a flash, right now, the best way can only be this. Instead of attacking, Kim Jang-cheol unexpectedly lowered his center of gravity, lunging straight to the ground. His hands with sharp claws dug into the barren ground. The blonde paladin remained still, his icy gaze observing his opponent's peculiar action. His entire body prostrated, his hard horns slammed against the ground, a posture of absolute submission. The lizard demon standing behind froze in shock. What the hell is happening? Demon King Kratos, the ruler of demons, was now bowing his head before a human. The paladin stood tall, his shadow enveloping the prostrate figure. A flicker of confusion crossed the paladin's face. He couldn't understand his enemy's intention. His enemy doesn't know how to react. Is this the Demon King's new intimidation posture? His subordinates whispered, completely misunderstanding the situation. The paladin frowned, speaking with suspicion. What the hell are you doing? This is the grand ceremony. I, Demon King Kratos, sincerely swear that I have no intention of invading the human world. That snake-like subordinate acted on his own. I came here to stop him. Do you think I'd believe the words of a demon? The paladin replied, his tone devoid of trust. Please believe me. I will apologize 10 times, 100 times, until these horns wear down. He repeatedly bowed his head to the ground, showing extreme remorse. An intimidating posture like a bull, plowing through the ground, truly worthy of the Demon King's name. His subordinates were still marveling in their ignorance. I must look pathetic and humiliating. But if I don't do this, all demons will die. Kim Jang-cheol bowed low, discarding all dignity of a demon king. He gritted his teeth in endurance, his face contorted in pain and shame. As a responsible leader, a painful memory flooded back. The image of the weak kneeling, while the strong gloated. The bully's savage laughter echoed in his mind. Damn it, I told you to kneel and you actually did? Do you think things will end that simply? Or should I just ruin your reputation too? The junior trembled and bowed his head. I'm sorry, boss. I promise I'll never repeat it again. Young Jang-cheol's innocent face blurred with tears. His weak voice rang out. Please, just spare us this once. Back in reality, shame transformed into iron resolve. For my people, I am willing to endure all humiliation. He furiously slammed his head onto the barren ground. His forehead repeatedly struck the rocks and dirt, over and over in despair and determination. The paladin still watched coldly. It's useless, Demon King Kratos. I exist to kill you. I will kill you now, and then all of demonkind. Killing intent flared, and the strange staff in his hand glowed. Blood began to stream from Kim Jang-cheol's forehead, but the head bows did not stop. The paladin paused, his gaze fixed on his enemy's actions. I must kill all of them. This guy. He noticed a strange pattern. He bows his head exactly 10 times per round, then rests for 1 second, then continues 10 more times. This feeling is so familiar. 10 times. 10 times. A flash of insight struck the paladin's mind. His eyes widened in surprise, as if he had realized something. In another world, a gamer focused on his controller. On the battlefield, the Demon King bowed his head in despair. Summoning duty, always 10 times. Even when searching in the demon realm, we always search in groups of 10. Memories flooded back. Even before jumping into a trap, he always counted 10 times without missing a beat. Even meaningless actions like digging dirt, he did exactly 10 times. I am truly, utterly, absolutely sorry. Please forgive us. This way of speaking is completely unlike a demon king. The paladin's eyes widened, an unbelievable thought forming in his mind. Why would a summoned duty appear before me in the form of a demon king? While the Demon King continued to prostrate himself, the paladin coldly ordered. Stop. Kim Jang-cheol looked up sharply, stunned. Get lost, the paladin growled, his gaze sharp. I'm about to kill you. Contrary to expectations, the Demon King sprang up with an unbelievably joyful expression. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. I will never forget this kindness. He hoisted a lizard soldier onto his shoulder, preparing to escape. He shouted loudly, ordering his entire army. Demon King's 4-star legion! Retreat! Run, run, run! Everyone fall back! The lizard soldiers looked at each other in confusion. Huh? So sudden? What just happened? I don't know. If the Demon King says so, we'll just do it. The entire chaotic demon army retreated in the blink of an eye. Only the paladin remained, standing alone amidst the desolate battlefield, lost in thought. Suddenly, from behind, a lizard demon grabbed Kim Jang-cheol tightly. The paladin still stood there, his back turned, a perfect target. The demon roared, filled with extreme hatred. "You useless worm!" But the Demon King pushed him away forcefully, throwing him straight towards the enemy. With just a turn, an invisible sword tore through the demon's body. Kim Jang-cheol desperately reached out. "No!" Blood splattered. The paladin coldly watched the attacker's body fall. In the Demon King's eyes, the hero's figure became colossal and terrifying. A terrible sound echoed as that body smashed against the cliff face. Each drop of fresh blood fell onto the dry ground. Sweat poured from the Demon King's forehead. He froze on the spot. The paladin's eyes glowed with a cold blue light, devoid of emotion. Kim Jang-cheol gritted his teeth, both terrified and choked with indignation. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" The blond man unexpectedly spoke. "I understand this was not your will, but his own decision." The Demon King was stunned. His enemy's words completely bewildered him. Suddenly, the paladin's hand grabbed someone's collar tightly. The paladin turned his back, his voice coldly warning the Demon King, "But if you dare bring those horns to the human world again." The threat ended with a fatal sentence. "Then you'd best believe I will kill you." Demon King Kratos was petrified, sweat pouring out. His enemy's words instilled extreme terror. Memories faded. Reality returned to a sturdy fortress amidst a desolate canyon. Rivage and Diol rushed over, their faces full of worry. "Sir Kimchi, what happened to you? We were so worried when you suddenly disappeared." The paladin merely responded calmly to their panic. There was a battle. Rivage was astonished. "What? You fought those terrifying demons?" The fortress commander stepped forward, his gaze scrutinizing. "Are you truly Sir Kimchi?" But then, his attitude completely changed, filled with admiration. "We saw how you defeated the demons and made them kneel. Please forgive my disrespect." Rivage still couldn't believe what he heard. "It was you? I know you're strong, but—" The commander loudly cheered, breaking the silence. "To Sir Kimchi, who protected the fortress! Hooray!" Cheers echoed throughout the fortress. Swords raised high to acclaim the new hero. Amidst that sea of sound, the hero quietly pondered. "This is my 20th life. Finally, I have escaped the loop of endless slaughter." He closed his eyes, then opened them again. A decision had been made. His cloak fell, revealing an unexpected outfit. "I chose the path of forgiving others, even though I killed 2 of them." The commander and his soldiers froze, their expressions solidified at the awkward sight. The scene shifted to a dead land, the Forsaken Land, 4th Star Sector, Stormy Desert. A new journey was about to begin. Amidst the stormy desert, a lone figure faced a dense army of demons. Heavy breaths echoed in the dry air. Kim Jang-cheol exhaled sharply, his face annoyed. "Finally here! Dragging a whole crowd along really wastes time." He roared, driving away the lizard demons. "Go back to your castles or homes and stay there! If you dare invade the human realm again, I will annihilate all of you! Get out now!" With that, he turned on his heel and walked away, leaving the frightened remnants of the army behind. He muttered, impatient at having to follow the game's route without being able to use tricks or shortcuts. Gotta hurry up and supervise the giant potato incident, too. Suddenly, an abandoned well caught his eye. If only it were still active, moving wouldn't be this miserable. This was a teleportation and enhancement system. He had tried countless wells, but none of them worked. Kim Jang-cheol slumped against the well's edge, despairing. "I want to teleport so badly. It probably won't activate, because I'm not a paladin." Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupted from the bottom of the well. Kim Jang-cheol froze. A system notification appeared. Due to encountering the paladin, a new game system has been unlocked. Teleportation via abandoned wells, unlocked. The light engulfed him, a cry of astonishment echoing as his body was pulled into the vortex of energy. His entire body was sucked back into the well, his face contorted by the sudden pull. "All wells you have passed are now activated. Where do you wish to go?" He didn't hesitate. "All right, take me there." Teleporting to the underground area of the Demon King's castle. A blinding streak of light, and Kim Jang-cheol's figure vanished into thin air. Elsewhere, Asura dejectedly threw away a broken item. "Tsk! This one's broken too." Flute stood beside him, silently praying. "Please. I hope there's still one usable farming tool left." Suddenly, a blue light burst forth from the ground. Flute startled. "Huh?" A face contorted in pain appeared in the light. It was Kim Jang-cheol. He appeared in an explosion of energy, A scream tearing through space. The ground shook violently. Flute was bewildered by the Demon King's sudden appearance. She was thrown backward by the impact. Asura spun around, his face full of vigilance towards the uninvited guest. Kim Jang-cheol staggered upon landing, clutching his stomach with both hands. The aftershocks of the teleportation were terrible. A stream of rainbow-colored light poured from his mouth. Asura froze, his face pale as he witnessed the bizarre sight. The teleportation sickness spread. Soon, both men together created a colorful rainbow display. Ugh, my guts are all twisted. Can't teleport as smoothly as in games, huh? Kim Jang-cheol panted. Flute frantically ran to Ashurat, who was sprawled on the ground. Kim Jang-cheol calmly wiped his mouth. Well, only throwing up once to get here is a bargain. All right, let's begin. He grandly declared amidst the chaotic scene. Mass-produced giant potatoes. Time passed, and a towering wooden warehouse rose in the barren land. Before a mountain of potatoes, Hartok exclaimed in admiration. No matter how many times I see it, this sight is still unbelievable. The system announced his quest was complete. Kim Jang-cheol crossed his arms, his face cold as he looked at his achievement. Standing before the mountain of giant potatoes, he remained calm. But as he knelt down and picked one up, a sense of unease suddenly arose. What is this? Why does something feel wrong? Zephyros appeared. Kim Jang-cheol was still looking confusedly at the potato in his hand. Suddenly, his face changed color, veins bulging. Wait! Damn it! He frantically dug through the pile of potatoes, searching desperately. It's not here! This one isn't either! They're all gone! Zephyros calmly asked. My Lord Demon King, is there a problem with the potatoes? Kim Jang-cheol turned his back, his voice heavy. These giant potatoes have no sprouts. He held out the smooth potato, his face contorted in disappointment. Zephyros froze, realizing the tragedy. No sprouts means they won't grow? Kim Jang-cheol gritted his teeth. That's right. These potatoes, they are sterile. The bitter pronouncement echoed across the barren land. On the warehouse roof, a makeshift white flag fluttered. Demon King's castle, temporary. In the emergency meeting, Kim Jang-cheol announced the bad news. So, even if we plant these giant potatoes, nothing will grow. A demon with sideburns explained. They have been abnormally genetically modified, losing their reproductive ability and becoming variants. The red-haired warrior naively asked. You mean we can't eat them? Serby snapped. Idiot! It means we can't plant them. Once we eat all of these, it's over. Kim Jang-cheol, hiding his fatigue, began to lay out a harsh truth. Anyway, we can't rely on potatoes forever. They're prone to disease. Once infected, the whole harvest is ruined. Ashurat, his voice skeptical, cut in. Then we'll have to plant something else. But besides potatoes, what else is there in this land? Kim Jang-cheol admitted the bitter truth. Nothing at all. But he looked up, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. I know a place with tons of seeds to plant. Zephyros stood behind him, seemingly having guessed his master's intention. Could his majesty be planning to? The Demon King's eyes blazed with a fierce determination. A fertile land, the land of humans. His declaration stunned all his subordinates. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly thickened. The red-haired warrior roared with excitement. Invasion! Plunder! War again! Serby hastily stopped him. Hey, shut up, you idiot! The blonde warrior looked directly at her comrade. No one hates war more than the Demon King. Her affirmation drew all attention to the throne, where Kim Jang-cheol sat in contemplation. The Demon King began to issue orders, his voice clear. Zephyros immediately began constructing a giant slave yoke. He turned to another subordinate. You stay and assist Hartok's farmer legion and help him manage them. Finally, he finalized the lineup. Sirji, Ashurat, Baal, and I. The Demon King's smile turned savage. We will go to the human world, sell slave yokes, and use that money to buy seeds? Memories of the hero Kimchi Salt flashed by. Kim Jang-cheol was confident. As long as we don't run into him, everything will be fine. And even if we do, I already have a plan. This insane plan shook the entire Great Hall. The loyal subordinates were stunned, unable to believe their ears. Zephyros was the first to object. Go to the human world to sell slave yokes? You've lost your mind. Can you explain why I should listen to this absurdity? Zephyros began to analyze coldly. Just look at the 3 generals ordered to go. The red-haired warrior appeared. A mass of bulging muscles. One looks like a monster. Ashurat, the cloaked figure, exuded killing intent. From a human perspective, they are mobile alarm bells. The other one is like a serial killer, with grotesque skin. Serbi, the female warrior in silver armor, her gaze sharp, and the last one looks like a human-octopus hybrid with gastroenteritis, pale and hypothermic. Zephyros concluded firmly, believing the plan would fail immediately. If humans see them, they will surely scream, "It's a demon!" and attack instantly. Zephyros's arguments were dismissed. Asura and Serbi grabbed the assistant, a sharp blade held close. "We are being very rational here, punk. Which also means we can reasonably kill you right here." The red-haired warrior roared, completely unaware of his own appearance. "Zephyros is right about one thing. All of you look weird. Only I am normal." Asura pointed directly at him. "No way. You look the most demonic here." The argument about appearances erupted. "I can't believe your self-awareness is so poor. Compared to a gentleman like me, you all look the same." The demon with sideburns scoffed. "You mean an old man who looks like a corpse, right?" Serbi giggled. "You all look like steamed fish. Ridiculous," Asura roared. "Shut up, stomach girl. Don't you realize you look the least human? A hypothermic octopus hag." The words ignited action. All the generals lunged at each other in a chaotic brawl, no one yielding. On the throne, Kim Jang-cheol rested his chin on his hand, observing the mess with a bored expression. Everyone here has a fragile ego and image issues. Sometimes I feel sorry for them. A hand with sharp claws was raised, signaling them to stop. All right. To quell the chaos, Kim Jang-cheol flashed a terrifying grin. "Stop fighting. None of us are good-looking enough to parade around anyway." The lame joke made everyone freeze. Kim Jang-cheol shrugged. Not funny, but seeing everyone so quiet, I guess it worked." After settling things, the Demon King turned to the main issue. "Hey, Zephyros, did you bring what I asked for?" The assistant adjusted his glasses. "From the hidden path in Saruthal's castle, right?" "Ah, yes. The items from the secret passage, correct?" Zephyros opened a red cloth, revealing small, squirming blue creatures. They emitted an ethereal glow, lying still in the assistant's palm. The small blue creatures squirmed, whimpering weakly. They looked pitiful, but also truly disgusting. Serbi and Ashurat stared at the slimy creatures with disgust. What is this?" The Demon King smirked, revealing sharp teeth. "This is the transformation elixir. Eat this, and you will transform into a different creature, not a demon. With this, we will disguise ourselves and enter human territory," he declared. But the only response was a deathly silence from his subordinate. A general roared. "You're telling us to eat this?" The Demon King crossed his arms, his voice full of sarcasm. "Did you think I brought it back for you to rub on your skin?" Suddenly, Baal roared. "I'm not picky." He snatched a small creature, disregarding its appearance. Without hesitation, the red-haired warrior threw the small creature straight into his mouth. He chewed ravenously, while the other generals were stunned with horror. Baal shrieked. "It's disgusting," the Demon King replied coldly. "Did you eat it thinking it would taste good?" A brilliant golden light erupted from Baal's body, throwing nearby individuals away. A terrifying transformation was underway. The Demon King muttered, "The transformation's outcome depends on the user's true nature. I hope no one turns into something too wild." The light faded, leaving behind a completely different silhouette. From within the smoke, a voice rang out, full of astonishment. I've changed." The smoke completely dispersed. Baal, the tyrant of Black Rock, had transformed into a dashing red-haired man, his face utterly bewildered. Something isn't quite right. The transformation elixir, condensing souls from countless corpses. The resulting form reflects one's deepest desires. The Demon King was stunned. "Ah, I see. So that's your true nature, Baal." Serbi looked at Baal, then decisively grabbed one. "The Demon King's command is absolute," the Demon King thought to himself. "Sergi, you want to be beautiful too, don't you?" A plume of green smoke erupted, enveloping Serbi's body. The transformation had begun. The smoke cleared, revealing an unexpected creature, a blue alpaca with sharp eyes. The demon in the vest held up a mirror. The alpaca's reflection was perfectly clear, its face full of confusion. A piercing shriek echoed. Hanjun Sirgi, who wanted to become a warm demon, had now transformed into an alpaca. With no time to hesitate, Baal grabbed Ashurat, forcing him to swallow the elixir. "There's no time. Drink it now." Another plume of smoke erupted. From within it, a winged creature emerged. Prince of the blood tribe Ashurat, who yearned for freedom, now shrieked in the form of a pelican. It was the Demon King's turn. He decisively swallowed the last elixir. I'm next. The smoke dissipated, revealing Kratos' silhouette. The Demon King now bore the appearance of an unpleasant graduate student, a transformation unlike any of the others. He looked in the mirror, his face full of doubt. The change isn't very significant. Is this okay? He glanced at the alpaca and the pelican beside him, a formation that couldn't be any stranger. He decided to accept his new form. Let's just say I look like someone with liver disease. All right, let's go. Seed expedition team. The bizarre troop began their journey. The Demon King, the Tyrant, an alpaca, and a pelican headed straight into the wilderness. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before Kim Jang-cheol's eyes. A cold warning message. When using the transformation elixir, benefits related to happiness points cannot be received. Tisk. So many restrictions. Kim Jang-cheol recalled a crucial rule. Even in the game, using skills or taking damage will revert us to our original forms. We must be careful. A vortex of energy swallowed the entire group. Using a wild well, we'll quickly get close to human territory. Luckily, the whole group can teleport just by holding hands. They landed in the barren land in a state of chaos. Kim Jang-cheol staggered to his feet. The problem is, before them was a colossal fortress, standing tall and blocking the canyon. How do we get past that? Old anxieties resurfaced. Kim Jang-cheol's face darkened. The scariest thing is running into that kimchi guy. The fact that he was spotted here means he's advancing deeper into human territory, right? He tried to reassure himself with logical deductions. So it's been a while. Perhaps he's reached his destination and is no longer here. His gaze turned towards the fortress, holding a faint glimmer of hope. And even if he is still here, he won't recognize me. But fear still choked his throat. Right? Surely not? Please, please let it be so. From the watchtower, a soldier squinted through binoculars. Currently, there's no other way but to collect the seeds as quickly as possible. A suspicious group is approaching. The guards were vigilant, weapons ready. Demons again? I don't think so. But Kim Jang-cheol's group approached. A bizarre formation unlike any other. They look really sickly. A silver-haired man with a commanding aura stepped out, his gaze sharp and scrutinizing. The commander raised his hand, blocking the group's path. The tension was palpable. His voice was cold, without a hint of leniency. You must be from the village of the exiled. Turn back. You have no right to pass through this gate. The alpaca and the pelican exchanged disheartened glances. Serbi thought to herself. Just as expected. This plan was never going to be easy. But Kim Jang-cheol maintained a calm expression. I anticipated this. There's been a demon invasion recently, so of course they'll refuse everyone. Kim Jang-cheol was confident in his knowledge. He was a veteran player, having memorized every detail, every plotline of this world. The silver-haired commander stared, his gaze sharp and completely distrustful. But Kim Jang-cheol did not flinch. His eyes gleamed with determination. He flashed a cunning smile. Even an outcast like me has brought back genuine treasures from the demon territory. The commander frowned, a little surprised. Demon territory? He secretly gloated. The human king always craved information about demon territory. With this bait, they had no reason to refuse. Genuine treasures? Do you mean what's behind you? The commander asked skeptically. Kim Jang-cheol quickly replied. Yes, that's right. You're very perceptive. He cheerfully introduced. These are beasts I captured from deep within the demon territory. Their meat is absolutely delicious. The alpaca and the pelican were sweating, their faces full of discomfort. Both animals flinched, their eyes wide with fright. Kim Jang-cheol was still rambling on, pointing at the two poor animals. The commander's face darkened. Captured alive from the demon realm? That's a pelican, and the other is an alpaca, right? You intend to offer those common beasts to the king? Kim Jang-cheol froze. What the hell? In a world based on medieval Europe, alpacas and pelicans are common species? What kind of terrible setting is this? The commander growled, his eyes filled with contempt. They are both smelly and worthless. Take them away and get out immediately. Serbi's pride was severely wounded. Veins bulged on her alpaca face. Serbi's indignant scream echoed. Alpaca! She roared, the insult turning into rage. Kim Jang-cheol was stunned by the fierce reaction. The commander flinched, staring at the alpaca. He muttered, cold sweat pouring down. It pronounced it clearly and accurately. Not a normal alpaca, is it? A thought suddenly flashed in Kim Jang-cheol's mind. This is my chance! He burst out laughing, grabbing the scowling Serbi. See? Creatures from the demon world speak very clearly. Then he turned to Asura. This kid also has a very juicy cry. Hey, make some noise. The pelican just glared at him silently. Kim Jang-chil grabbed Ashurat's neck and shook him hard. Feathers flew everywhere as the poor bird was forced to let out a pathetic cry. The commander was completely convinced. Permission to enter the gate, go on in. The plan was a complete success. The group calmly entered the city, leaving behind astonished gazes. But the commander stopped them. Even with rare beasts, you are still descendants of exiles. You are not allowed to move freely within royal territory. Fortunately, there's a delegation heading to the capital nearby. You can go with them. Kim Jang-chil cursed under his breath, his annoyance evident. A voice rang out from the delegation. Perfect timing. We were embarrassed that we had nothing from the demon world to offer His Majesty. A silver-haired young man stepped out. I am Riva Jazrahan, the king's special envoy. Beside me is my servant, Diol Frontera. Kim Jang-chil quickly replied. I am Kim Jang-chil, and this is my friend, Budstench. Rivage and Diol exchanged glances, their eyes full of doubt. From the exile village? What strange names? Suddenly, a guard from the delegation spoke up. We've been in that village for months, but we've never seen you. Kim Jang-chil froze. State your identities. Are you demons? A sharp blade was pointed directly at them. The perfect plan had collapsed in an instant. Dial Frontera whispered, mocking Ravage's condition. Oh dear, Tilda. Young Master Ravage's face blindness has recurred, Tilda. He pointed at Kim Jang-chil, trying to jog the young master's memory. Look closely, Tilda. That's the person from the second house on the left, Tilda. Kim Jang-chil was confused, not understanding what was happening. Dial leaned close to Ravage's ear, his voice full of calculation. Let's just take them along. Isn't it enough to just offer gifts to the king? But Rivage still hesitated. What if they really are demons? Rivage suddenly realized, his attitude changing 180 degrees. Ah, that's right. I didn't remember because we hadn't spoken. Yes, you were there. A sinister smile appeared on Kim Jang-chil's face. He had seen through this nobleman, that potato-faced guy, so easily swayed. We can use him. Dial was no pushover either. He glanced at Kim Jang-chil, secretly plotting. That sickly fellow looks too weak. We'll just take what we need, and then kick them out. Rivage enthusiastically declared. Well then, let's skip the small talk, and depart immediately. The other members are waiting outside. Rivage introduced a blond, muscular man. This is Kimchi. He has volunteered to escort us. Kim Jang-chil froze. Sweat poured down him like a shower, his face pale. He recognized this person. The blond man's gaze was as sharp as a knife, pinning Kim Jang-chil. An invisible pressure enveloped the space. Kim Jang-chil stammered his introduction. Terror clearly visible. Hello, I am Kim Jang-chil. Only one thought was in his head. I'm dead for sure. Contrary to expectations, the blond man merely replied gently. You don't look well. Please take care of yourself. Kim Jang-chil was dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. His face contorted in astonishment. The delegation began their journey to the capital. All right, the capital is still far away. Let's hurry. Kim Jang-chil still couldn't believe it. He didn't recognize me? Really? The transformation potion is quite effective, isn't it? But the blond man's sharp eyes glinted with a meaningful look. Could this be an act? Night fell, the full moon appearing and disappearing behind the clouds. Under the flickering firelight, the royal delegation and Kim Jang-chil's group gathered, the atmosphere strangely quiet. Danger! If we're attacked, the transformation spell will break. Then we'll die at the hands of that old Kimchi. Fear surged in Kim Jang-chil's heart. The capital is still far. If we just sell these guys and buy seeds, it'll be enough. No need to go with them. He hatched a plan to escape. The blond man's gaze was as sharp as a dagger, piercing straight into the heart of the person opposite him. Kim Jang-chil froze, cold sweat pouring down. He tried to force a strained smile, but the terror could not be hidden. The blond man subtly glanced away, seemingly indifferent, but the tension still hung in the air. Damn it. Just meeting his gaze made my whole body go numb. The killing intent from that guy was too terrifying. Let's run. We'll escape tonight. The decision had been made. They couldn't stay here for another second. It was late at night. At the campsite, two strange animals were fast asleep. Kim Jang-chil shook Bale hard. Hey, Bale, wake up! Bale grumbled. I need 8 hours of sleep to develop. You finished developing ages ago, you lunatic. The group stealthily prepared to leave. Baal still sleepy, holding a branch. Kim Jang-chil's heart almost leaped out of his chest when a voice rang out right behind him. Where are you going in the middle of the night? The alpaca spoke. Kim Jang-chil was astonished. You can talk? Of course, my mouth just isn't used to this structure yet. Why bother with those annoying people? We've already passed the fortress. They're useless now. Serby seemed confused by his haste. Kim Jang-chil growled, his eyes sharp. We just need to complete our objective. If we drag this out and our identities are revealed, we're dead. Suddenly, a figure stood tall on the hillside under the full moon. The blond man spoke in a cold voice. That identity? What is it? His gaze pierced through the night, cold and scrutinizing. Absolute terror choked Kim Jang-chil. All plans, all confidence, vanished in an instant. The story suddenly shifts to a desolate, cold land, the Forgotten Land, Chavandayantor. Two demons in elegant attire appear. Hartok and his assistant Zephyros, along with a small blue creature on his shoulder. They face a bustling crowd of mantis demons. Hartok speaks with authority. Why are you gathered here without a summons? A mantis demon timidly replies. We heard the Star Lord is here, and there's food too. Hartok mutters softly, his face full of vexation. Damn it. The Demon King still hasn't brought more seeds. Food is limited. His annoyance quickly turns to astonishment. What the hell? Why are these crustaceans here? Another group of Trant demons rushes over, wailing piteously. Lord Hartok, please take us in. We have nothing to do with Planis's betrayal. Hartok looks exhausted by the barrage of pleas. Lord Hartok, please help us first. To make matters worse, a hungry pack of serpent folk also pushes in, their pleas growing louder. We have traveled a long way. Everyone is starving to death. The crowd of refugee demons surrounds the two, their cries for food and mercy echoing everywhere. Hartok turns to his assistant, his voice weary. How much chuno do we have left? Zephyros replies concisely. We have a lot. Zephyros speaks coldly, cutting straight to the point. The problem is, how many more days must we endure and feed them? Hartok bows his head, the burden of an entire race weighing heavily on his shoulders. A distant voice echoes in Kim Jang-chil's mind. When I am gone, you are the Demon King. Think and act like a Demon King. Hartok remains silent, a decision forming in his mind. He suddenly looks up, his gaze firm. Each tribe will divide land and settle. I will ensure there is food. Suddenly, a group of strangers emerges from the bushes. Kim Jang-chil, Baal, and two strange creatures accompanying them are stunned to encounter a blonde warrior. The eye-patch-wearing man speaks, his tone probing. Tell me, what is your true identity, Sir Kim Jang-chil? Baal leans close to Jang-chil's ear, whispering provocatively. Why are you flustered? Bad stench. We'll take him down if you give the order. Kim Jang-chil brushes him off, his voice hissing. Don't go causing trouble recklessly, you fool! Look closely at that old kimchi salt! Baal squints, admitting. Honestly, I found him a bit scary at first, too. An aura of power emanates from the blonde man, overwhelming everything around him. The warrior's cold voice rings out, piercing their conversation. I heard that. Kim Jang-chil jumps, sweating profusely. The blonde warrior muses. The one who once led him into a spiral of slaughter now seeks peace. He wants to know, what is Kim Jang-chil's true intention? Kim Jang-chil stammers, trying to explain, the truth is, we didn't come here to offer tribute to the king. The blond man's gaze doesn't leave Jang-chil, awaiting an explanation. Under the moonlight, Jang-chil begins his story. Their land is barren, lacking food, but they still have to find a way to cultivate it. He shouts, his voice full of determination and urgency. We came here to sell chuno and buy vegetable seeds. That's why we had to leave secretly to avoid being caught. Furthermore, the capital is too far, so we're aiming for the nearest city. Jang-chil tries to play the role of a desperate wretch. I sincerely apologize. Please understand, we are just too poor and hungry. He secretly thinks, just appeal to his compassion and we'll get through this. The space seems to freeze. A silent battle of wits unfolds, with only the sharp gazes of the two adversaries meeting. The blond man narrows his eyes, analyzing every expression. So, the demons have started eating people because they lack food. He lets out a breath, seemingly having made his final decision. That makes sense. But I can't just let you go. The cold declaration stuns Jang-chil. Asura vouched for you to offer tribute to the king. I cannot disappoint him. A deal is struck. Stop along the way, sell chuno, and buy seeds. But you must continue to the capital. And as agreed, those two beasts are tribute for the king. Sirbi and Ashurat, in their strange forms, are dumbfounded with faces full of indignation. Yes, we are very willing. Those things are just trash where we come from. Jang-chil hastily agrees. but inwardly knows the other party isn't joking. But behind the blond man's back, Jang Cheol's smile turns sinister. Of course I'm joking. We'll bolt as soon as we get the seeds. Under the clear blue sky, the group continues their journey. You will have to sell chuno along the way. A silver-haired noble approaches them. Can you show me what they look like? Jang Cheol replies, oh yes, just a slightly large cooked potato. With a wide grin, Jang Cheol pulls back the tarp on the cart. Here, take a look. The servant accompanying the noble turns pale with fright, while his master remains strangely calm. I wish you good sales. The noble smiles, ignoring his servant yelling behind him, young master. Dial Frontera snaps. Take this. Offer this as tribute. It looks much more valuable. Kim Jang Cheol is bewildered. Huh? It's just a big, ugly potato. Why use it as tribute? It's not just big, it's gigantic, Kim Jang Cheol proudly boasts. Deal Frontera scoffs. You're quite amusing. If size were the most important thing, the tallest person would already be king. Ravaj Asrahan laughs. Perhaps he likes it because it resembles him. Deal Frontera grinds his teeth in anger. One day, I will be rich and turn you into my slave. Just you wait. Dial Frontera mutters resentfully and walks away, while Kim Jang Cheol quietly observes. But deep down, Kim Jang Cheol has other plans. He thinks that Potato Head might be right. These potatoes are strange enough to be rewarded by the king. But the top priority is still to escape that kimchi salt guy. Must bolt as soon as possible before his identity is exposed. Oh, there it is, Rivaj Asrahan exclaims happily. Before them is a large city. Welcome to the trade city, Daparachia. Thanks to Rivaj Asrahan's kindness, Kim Jang Cheol and Baal both have rooms at the inn. The Kimchi Salt Guys group does too. Of course, the beasts don't have that luxury. Sirbi and Asharat are tied up outside, their faces full of discontent. Inside, the inn room is truly dilapidated. An inn in a trade city with empty rooms and so run down. Kim Jang Cheol and his companions pull the cart out onto the street. Anyway, our first goal is to sell all these potatoes. Asharat asks worriedly. Are you really going to hand us over to the king? Kim Jang Cheol snaps. Of course not, you fool. You are my precious lightning rods. Asharat looks bewildered. Huh? I thought that job was done. You're just on leave, my friend. Sirbi speaks, her face full of doubt. But something isn't right here. I heard human markets are supposed to be bustling. The scene that unfolds is completely opposite. The market is deserted, desolate, even more dismal than in the demon realm. Kim Jang Cheol narrows his eyes, observing. Yeah, it's been a bit eerie since we arrived. This means the economy is declining. Will we even be able to sell these potatoes? Kim Jang Cheol brushed aside all worries. Worrying is useless. Let's just get on with it. He decided to set up shop. The potatoes, which looked no different from rough stones, were neatly arranged. The group began hawking their wares in the street. Come and see! We have giant potatoes here. 1 for 20, 2 for 30. Come and buy now! Kim Jang Cheol strained his voice, disregarding his pride. Everyone, come pick your favorite. Delicious, nutritious potatoes here. Baal blushed with shame, but Kim Jang Cheol immediately snapped. How embarrassing. Is this really our demon lord? Shut up. We need to make a living. What's there to be ashamed of? He roared, his eyes blazing. Our demon race once had to eat our own kind to survive. You should be grateful for only having to endure a little shame like this. Baal froze, his gaze changing. Both continued to shout, attracting attention. Come and buy now. Kim Jang Cheol turned to the alpaca and the bird. You two, why aren't you shouting? Huh? Suddenly, the entire group lost their balance, collapsing onto the ground in chaos. Kim Jang Cheol gritted his teeth, a bitter stream of thoughts pouring out. He knew well that transmigrators often got rich by selling modern items, but all he had was a giant potato. Expecting to sell goods purely out of others' curiosity was truly an illusion. Therefore, they had to give it their all. The group formed a bizarre living tower, because this is. Memories of people struggling to make a living suddenly flooded back to life. Suddenly, a man approached. Excuse me, are you really selling this for 20 gold? Kim Jang Cheol was overjoyed. Oh, our first customer. Yes, of course. If you buy 2. Kim Jang Cheol froze, unable to believe his ears. The man excitedly declared, then I'll take 4. His words were like a spark, and the entire crowd suddenly buzzed, jostling each other to buy. Me too. Give me a few. I'll take 6. No, make it 10. Kim Jang Cheol was stunned. Wait, what's going on? We only just started hawking, and it's already attracting this much attention? Sirbi cheered. That's right. The Demon Lord's plan succeeded again. Asura urged. Don't just stand there. Sell them quickly. Kim Jang-cheol snapped awake. What? Oh, right. Shouts echoed throughout the square. Line up. One person at a time. Money flowed into their pockets. Kim Jang-cheol smirked. He thought to himself, they had sold 1/3 in the blink of an eye. If this news spread, they would probably sell out tomorrow. He roared, assigning tasks to his subordinates. 4 great demon generals. Just wait at the inn. I'll go buy seeds and be right back. They all cheered in triumphant joy. For a bountiful harvest. Kim Jang-cheol went to a stall. The vendor looked at him with disbelief. You want to buy seeds? Are you kidding? You won't be able to buy seeds in this city. The smile on Kim Jang-cheol's face vanished. What? The vendor explained that most of the food and seeds had been monopolized by a large trading company. Which company? The vendor suddenly asked. And why do you look so pale? Kim Jang-cheol brushed him off. Never mind that. Just tell me where that company is. The vendor was startled by his attitude. The vendor pointed in a direction. That person over there. Go ask him. Kim Jang-cheol turned and approached the person indicated. Excuse me. A luxuriously dressed man turned around with a meaningful smile. Are you the one who was selling those large potatoes by the fountain just now? Kim Jang-cheol admitted his identity. Yes, that's me. The man smiled and introduced himself. My name is Ruslan, secretary to Merchant Richmond. I handle all operations for Richmond Trading Company. Kim Jang-cheol frowned slightly. Oh, I see. What do you want with me? Richmond Trading Company. Is that the big company he mentioned earlier? Ruslan got straight to the point, holding up 2 fingers. 20%. We will buy all your potatoes for 20% more than your selling price. A glint flashed in Kim Jang-cheol's eyes. Wait, could this be? He suddenly changed the subject, his gaze sharp. First, let me ask you something. How much does a handful of cabbage seeds cost? Ruslan's smile grew more smug. Currently, our company sells them for about 100 gold. Kim Jang-cheol's eyes turned cold. He muttered to himself. Exorbitant profit margin. He calculated. Contempt, clearly visible. According to the prices in this world, the most expensive would only be 50 gold. Yet they dared to sell it for double. Those bastards at Richmond Trading Company. The truth was revealed. Not only did they sell at exorbitant prices, but they were also speculators, controlling distribution channels and monopolizing the market for profit. Fragments of memories resurfaced. The dilapidated inn, with not a single customer. The business district was slowly dying, and the desperate villagers scrambling to buy potatoes. It was all a play orchestrated by them. Kim Jang-cheol's eyes narrowed, a terrifying thought forming. That means... A savage smile suddenly bloomed on his face, making the surrounding air seem to freeze. Ruslan flinched, taking a step back, startled by the sudden change. Hey, what's with that look? Even if I sell all the potatoes at their offered price, I still won't be able to buy seeds. But needing them doesn't mean I have to buy from them. I'm a demon. What do laws mean to me? Kim Jang-cheol walked away, his expression cold and calculating. From a distance, Mr. Kimchi was still observing his every move. He must have smelled something suspicious. But a plan had formed in Jang-cheol's mind. I've figured out how to shake him off and still get the seeds. Ruslan began the negotiation. So, you want to buy our potatoes, right? If you sign the contract right now. Jang-cheol interrupted with an arrogant demand, his face contorted with arrogance. Call your boss out here. Ruslan froze, an annoyed expression clearly visible on his face. Actually, I'm the one who manages the company's operations. Ruslan tried to explain, but only received a contemptuous click of the tongue from Jang-cheol. You're just a petty employee, not qualified to handle my offer. I'll show you. I'm not some small merchant for you to manipulate. Cornered, Ruslan stammered in defense. I am the second in command of Richmond Trading Company. I have almost full decision-making authority. Oh, really? Jang-cheol shouted an exorbitant price, his eyes wild. Fine. 200 gold per potato. Take it or leave it. Ruslan froze, unable to believe his ears. 200? That's too much. Jang-cheol scoffed at his hesitation. Look at you, why can't you make up your mind? His smile turned sinister as he exposed the opponent's plan. Your boss must have thought dried giant potatoes would be a huge bargain if supplied to the royal army. He pressed with a fatal question. If you sell potatoes at a loss but secure other supply contracts with the kingdom, will you ultimately profit or lose? Ruslan broke out in a cold sweat. All his calculations had been seen through. Kim Jang-cheol calmly gave the order, his tone leaving no room for the loser to refuse. Call your boss out here. The sky suddenly darkened. A sudden rain poured down on the city, washing away the tension of the recent negotiation. Under the eaves, the two poor animals huddled together, their fur soaked. Asura roared in his bird form, "I cannot forgive you, Demon King!" But Serbi coldly cut him off. "Shut up! Didn't you hear the Demon King?" "It'll be a hassle if we're discovered as talking animals. Since when did you become so loyal? Aren't you angry about being dragged to human territory like this?" "Actually, I find it quite interesting." Serbi's answer stunned Ashurat. "What?" "I've always been curious." The alpaca's blue eyes gleamed with a distant longing. Memories flooded back. A tiny Serbi stood before the human fortress. "I've been curious about this place since I was little. I heard there's a lot of food here, and people don't eat each other. I can't imagine it. My parents were eaten by a stronger demon. And honestly, I wasn't sad, because that's just the natural order. Just like when your siblings were eaten, right?" Serbi's words were like a knife piercing Ashurat's heart. "This city is poorer than I imagined, but at least no one eats each other. Earlier at the market, I saw a starving father give his mushrooms to his child first. If we had been born here, perhaps our family would have been happy too." The dream of a complete family appeared, then vanished in the pouring rain. Ashurat's anger subsided, leaving only a lingering sadness that permeated the air. Under the heavy rain, Serbi silently sank into thought, a faint sadness lingering on her eyelids. Ashurat glanced over, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "What? Are you getting sentimental now? So you're talking less like an alpaca?" "What? No, I'm just used to the pronunciation now," Serbi replied, her gaze still distant. Ashurat suddenly spread his wings, shaking off the cold raindrops, as if to dispel the heavy atmosphere. The rain continued to fall relentlessly. In the quiet space, Serbi whispered a distant wish. Perhaps now, even demons can have an era of happiness. Suddenly, a shout echoed from the end of the alley, shattering the peaceful moment. "Hey, you two!" Both startled and turned around. Ashurat flapped his wings frantically, while Serbi quickly pointed at him. "This is just a misunderstanding. Sergi was just rude. No! Ashurat keeps bullying me! Kill him quickly!" Kim Jang-chol laughed loudly, grabbing the struggling Serbi. "Get inside! This is a strategy meeting of the 4 great demon generals!" Both were dragged into a roadside inn. Ashurat looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. In the cozy room, Kim Jang-chol announced the situation. "They're monopolizing all the food and selling it at exorbitant prices." Serbi and Ashurat were surprised. "Why are they doing that? Isn't this a place with plenty of food?" "It's not because they're afraid of starving," Kim Jang-chol explained, his eyes sharp. "They just want to get richer and richer." Baal looked understanding. "I know. When basic needs are met, the hierarchy of desires increases, and people seek respect." Kim Jang-chol frowned. "What kind of half-baked theory is that again?" "It's not respect. It's just greed," Ashurat growled, "even though they already have so much to eat." A horrifying image flashed in Serbi's mind. A trembling demon child before a hideous monster gnawing on something bloody. The brutal memory made Serbi shiver. And there are people who truly have nothing and are starving. Her voice trailed off, lost in the haunting past. Horrifying memories flooded back. Serbi collapsed on the cold ground, surrounded by scattered body parts. The scene of death haunted her mind. Fury flared in Bale's eyes. "I'm starting to get annoyed." Kim Jang-chol calmly explained. 4 great kings, you may not like it, but that's how humans are. We just need to respond calmly to serve our own purposes." Then a wicked smile spread across his lips, his eyes flashing with malice. "Demons should act like demons by invading their warehouses." In the desolate mountains, under the scorching sun, a current of air began to gather. The air current swirled, growing stronger and stronger, as if an invisible entity was descending from the sky. A violent whirlwind of dust erupted, obscuring the entire area. When the whirlwind dissipated, a group of demons appeared. Zephyros, Flute, and the burly farmers. A bearded demon looked towards the terrifying whirlwind created by Hartok, utterly bewildered. "What in the world is Lord Hartok doing? He suddenly ordered me to make a giant stone pot. And since then, he's been creating whirlwinds non-stop." Inside the eye of the storm, Hartok strained under immense pressure, his face contorted with effort. Exhausted, Hartok collapsed into the stone pot, where water had just been created by the whirlwind. He panted, looking at his creation. It's starting to take shape. But then, a bewildered expression appeared on Hartok's face. "Huh?" The bearded demon roared in anger when he saw the farmers running away. "What is this? A show? Is it break time already?" Zephyros stepped forward, his face full of concern. Hartok, you're overexerting yourself. Before them was an overwhelming sight. Hundreds of giant stone cauldrons filled with water. What in the world do you need this much water for? Hartok explained the urgent situation. You know as well as I do. Too many demons have gathered here. We can't feed them all with the meager amount of chunos we have. Therefore, he declared his bold plan. I will boil the chunos in water. Think about it. With the same amount of ingredients, we can feed many times more demons. Hartok's face was etched with determination, his fangs exposed. On this barren land, no demon shall be allowed to starve. Zephyros and the little dragon could only stare at him in silence, still bewildered. Zephyros thought to himself, a sarcastic expression on his face. You're doing good work, but why do you look like you're about to kill someone? Oh right, you are a demon after all. Memories flooded Zephyros's mind. Everything started to change. On the day the Demon King declared we would begin farming, the once cruel and cold-blooded Hartok was now exhausting himself just to provide food for other demons. What made him change so much? Hartok remained silent, offering no explanation. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on Hartok's lips. That smile grew brighter, his eyes gleaming, for a very mundane reason. I'll receive a lot of praise, won't I? But Hartok, to heat such a massive stone cauldron, you'll need an enormous amount of firewood. Of course, there's no way to get enough firewood unless we start tearing down the homes of the low-ranking demons. But that wasn't all. Hartok's eyes flashed with a crazed glint. That's why we're going to the sealed volcano in the 3rd region, to capture the fire predator. Zephyros froze. This plan was even crazier than anything he could have imagined. In a distant land, beneath a clear blue sky, a formidable fortress lay hidden amidst towering mountains. Footsteps echoed steadily on the stone ground. An uninvited guest was approaching. The great merchant Richmond, an old man with a noble appearance but eyes that held calculation, led his subordinate. Both stopped in front of an old inn. So this is the place. Richmond turned, his eyes sharp and filled with disappointment. Ruslan, I'm disappointed in you this time. The secretary flinched. Huh? How could you be scared by the threats of a country bumpkin? What good is an idiot like you? Richmond's harsh words made the secretary hang his head. Ruslan was stunned by the insult. Richmond ordered, Stay here. The old merchant walked towards the door, exuding absolute confidence. I'll show you how to take something from these uneducated fools. A knock echoed. A voice from inside called out, Who is it? Richmond offered a polite smile. I am Richmond, a humble merchant. As you requested, I have come here personally. The door creaked open. Oh yes, please come in, Richmond replied politely, concealing his inner contempt. Thank you, sir. If you'll excuse me. Inwardly, he sneered. Ignorant fools often let their guard down against false politeness. They don't realize that the one who comes to steal is always the most polite. But as the door opened, a terrifying illusion flooded Richmond's mind. He saw Kim Jang-cheol effortlessly subduing the most powerful figures of the demon realm. The old merchant's smugness vanished, replaced by cold sweat and extreme horror. Oh my God, he's truly terrifying. Kim Jang-cheol's eyes were icy, his calm voice resonating with an invisible pressure that made resistance impossible. Please, have a seat. The old merchant trembled, stammering his agreement. In his eyes, Kim Jang-cheol's subordinates were no different from manifested demons. Yes. Why do they look like that? They look exactly like demons. Richmond's terrified gaze swept past Asura. And who are those who just entered the room? Are they beasts? No, they have human expressions. Then he looked at Sirbi and Baal. The handsome, burly man-drooling sent shivers down his spine. And that handsome, burly guy, why is he drooling like that? What the hell is he? His fear reached its peak. That guy looks even scarier because of that face. Kim Jang-cheol spoke, breaking the tense atmosphere. So, you've heard my offer, haven't you? Richmond, drenched in sweat, tried to recall. You asked for 200 for each potato. A cold reply extinguished his hope. No, I said 300. Richmond's face changed color, extreme astonishment clearly visible. The old merchant cried out in despair. But 300 is too much. A ghostly voice from behind Kim Jang-cheol echoed. Our group includes Sir Azrahan, you know? The name Azrahan hit Richmond like a bucket of cold water. The Azrahan family? The subordinate sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. A noble family that receives direct orders from the royal family. Wouldn't it be wiser to side with them while you still can? The negotiation ended swiftly. Richmond, with a dazed expression, accepted the agreement. The deal is closed at 300. Ruslan, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered. Wait, what? Richmond ordered his secretary, his voice brooking no argument. Escort them to the mansion. Prepare private rooms for everyone, including the beasts. It's in the contract. Ruslan couldn't believe it. Lord Richmond, why are you so generous with such rude people? Richmond turned back, yelling at the inexperienced secretary. Idiot! Short-term losses always bring greater long-term profits. You truly know nothing. Richmond and Ruslan walked away, their heels clicking on the stone floor. The old merchant was still reeling. I was too scared, Richmond mumbled, cold sweat breaking out on the back of his neck. Ruslan's face darkened, filled with resentment and confusion. In the inn-room, Bale crossed his arms, speaking irritably. I don't understand. Wouldn't it be simpler to just kill them and take their stuff? Kim Jang-cheol replied. That's exactly your way of thinking. But if we rob them and a fight breaks out, what if our identities are exposed? It could turn into an all-out war between demons and humans. Kim Jang-cheol smirked. The best option is to avoid conflict, quietly drain them dry, and then disappear. Listen carefully. He raised a finger, beginning to outline the plan. To monopolize the market, that old man needs 3 things: a connection for protection, abundant capital, and a massive warehouse to store large quantities of food. So while we're staying at his mansion, we'll find out where that warehouse is. The alpaca Serbi looked up. But, Demon King, how do you know so much about human affairs? It's as if you've lived in the human world for a very long time. Kim Jang-cheol's eyes flickered slightly. Then he smirked again, his red demonic energy flaring. Of course I know. I am the Demon King, after all. In his mind, another thought appeared. Asterisk. Cheat mode activated. Asterisk. Indeed, the Demon King. All 3 subordinates believed him implicitly. Kim Jang-cheol merely thought to himself, asterisk, such gullible fools, asterisk. Outside, a cloaked figure stood silently before the door. The blond young man opened his eyes slightly, a voice echoing in his mind. Summoner of Duty, are you planning to steal from humans? No. Demon King Kratos. That name resonated in his mind, an appellation of absolute power. Richmond's mansion, grand and magnificent, a symbol of wealth and power in the human world. Dial Frontera couldn't hide his astonishment. Jang-cheol, I can't believe you managed to get such an amazing room. How did you do it? Kim Jang-cheol calmly explained. When I told them we would sell giant potatoes, this was the result. They even gave us extra gifts as thanks. Dial was still skeptical, but Ravage Asrahan shouted, I thought they were just oversized potatoes. I didn't realize they had real value. They're not just big, they're terrifyingly huge. These must be presented directly to the king. Dial teased. I thought you liked them because you felt a kinship. They look like you. Rivage bristled. What? How do I look like a potato? Well, your features are a bit similar. Rivage Asrahan suddenly realized something, quickly asking, Wait, you didn't sell all of them, did you? Kim Jang-cheol calmly replied, I did. Rivage's desperate shout echoed through the room, but Kim Jang-cheol quietly uttered a single word. But Kim Jang-cheol's eyes turned sharp, a sinister smile appearing. We'll take them back, because we're going to steal them. The despair on Rivage Asrahan's face vanished, replaced by determination. I will cooperate with you. Dial Frontera frantically covered Rivage's mouth. Steal? What do you mean? Kim Jang-cheol's smile grew more cunning. We'll steal back everything they've hoarded. Dial Frontera vehemently protested. I'm a government official. Such a crime is completely unacceptable. Kim Jang-cheol nodded sarcastically. Ah, yes. Unacceptable. Kim Jang-cheol raised a finger, his gaze sharp. Then I assume you also can't accept them hoarding all the food in the city and deliberately sabotaging the economy, can you? Dial Frontera was stunned. Speechless. What did you just say? A massive shipment, escorted by guards, slowly entered the city. Ruslan stood there, arms crossed, observing. His face showed a hint of sarcasm. Oh, darling, you've worked hard. Kim Jang-cheol eagerly ran over. Are you moving our potatoes into the warehouse now? Ruslan replied awkwardly, cursing inwardly. Yes, that's right. Just looking at his face annoys me. Jang-cheol bared his teeth in a meaningful smile. Or how about you show us your warehouse? I want to see how my dried potatoes are stored. Ruslan flatly refused. Absolutely not. Zhang Chail began to whine. Why not? Our warehouse is top secret. Why is it top secret? Zhang Chail's attitude suddenly changed. He roared. Top secret, my ass. Show me now. Why are you so stubborn? He threw himself to the ground, throwing a tantrum in broad daylight. Show me the warehouse! Show me the warehouse! Ruslan was furious. Ridiculous! I told you it's a secret! The coachman received the order and quickly urged the horses on. What are you waiting for? Go now. Yes, sir. A figure rushed out, falling flat on their face right in front of the rolling wheel. Zhang Chail lay sprawled on the ground, blocking the way. I'm not going anywhere! Either step over me or take me to the warehouse! The coachman grabbed him, trying to drag him away. Get out of the way! Zhang Chail yelled loudly. No! This is my room! Where are you telling me to go? His shouts echoed everywhere, repeating only two words. Where? House. Where? House. Ruslan gnashed his teeth. From a nearby window, Baal, Serbi, and Asura in their animal forms also joined in, singing strange chants. Warehouse! Warehouse! Baal turned, a puzzled look on his face. What the hell is the Demon King doing? Below, Zhang Chail's singing continued without end. Tyke! Me, thee. In alpaca form, Serbi looked disdainful. I wouldn't call that thing a Demon King. He's too embarrassing. Zhang Chail's mournful singing still echoed as he was dragged away, while Ruslan could only watch helplessly from above. You took all my potatoes, and now they're rotting in your warehouse. Rivage blushed with embarrassment. It's so humiliating to be associated with him. What's wrong with him? But Diol looked at him with different eyes. He is a man. A true man. Rivage was astonished. What? Dial explained with admiration. He discards his dignity for his goal. I must learn that. Rivage was horrified. What's the point of learning that? You'll only earn contempt. Rivage looked down at the chaotic scene below, his heart filled with conflict. Zhang Chail, you were so confident before. Now look at you. In a moment of silence, Zhang Chail seriously outlined the arduous path, gathering evidence, tracking down the backers, filing a petition with the royal court. But how long will all that take? His face darkened, and during all that time, tears welled up. Zhang Chail growled, his anguish evident. The people will continue to starve. I cannot bear the thought of that. Rivage was stunned, his heart constricted. Zhang Chail's words had touched the deepest part of his heart. Zhang Chail looked him straight in the eye, his voice full of trust. Asrahan, I believe you will understand. Let's join forces, he shouted, his voice filled with both indignation and hope, and return to the people what was stolen, what rightfully belongs to them. Rivage clenched his fists, his gaze firm. I understand your resolve. I will give my full support. Meanwhile, the shouts of warehouse still echoed from outside. Diol also stepped forward, resolute. I will find the warehouse's location. Zhang Chail nodded. Azrahan, prepare what I requested. Rivage suddenly froze, a look of horror on his face as the truth was revealed. So, your way of finding the warehouse was that ridiculous act? Being dragged away by the coachman, Zhang Chail continued his dramatic struggle. With a powerful throw, Zhang Chail's body flew into the air, mercilessly tossed aside. The coachman roared in frustration. This bastard is stubbornly insane. Let's go! Left behind, Zhang Chail crawled after them, desperately watching the cart and Ruslan disappear behind the gate. He collapsed, his hair obscuring his true expression. The act had come to an end. Zhang Chail sprang up, his face spreading into a wild grin. Blood Eye, complete! Information about Ruslan appeared. He would be irritable for the next 7 hours and was heading towards a secret underground warehouse in the suburban mining area. A distorted, triumphant smile, tears streaming down the victor's face. From a high window, Rivage silently observed everything. He questioned himself. If he wanted to, he could easily take it by force. Is this truly for justice? Or just plunder? Is he a demon or a hero? Meanwhile, Zhang Chail nonchalantly wiped away his fake tears. Elsewhere, Dial also mused. The more I look at him, the less I understand. In a dark cave, Zephyros discussed with another demon. Hartok, the fire devourer, is very strong. We should bring the entire army. The bearded demon interrupted. You just said the fire devourer is very strong. Bringing a bunch of weaklings will only cause more casualties. His hand gripped the iron bars tightly, his gaze firm. Caring for and protecting them is the duty of the 4 great demon generals. Zephyros declared loudly, bending the iron bars with both hands. The bearded demon was speechless. The little dragon on his shoulder also looked on blankly. Zephyros turned back, his gaze sharp. "Aren't you going to write down what I just said?" the demon stammered. "Ah, yes!" The scene shifted to a fiery land. Hartok strode confidently. "Excellent. The Demon King will surely praise me." Ha! A genius of intellect and character, Hartok. He recalled information about the creature he was about to summon. A cannibalistic, ferocious being, low in intelligence but too powerful to destroy, so it was merely sealed away. Hartok stood on a cliff, looking down at the giant, bubbling lava lake below. His voice echoed through the space. "Come forth, Ikrit, the fire devourer. I have a task for you." The surface of the lava lake began to ripple violently, signaling a terrifying presence. A column of lava shot up from the center of the lake. Lava waves surged, rising into a colossal wall, poised to swallow the summoner. The lava wall transformed into a raging sea of fire, immense heat radiating everywhere. From within the sea of fire, a colossal dragon head emerged, its eyes blazing. It roared a single word: food. The ancient creature fully rose, its immense body obscuring the sky. "I want food." Hartok remained calm, one of his eyes gleaming with a strange light. But then, sweat beaded on his forehead. "Damn it! It's already grown this big?" In the barren desert, a desperate cry echoed, searching for T-Bone. At the edge of the lava lake, Zephyros finally found the small creature he was looking for. A hand gently stroked the little dragon's body. T-Bone showed immense delight. Zephyros smiled gently, a rare moment of peace. The little dragon wriggled in delight, enjoying the pampering. Zephyros's face shone with affection. The silence was torn apart. Hartok rushed past, his face contorted in horror. "Run!" From deep within the earth, a colossal lava monster emerged, its power shaking the very ground. The ancient creature Ikrit roared in fury, hellfire beginning to gather in its throat. A terrifying sea of flames engulfed everything, its scorching heat incinerating the air. "Hartok, you went in there so confidently, what happened?" "Shut up. That guy has been eating fire for too long. He's become too strong." Amidst the chaos, Zephyros calmly took notes. Hartok, one of the 4 heavenly generals, is now tucking his tail and running. "Don't describe it in such detail, you lunatic," Hartok shouted, ordering a retreat. "For now, just retreat. We'll figure out how to light the fire again later." Elsewhere, tree creatures were tending to their saplings, a scene in stark contrast to the chaos outside. Hartok stumbled while fleeing. "There's no time for that." Rage overcame fear. Hartok tensed his body, dark magic surging in his palms, ready for a desperate counterattack. Facing the lava monster, Hartok roared an oath of honor. "I am Hartok, one of the 4 heavenly generals. Even if I must die, I will complete my mission." Hartok's furious roar echoed across the battlefield, dark magic exploding around his body. Amidst the tension, the little dragon T-Bone in Zephyros's arms suddenly spat out a small drop of water. The harmless drop of water lightly landed on the colossal monster's snout. Immediately, frost spread from the point of impact, and a chilling crack appeared. From a single drop of water, ice engulfed Ikrit's entire colossal body. Hartok and Zephyros stood stunned before the unbelievable sight. Hartok was dumbfounded, the magic in his hands dissipating. His desperate attack suddenly became a joke. Zephyros was no less astonished, but the eyes behind his glasses maintained an unusual calm. Hartok stood rooted to the spot, his legs trembling before the colossal ice statue. Meanwhile, Zephyros pulled out his notebook and diligently took notes. Hartok, one of the 4 heavenly generals, was utterly bewildered. Hartok spun around, veins bulging on his face. "Don't write that down!" Night fell upon a magnificent mansion, the silver moonlight illuminating its silent spires. Inside, Rivaj Asrahan ordered his subordinates. "The 3 of you wait for the signal here. I will go investigate their storage facility." Bale and Diol Frontera replied in unison. "Leave it to us." Ashurat grinned sinisterly. "For the sake of the people's food supply." Rivaj Asrahan interrupted. "You seem like a good person, but your face. What about my face?" "Nothing." "By the way, why are you hiding everything from Sir Old Kimchi?" Rivaj Asrahan questioned. "That person is too conspicuous. Our group with just 2 people is the perfect balance." Baal stood silently, while Rivaj Asrahan clearly showed a displeased expression at Ashurat's explanation. Rivaj Asrahan was stunned speechless. Before him were the true forms of his comrades. a pelican, and a sickly green alpaca. He merely smiled it off. I see. It's best not to say anything that could lead to an argument. Night fell, and a cloaked figure glided across the rooftops under the full moon. Asura landed softly, his mind already outlining the plan. The plan is to save the seeds and stay away from old Kimchi. Keeping him as far away as possible is obvious. Luckily, he's not following us right now. I need to scout quickly. He sped up, his silhouette blending into the city's night. The destination was a heavily guarded mine. 2 armored guards stood motionless like stone statues. From above, Ashurat silently observed, not a single movement of the guards escaping his eyes. He swooped down, his cloak fluttering in the wind, without a sound. Hiding behind the crates, Ashurat held his breath. The defenses here are very strict. Indeed, one wrong move could spark a battle. He secretly thought about the risks of the transformation potion. If injured, the magic would be dispelled. If old Kimchi finds out, I'm done for. So, where is their food storage? Just as Ashurat was calculating, another figure suddenly appeared beside him. Ashurat's eyes widened in extreme astonishment. The cold face of the blonde paladin emerged from the shadows, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Ashurat jumped in surprise. The paladin spoke in a deep, muffled voice. Why are you so startled? From what I see, your face right now is even scarier. You intend to distribute food to the people, right? I'll help. The unexpected offer made the air freeze. Ashurat was utterly stunned, sweat pouring out. How do you know? I have very sensitive hearing. Even on a different floor, I heard your entire conversation. The paladin's cold confession left Ashurat dumbfounded. A lightning bolt struck his ears. The entire plan, all the secrets, have they all been exposed? What? So he also heard my conversation with the 4 demon generals. Did they call me the demon lord? Yes or no? Ashurat was in extreme panic. What's wrong? Do we not need to hurry? The blonde paladin asked innocently, completely unaware of the inner turmoil within Ashurat. Ashurat forced a wry smile. Yes, of course. He probably didn't hear it. If he had heard, I would have been torn to shreds by now. Anyway, follow me. We need to know the route clearly. Ashurat led the way, stealthily crawling past the guard post. The paladin wondered, why do I have to be so sneaky? Wouldn't it be easier to just kill them all? That's what I've learned. A philosophy as simple as it was, brutal. Ashurat glanced at his companion, a sense of unease rising within him. This guy is a pure killing machine. A strange memory flashed through his mind. The crazed gamer, immersed in virtual violence, and the image of the paladin in shining armor, swinging his sword and slaughtering with a wild grin. That was his true nature. Because lives are very precious, Ashurat tried to explain an unfamiliar concept. It's best to resolve things peacefully, without fighting, if possible. The paladin remained silent, his gaze inscrutable. I understand. If that is your wish, he unexpectedly agreed. Ashurat breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they had passed the immediate hurdle. The path into the mine was unusually deep and quiet, with only flickering lights illuminating the tracks. Strange. Why are there fewer guards the deeper we go? Ashurat noticed the anomaly, a sense of danger creeping into the air. A steady mechanical sound made Ashurat wary. He squinted into the darkness ahead. From within the tunnel, towering stone giants emerged. Cold blue light emanated from their eyes and chests, illuminating the old tracks. Wait, those are golems. I remember reading about them in the game's lore. Weapons developed by some magic tower for humans. But they were destroyed in the game, so they never appeared. How strong will they be here? Just as Ashurat was pondering, a cerulean energy orb shot forward. The blonde paladin stood tall on the ruins of a golem. Ashurat stood behind, stunned by the sudden action. What the hell are you doing? Just smashing them to bits. I said we'd resolve this peacefully. Ashurat yelled, unable to believe his eyes. They're not living creatures. Is there a problem? Doing it this way. The paladin replied casually, his cold gaze unwavering. What's that word? I've heard it many times. CL clean. He hesitated, trying to recall a suitable word from memory. Cleaning up is faster. The paladin concluded, with the logic of someone who only knows efficiency. Ashurat was dumbfounded, completely speechless at the paladin's blunt reasoning. But then, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on Ashurat's lips, his eyes glinting with a cruel light. Yes, that's right. Meanwhile, the remaining golems continued their soulless patrol, completely unaware of the 2 predators. lurking in the shadows. Both hid behind a minecart. There are 3 of them in this area. If we're discovered and the alarm rings, the whole plan will fall apart. First, check their patrol routes more than 10 times. When a blind spot appears, take them down one by one, starting with the furthest. The paladin unexpectedly laid out a detailed plan. Understood? The paladin asked. Asura, a little surprised by his calculations, could only reply, "Ah, yes." Asura thought to himself. He never expected this guy to have such a mind. Is he perhaps recalling the feeling of combat from when I controlled him? Asura secretly reevaluated the paladin. Both hid, observing the patrolling stone golems. There are almost no openings. The only way is to attack them simultaneously. Asura proposed another option. Those 2 are the closest. What if we take them down when they've moved apart? I can't guarantee that. The paladin admitted he wasn't sure if he could take down a golem in one blow, as he hadn't fully grasped his strength in this form. He turned to Asura, his expression serious. A pink magic staff suddenly appeared. Take this. Just holding it will make you feel stronger. Asura was astonished. One of the hidden ultimate weapons, Bragia's pretty heart hammer. This item, despite its peculiar appearance, was a cheat item. It concealed a dangerous aura beneath its harmless facade. A surge of power coursed through Asura's body. Just by equipping it, the hammer boosted all stats by 30%. With this, maybe I can actually do something. Reach, the paladin mumbled. A gigantic greatsword appeared in his hand. Asura was dumbfounded. He brought everything I put in the game's inventory? Is he Doraemon? No, he's Dora Kimchi. Let's go, the paladin signaled, and both held their breath, waiting. A little more. Wait a little more. Right, now. The paladin shot forward like an arrow. Oh my God, he shouldn't charge in alone like that. Asura panicked, hastily following. We're supposed to attack simultaneously. The paladin faced the giant golem alone, sword in hand, ready for a thunderous strike. But Asura suddenly stopped, his eyes wide with surprise. He's waiting for me. Asura's eyes flashed with astonishment. He's waiting for me. The paladin and Asura charged in simultaneously, confronting the stone giant. A lightning-fast raid. The paladin's greatsword traced a fiery arc, aiming straight for the golem's leg. Asura didn't slow down. His hammer also swung up, joining forces in a destructive attack. Damn it. With this irregular attack, the other one is about to turn around. Asura realized the danger. A thought flashed through his mind. Get low and roll. Avoid detection. Without a word, both simultaneously crouched low, moving as one. They rolled across the ground, narrowly dodging the golem's sweeping arm. An unbelievably perfect coordination. The stone fist crushed the ground where they had just stood. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Aged Kimchi Paladin. He's not just fast. He's moving in perfect sync with me. Asura couldn't hide his astonishment. The paladin maintained his cold expression, as if everything was within his calculations. Deep in the mine, 2 guards were patrolling. What? The 3 golems that should be here are nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, 2 dark figures descended from above like ghosts, without a sound. The 2 guards were subdued instantly, without a chance to cry out. Mission accomplished. Both landed softly after neutralizing the enemies. But then, the ground shook. Debris began to fall from the tunnel ceiling. What? What is this? I and the Kimchi Paladin are moving as if we're a single entity. Asura was astonished by the unbelievable synchronicity. Both narrowly dodged the golem's fist, a chillingly perfect coordination. I am here, Asura realized. Amidst the shower of debris, side by side with this terrifying monster, the paladin had the same thought. But a sly smile spread across Asura's lips. But why do I feel so excited? The paladin's eyes showed complexity. A strange feeling arose while fighting alongside his old enemy. The paladin recalled, the one who taught me to rampage, then told me not to. The one who wanted to destroy humanity, now yearns for peace. A mysterious existence that only confused me. Yet now, just being by his side makes me happy. If I ask, will you tell me your true identity? Asura clenched his hand, making the guard foam at the mouth. Huh? Jinzi Shui! You're choking him too hard! At this rate, he'll die. Asura released the unconscious guards onto the ground. In this world, There aren't many truly evil people who deserve to die. They're probably just here to make a living. Perhaps they carry deep emotional wounds. I don't want to hurt them any further." Asherat's red eyes gleamed with an unfamiliar kindness. The paladin fell silent, not saying a word, only looking at his companion with an indescribable gaze. Footsteps echoed in the silent cave as they continued deeper. "We've come quite far, without seeing any more guards or golems." They probably didn't expect anyone to infiltrate this far undetected. The paladin signaled for silence, and both hid behind a rock outcrop. Before them was a colossal door, larger than any golem they had ever seen, standing majestically, blocking the path. A magnificent door. "It feels just like a warehouse." Asherat's smile took on a sinister quality. "All right, let's go back and use what we've prepared." Asherat suddenly raised a hand to stop the paladin. "Wait, someone's coming." Footsteps echoed in the cave. Both immediately turned, on high alert. An old man with a cane walked majestically among the golems. The paladin was stunned. "Richmond!" A colossal golem blocked the way, its glowing red eyes scanning the old man. "Who is that? No one is allowed in here." A cold warning echoed from the machine. "If you do not leave within a count of 3, I will attack." Richmond showed no sign of wavering. He simply raised his hand, adorned with a ruby ring. An invisible signal was emitted as he pointed towards the golem. The red light in the golem's eyes extinguished, replaced by a gentle blue. Richmond's bloodline confirmed. "Welcome, sir." The massive stone door slowly opened, revealing a brightly lit space inside. Richmond and 2 guards calmly entered. From the shadows, Asherat mumbled, "What? They identify people by checking blood?" If that's the case, Asherat's smile stretched from ear to ear, full of cunning. This plan just got a lot easier. Inside the door was an overwhelming sight. Endless rows of shelves, stacked high with wooden crates. Asherat's eyes widened, unable to hide his extreme astonishment. "I can't believe they've stockpiled so much. Bread, vegetables. Excellent. Even seeds are here. The preservation is truly astonishing." "Excellent. Even seeds are here. The preservation is truly astonishing." Old Jinji Shui. "The plan will change slightly." "Perfect. 3 golems gathered in one spot. Let's take them out with one blow." "Easy," the paladin replied concisely, his body shooting forward like an arrow. A sharp sword stroke tore through the air, striking directly at the colossal golem. Shattered stone fragments flew everywhere. All 3 guard golems were defeated. Suddenly, a hand seized Richmond's neck from behind. "Huh? Who's there?" A thunderous punch left the old man dazed, unable to react. The paladin merely watched, his eyes showing a hint of surprise at his comrade's sudden action. Richmond's body flew backward, his cane slipping from his hand. Fresh blood splattered in the air. Asherat mused. "Perhaps they carry deep emotional wounds. I don't want to hurt them any further." "This guy is truly insane, isn't he?" the paladin mumbled, his eyes full of doubt. Under the cover of night, 2 guards stood solemnly before an old mine entrance, completely unaware of the intruder's recent actions. Richmond groaned, slowly regaining consciousness in an unfamiliar space. He was shocked to find himself tied tightly to a chair. Before him, Asherat and the paladin stood coldly. Where is this?" Asherat leaned close, his eyes wide and filled with madness, terrifying Richmond to his core. "Where else?" "It's the cruel torture chamber you built," Asherat questioned. "Why would you need a cruel torture chamber in a warehouse, huh?" Richmond frantically denied. "No, this is a stamina training room." Asherat grabbed the old man's face, squeezing hard. His eyes rolled wildly, bloodshot, spreading extreme terror. Asherat suddenly teared up. "I'm scared. I'm so scared." Richmond was terrified, secretly thinking these tears looked like those of a murderer before striking. A system window appeared, exposing Richmond's plot, capturing Kim Jang-chael to find the source of the giant potatoes. Asherat sneered. "Thanks. You've taken care of what was bothering me." Richmond broke out in a cold sweat. He had just been crying, and now he was laughing and thanking him. A true demon. Unpredictable. Asherat turned to the paladin. "Wait a moment, old Jinji Shui. I'll show you a magnificent sight." Richmond lowered his head, shadows obscuring his expression. He looked up, his eyes sharp and full of confidence. "You country bumpkin. Don't underestimate my security system." From behind them, a colossal stone golem rose, its blue eyes glowing brightly in the darkness. Class A security golem. The destroyer. Crush them to pieces. The golem's colossal fist was raised, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Asura indifferently held up a blood-stained handkerchief, emitting an identification signal. The golem froze. A mechanical voice rang out. Richmond's blood detected. Please proceed. The paladin didn't miss the opportunity, dashing towards the motionless golem. Richmond was terrified. Damn it. A lunatic and a swordsman defeated my golem with just one blow. The old man despaired. What's going to happen to me? Meanwhile, on the rooftops, two figures glided through the night. The Blood Clan paladin was worried about the guards, but Kim Jang-cheol merely smirked. Let them guard forever if they want. His smile turned savage, because the majority overwhelms all. He glanced at his companion. And that applies to you too, old Kimchi. In the middle of the street, a strange scene unfolded. Bale, Asherat, and Serbi, in disguise, began to shout loudly. Richmond Trading Company is clearing out its warehouse. Their shouts stirred up the entire neighborhood. Richmond Trading Company is bankrupt. Feel free to take everything from the warehouse. The people were skeptical. Is this real? Can we really take anything we want? It probably won't hurt to go check it out. From above, Kim Jang-cheol appeared, drawing all eyes. Hear ye, everyone. He held up his spoils, his voice full of excitement. You can take anything you want. Let's go. The flames of greed and indignation flared up. Yes, let's go. Let's take back what was stolen from us. At the mine, the guards were still unaware, until a strange sound echoed. A river of blazing torches was advancing towards them, tearing through the night. What's that? The angry mob had arrived. Leading them was Kim Jang-cheol's cunning smile. The villagers are swarming like bees. The guards tried to stop them. Stop! This is private property. But they only received an enraged retort. What are you thieves talking about? Get out of the way! Before the raging sea of people, the guard ordered. Golem, stop them! The giant stone machine began to activate. The crowd was stunned. Kim Jang-cheol smirked. Indeed, he'll take his coffin to the grave. Even bankrupt, he's no different. He held up the blood-soaked cloth, his voice full of sarcasm. But has Richmond given permission? A blue light flashed from the golem's eyes. A mechanical voice echoed. Richmond's bloodline detected. Please proceed. The gate was open. The Blood Clan paladin led the way, with the angry mob rushing past the motionless stone gatekeeper. The sea of people poured into the warehouse like a flood, the chaos perfectly orchestrated. Kim Jang-cheol ordered with a sinister smile. Old Kimchi, lead the way and silence the noisy ones. The Blood Clan paladin replied curtly. Understood. The paladin soared over the heads of the crowd, ready to clear the way for the looting. Kim Jang-cheol sneered. How obedient. Truly a naive fool. He turned to his subordinates. Quickly load the seeds into the warehouse. Then move in formation, exactly as planned. Inside, the enormous warehouse was filled with riches. The frantic looting proceeded in an arranged order. Amidst the chaos, Baal, Serbi, and Asherat quickly transported large sacks deep into the warehouse. In a hidden corner, Ruslan found his master. Lord Richmond! The old man, tightly bound, cried out in panic. Ruslan, untie me quickly! Ruslan tried to untie the ropes. That bumpkin let the people in. Now they're looting everything. Damn it! Ruslan's eyes turned cold, and he proposed the final solution. We must activate the Master Golem. Richmond was stunned by his subordinate's cruel suggestion. He roared in anger, spittle flying. You fool! I want to make money, not carry out a massacre. Ruslan lowered his head, his voice filled with bitterness. How is this any different from what you've done? Do you think I'll follow you, after being stripped bare and turned into a beggar? Richmond gnashed his teeth, his old face contorted with rage. Meanwhile, the crowd of villagers cheered joyfully, plundering food from the warehouse. Food, food, we won't starve anymore. A guardian golem suddenly blocked the way, declaring it would punish the thieves. But it's broken. The Blood Clan paladin charged forward, swinging his giant greatsword. A single sword strike tore through the stone automaton's body, shattering it into pieces. Kim Jang-cheol smirked. Old Kimchi will be busy escorting the villagers out. No one will notice. During the chaos, those in power only cared about fleeing, abandoning the common folk. So, I've dealt with those troublesome guys. Kim Jang-cheol's smile grew more triumphant. If we escape now, everything will be resolved. He turned back, shouting loudly to signal his comrades. Everyone, run! Suddenly, the ground shook. Baal and the others looked up at the cracking ceiling. Kim Jang-cheol was stunned, sensing something ominous. Huh? The ceiling. An entire massive section of the ceiling collapsed. Horrified screams rang out as the rocks crushed those who couldn't escape in time. His smug expression vanished, replaced by extreme panic. Kim Jang-cheol roared a desperate command. "Heavenly Demon General! Get it!" Beneath the giant rock, a mother tightly embraced her daughter, her thin back trying to shield the child from the disaster. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She could only hold her child tightly, whispering hopeless words of comfort. Despair enveloped them. The child looked up in fear, not understanding what was happening. Kim Jang-cheol's group also didn't escape. He and his subordinates lay scattered amidst the rubble, unconscious. Suddenly, Kim Jang-cheol's red eyes snapped open. He realized the situation had completely spiraled out of control. A figure stood on a rocky ledge, their voice as cold as ice. "You despicable thieves!" Ruslan appeared, followed by 2 giant golems. He growled, his eyes blazing. "I will kill all of you and take everything back." The scene suddenly changed, shifting to a majestic mountainous region under the sunset. Here, the demon folk were busily working, throwing large rocks into a giant cauldron. "Put in the hot rocks." It turned out to be the mouth of a great red dragon, Ikrit. A demon folk ordered from atop its head. "Prepare the fire!" Another raised a hammer. "Ignite it." A powerful strike to the dragon's horn. Immediately, Ikrit spewed a furious torrent of flames, melting the rocks below. The water in the cauldron boiled furiously. The rocks began to melt. The demon folk, along with the little girl Flute, cheered joyfully. "All right, the cauldron is boiling." In another room, Zephyros respectfully reported, with a small dragon on his shoulder. "Yes, Hartok. Everything is progressing according to your instructions." Zephyros whispered, explaining. "He's sulking because he couldn't spectacularly capture the Flame Devourer." The one who captured the Flame Devourer was T-Bone. Disheartened by his pathetic appearance, Hartok fell into despair. Hartok snapped, "Stop exaggerating my feelings!" However, Hartok's expression suddenly changed. A flicker of smugness appeared in his eyes. Nevertheless, Zephyros continued his report, his voice full of admiration. It seems one thing was overlooked. All of this was made possible by the plan devised by Hartok, the demon race's mastermind. Hartok listened, a satisfied smile clearly on his lips. This praise was truly pleasant to hear. A demon worker raised his hand, cheering. "Thanks to the ideas of cultivation chief Hartok, the food supply has increased manyfold." The crowd erupted. Cheers echoed everywhere in unison. "Genius! Genius! Genius!" Hartok blushed, flustered by the crowd's fervent admiration. He tried to act modest. Anyone could come up with it if they just thought a little. The crowd only grew more excited. He's shy. The scene suddenly changed. In the darkness, a hand strained, propping up the collapsing rocks. It was Kim Jang-cheol. He gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling under the terrifying weight. Veins bulged on his temples, sweat poured down like rain. This weight, it was unbelievable. Too heavy. Beside him, Bale was also straining to hold it up, his face showing despair. "I can't hold on much longer." Under the rubble, Ashurat and Serbi lay motionless. In the midst of the crisis, a notification window appeared before Kim Jang-cheol. His eyes widened, staring in surprise at the glowing blue text. "What is this?" "New skill, Spines of Suffering," he exclaimed, a glimmer of hope appearing. "Perfect! Just what I need! A skill that creates blood spears. I can use it to prop up the ceiling. Damn it!" The skill window appeared, but his HP was insufficient. He roared at the bewildered villagers. "What are you still doing here? Run!" Panic screams erupted. The crowd pushed and shoved, trying to escape the death trap. A massive block of sharp spines plunged from the ceiling, embedding itself into the ground right in front of a man. Kim Jang-cheol gritted his teeth, helplessly watching the tragedy. Outside, Ruslan stood with a guard golem, a malicious smile on his face. "Crawling out will only lead to death by the golem. If you don't want that, then stay there and be crushed." He uttered contemptuous words. "You pathetic wretches, born only to have everything taken from you." Fury erupted in Kim Jang-cheol's eyes. "You son of a bitch!" The ceiling shook violently again, debris raining down. Kim Jang-cheol strained, his muscles taut, trying to cling to a sliver of hope. Ruslan contemptuously mentioned a name. Richmond, that feeble old man. I went easy on him. Yet he still dares to raise his head? His words were like daggers piercing the minds of the desperate people. I should have crushed him completely, so he would never have the will to rise again. Ruslan lifted his foot, his gaze cruel. his foot aimed directly at the hand of a man desperately clinging on. Kim Jang-cheol's eyes blazed with bloodlust. His rage had reached its peak. The cruel heel crushed the man's hand. Amidst the rubble, a mother clutched her child tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Despair enveloped them. A system sound echoed. In the depths of Kim Jang-cheol's eyes, a blue notification window appeared. A flurry of notifications danced. His HP skyrocketed, from a meager number to tens, then thousands. I don't know what they're eating that makes them so happy. But perfect timing, he thought to himself, as his HP stat increased to an unbelievable level. In front of him was a full bowl of food, the source of this miracle. It turned out that his entire demon army, from the plant-like creatures to the crustacean warriors, all were enjoying a lavish meal. Their happiness was directly transferring energy to their master. Even Hartok and Zephyros were happily feasting. Abundant energy flowed through his veins, and Kim Jang-cheol felt power surging within him. His HP had reached an impressive number. He roared a command to the system. Unlock Spines of Suffering. The notification confirmed. The transformation spell was dispelled. A surge of dark power erupted, tearing through his weak disguise. 4 heavenly generals! Lift it! He roared, his authoritative voice echoing through the rubble. Under that command, Kim Jang-cheol, in his Demon King form, along with Baal, Asura, and Serbi, used all their might to lift an entire section of the collapsed ceiling. Ruslan froze. Can a human lift that? No, that's... He couldn't believe his eyes. Meanwhile, Kim Jang-cheol roared, raise it to maximum level. Before Ruslan's horrified gaze, the true form of the savior was revealed. A towering demon king, majestic and terrifying. A demon? The villagers were rescued from the rubble, but fell into another kind of horror. The demon king's armored foot stomped heavily on the ground. The ground shook violently. From beneath the ground, countless glowing red energy spears erupted, shooting straight towards the enemy. The remains of a stone golem lay at the feet of the blonde-haired hero. His cloak billowed in the wind, his hand gripping a greatsword. His sharp eyes etched with extreme indignation. The blood-red spines, remnants of a destructive power, were gradually fading into the air. Back in reality, the villagers were still stunned. A demon, there's no doubt. But another thought arose in their hearts, full of contradiction. But he saved us. Amidst the rubble, Demon King Kratos appeared, his imposing presence making the space seem to freeze. Ruslan pointed, his voice faltering with fear and anger. A man-eating demon. Kill it! Demon King Kratos merely tilted his head slightly, his tone full of sarcasm. Man-eating, huh? Suddenly, he raised a sparkling pink magic staff. Who do you think is the real man-eater here? Ruslan froze, sweat pouring down. The scene before him was utterly absurd. He stammered, disbelieving his eyes. Wait, what is that? A weapon with a name that couldn't be more fitting. Bragia's Pretty Heart Hammer. But that was just a disguise. No, its real name is... A blazing golden eye opened from the center of the heart gem, and evil energy began to surge violently. Purple dark energy erupted, enveloping the staff and completely transforming its shape. Ancient evil god. The scene shifted back to the blonde hero, standing amidst the silence after the battle. The blonde hero's eyes flashed with a sharp, resolute gaze. The demonic sword blazed with dark energy, the eye on its hilt wide and bloodthirsty. Bragia's holy sword. Kim Jang-cheol roared, enraged. I will never forgive those who bully others for food. Giant mechanical scorpions rushed forward, giving him no moment of rest. He raised the demonic sword high, dark energy surging and converging into a destructive power. An earth-shattering slash swept down, tearing through space. The mechanical monsters were cut in half, lying scattered on the ground. But the aftershock of the attack didn't stop. It surged forward like a purple tsunami. Ruslan froze, facing the deadly energy surge rushing towards him. The attack was stopped. A fragment flew out, plunging into the ground. A figure landed right beside it, blocking the fragment's path. Kim Jang-cheol was stunned, sweat pouring down. A cold voice rang out. So, you truly intended to kill a human? The blonde hero looked at him with utter disappointment. In the end, you are nothing but a demon. Between the two forces, Ruslan collapsed to his knees on the ground. The fated confrontation had begun. The hero's blue eyes gleamed with unforgiving judgment. In the end, you are nothing but a demon. Kim Jang-cheol froze, the accusation like a knife piercing his heart. Kim Jang-cheol stood motionless. The hero's accusation had extinguished all will to fight within him. The Demon King's hand loosened, letting the sword slip from his grasp. The demonic sword fell to the ground, its dark purple energy slowly fading. All resistance had completely ceased. For a moment, the image of a pink magic staff flashed through his mind, a stark and ironic contrast. He accepted his fate. We will die, at least. Spare my subordinates. Baal was stunned by the declaration of surrender. Demon King, why are you giving up? What the hell is he doing? Even Serbi and Asura in their beast forms couldn't understand their master's actions. The hero watched silently, his gaze unperturbed. He half closed his eyes, seemingly having made his final decision. The greatsword was raised, ready to deliver judgment. What a pity. I had wanted to know more about you. Kim Jang-cheol squeezed his eyes shut, sweat pouring down. He awaited the finishing blow. But then Serbi's scream tore through the air. Asura, dispel your transformation quickly! The small camel swung its arm, delivering a devastating blow to Asura. A flurry of slaps erupted in the silent space. Baal also couldn't escape Serbi's wrath. The sudden chaos made the hero look back. Kim Jang-cheol's voice rang out, breaking the despair. Hey, Pinky! The loyal subordinate stood in front of the Demon King, weapons at the ready. If you want to touch him, you'll have to step over our corpses first. But Kim Jang-cheol desperately yelled, trying to stop them. No! Don't do it! The hero remained motionless, his gaze sharp, ready for battle. Despite the command, the demons charged forward, a whirlwind of weapons and fury aimed directly at their sole enemy. One of them suddenly yelled, trying to stop the fight. Wait! Pink Warrior! Amidst the tension, a miner spoke up. They are indeed demons, but they are the ones who saved our lives. The hero's gaze wavered slightly. Not all demons. A nobleman knelt, bitterly uttering the rest of the sentence. Exist only to harm humans. His face contorted with anger and humiliation. He sprang to his feet, holding up a strange device. Instead of letting everything be stolen, I will destroy everything. Kim Jang-cheol was stunned, unable to believe the nobleman's insane act. An old man rushed over in a panic. Danger! That's a self-destruct device! The nobleman's thumb pressed hard into the center of the device. A dry click echoed. Under the cold moonlight, the peaceful mountain was oblivious to the impending disaster. A series of seismic explosions ripped through the mountainside in a sea of fire and rock. Everyone stood frozen, horrified, looking towards the collapsing mountain. A series of seismic explosions ripped through the mountainside in a sea of fire and rock. The entire mining area was engulfed in a gigantic fireball, its terrifying, destructive power swallowing everything. The two noblemen stood frozen, utterly horrified. What is this? No, there's still people inside. Ravage Asrahan was stunned, his eyes fixed on an unbelievable sight. In the dead of night, shadowy figures swiftly leaped out of the explosion, soaring into the sky. Ravage stammered, unable to believe his eyes. Is that demons? He recognized the figures carrying large sacks on their shoulders, escaping the scene. They sped away like a whirlwind, traversing the ruined mountainside. Zephyros, the leader, growled his order. We've been spotted. Head back to the territory, quick! The old merchant, slung over a shoulder, cried out in panic. Why are you taking me too? Zephyros bared his teeth in a sarcastic grin. Ah, I see you're good at managing military provisions. From now on, you'll be our quartermaster, you greedy swindler. The merchant's face contorted in horror. Zephyros yelled, urging his comrades to speed up. Let's go! Below, the survivors wept desperately. My husband is still in there. Smith! My friend! No. But then, a towering figure emerged from the sea of flames. Wait! Someone's coming out! That dark figure, defying the raging inferno, slowly stepped out of hell. The raging flames parted. The golden-haired hero raised his staff high, carving a path for the miners to escape the earthly hell. Amidst the devastation, the survivors embraced each other in tears. Darling, you're alive. Thank the heavens. The hero merely watched silently, his back a steadfast silhouette. Ravage Asrahan rushed over, flustered. Kimchi! What the hell is going on? Just now, some shadowy figures that looked like demons ran out. Those demons. Did they cause this explosion? Ravage questioned, his face panicked. The hero replied concisely, his gaze unwavering. No. His sharp gaze was fixed on the distance, where the truth lay hidden. He pointed towards the figures hastily fleeing up the hillside. They are not demons. At least, not in the way you think. His words contained a harsh truth, far beyond any assumption. Dark memories flooded back. The nobleman, his face crazed, roared, holding up a strange device. Better to destroy everything than let it be stolen. A dry click echoed as he pressed the center of the device. The star on it immediately turned a fiery red, signaling destruction. A terrifying explosion erupted from deep within the earth, burying everything. Amidst the chaos, Zephyros roared an order. 4 heavenly demon generals, protect everyone from the explosion! Baal roared, using his protective body to shield the terrified people. Serbi unleashed countless blades, forming a steel shield to block the encroaching sea of flames. Asura also didn't hesitate, spreading his cloak wide, using his body as a sturdy wall against the force of the explosion. Amidst the deadly scene, the nobleman's wild laughter echoed, reveling in the destruction he had wrought. But then, his smile vanished. A colossal rock was hurtling down from above, poised to put an end to his crimes. Amidst the rubble, a memory suddenly resurfaced. Kim Jang-cheol. In the inferno of the past, the golden-haired hero entrusted a crucial mission. I will save the people. You take the seeds back first. Sow the seeds of peace in the demon realm. The old promise echoed, the hero's eyes filled with resolve. Kim Jang-cheol was stunned by the unexpected entrustment. Back in reality, under the silvery moonlight, a group of people were hastily fleeing, their gasps echoing in the night. Kim Jang-cheol ran, breathless, sweat pouring off him like rain. Looking towards the burning mountain in the distance, he gritted his teeth. That damn old kimchi. He knew everything from the start. So why did he just stand there and watch? He shook his head, dismissing the stray thoughts. No, that's not important now. What's important is... The burly subordinate cheered excitedly. The seed harvest was a success. When we return, we'll start a new season right away. Kim Jang-cheol let out a roar that echoed through the mountains and forests. For a bountiful harvest, his shout merged with the night, leading the group forward. At the scene, the miner was digging through the rubble. The golden-haired hero calmly remarked, he must have been desperate to hide so many secrets that he had to create a self-destruct device. Probably because most of what he hoarded was stolen goods. Rivaj Asrahan asked, his eyes full of doubt. And what about Sir Kim Jang-cheol? Why do you think he suddenly ran away? The hero closed his eyes, giving an indifferent answer but thinking otherwise. Perhaps he panicked after destroying someone else's property. Even so, he doesn't seem like someone easily frightened. Rivaj Asrahan paused, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. Could it be? They were the demons I saw then? Rivaj muttered, but the hero quickly cut him off. As I said, there are no demons here. The golden-haired hero retorted. Even the villagers said they saw nothing. And if Sir Kim Jang-cheol were truly a demon, why would he protect them? Rivaj Asrahan was speechless, unable to find a retort. But the hero hesitated, his gaze shifting elsewhere. He pointed at the man digging. Wait, what is your servant doing over there? Rivaj replied casually. Oh, since this place is ownerless, he's scavenging for valuables. Tisk! What a greedy fellow, Rivaj muttered, watching the miner from afar. If he had been born a nobleman, he'd probably be rich by now. Suddenly, Rivaj froze, a light bulb flickering in his mind. The miner cheered joyfully, holding something high. Chuno! It's Chuno! We can offer this to your majesty! Rivaj and the hero merely watched in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Meanwhile, elsewhere, behind Magrat Fortress, where waves crashed against the sturdy walls, the calm water suddenly began to bubble, signaling a presence from below. A group of people emerged from the water. Zephyros explained the plan: exploit the blind spot on the kingdom's side to infiltrate, as the other side was too heavily guarded. Under the silver moonlight, the group traversed the cliff face. With the skills of the 4 heavenly demon generals, crossing an unguarded path was child's play. On the fortress wall, a guard squinted. Huh? What's that? He hastily looked through his telescope. Something is moving towards the wasteland. No contact from the rear. It must just be wild animals. Zephyros suddenly clutched his chest, his heart pounding. Why is my heart beating so fast? In the Demon King's body, I shouldn't be this breathless. Dawn broke over the barren mountain range, signaling a new day. In a rickety wooden hut, life quietly sprouted. The little girl flute gulped down her bowl of porridge in one go, leaving not a single drop. The slurping sounds echoed crisply, indicating extreme deliciousness. Father and daughter laughed heartily together, simple joy filling the humble home. Want more flute? No, I'm completely full. The little girl looked at the empty bowl. Besides, We should start distributing it now. If the Demon King doesn't bring back the seeds, this might be our last bowl of chuno porridge." The man smiled confidently. "Trust the Demon King. He will bring them back. Even if he can't, it's okay." Flute's words stunned the man. The little girl smiled brightly. "We already know what it feels like to be full. I'm truly grateful for that." The man's eyes welled up. The child's words were more resilient than any adult's. Suddenly, Flute was startled. "It's the Demon King! He's returned!" The little girl's eyes lit up with hope. "He's brought back the seeds!" From a distance, the Demon King and his retinue appeared, their shoulders laden with heavy sacks. Hope had returned. "Lord Ashurat!" Cheers erupted. Flute and the other demons rushed out to welcome the returning heroes. In the memories of the great merchant Richmond, the last image was only one of utter horror. From his perspective, these demons were no different from devils emerging from hell, with glowing red eyes and bloodthirsty smiles. Flute rushed into Ashurat's arms. "I missed you so much." The warrior laughed heartily. "It's an honor to see Ashurat of the 4 great demon generals once again." The little dragon T-Bone also joyfully flew into the Demon King's embrace. "Yes, I missed you too, my T-Bone." Zephyros and the generals reported. "Everyone has worked hard. All the demons are extremely grateful. But the aide merely sulked. Do you think I did all this for you? Unbelievable." The Demon King turned to Hartok, his eyes full of hidden meaning. "Hey, Hartok, T-Bone told me everything." The Grand Duke was startled. "What?" "Truly the brain of the demon race." The Demon King laughed with delight. "Because you were here, everything was resolved perfectly." Hartok tried to maintain a cool expression, humbly replying, "I only did what I had to do." But the praise touched the Duke's heart. He couldn't hold back tears of emotion. The Demon King merely watched silently, a knowing smile on his lips. Serbi was cheered by the crowd, waving her arms in utter joy. Ashurat carried Flute on his shoulders, their laughter blending with the joy of Baal and the others. The scene was truly heartwarming. The Demon King looked at his subjects, a strange emotion welling up, that pounding heartbeat earlier. "Now I understand. It's the feeling of a father, bringing fried chicken home after work." The sunset enveloped the reviving kingdom. A satisfied smile spread across the Demon King's lips. The pride of a father was still there, but now it was time for a bigger plan. He sprang to his feet, brimming with vigor. "All right, it's time to start the next harvest." The Demon King knelt beside the pile of golden seeds. "The most abundant thing I got from Daparacha was rice grains, but they require a lot of preparation, and the climate here isn't suitable. So, let's put them aside for now." He stood up, corn kernels scattering on his armor. "Next, the seeds we have in large quantities are corn, pumpkins, and various beans." Sacks full of seeds were opened, promising a future of abundance. Before all the generals, the Demon King declared loudly, "With these 3 types, we will plant them together in minimal space to achieve maximum efficiency." His smile turned mischievous. "I call this the 3 Sisters Planting Method, a symbiotic method where 3 types of crops grow together on one plot of land." The first young corn sprout emerged from the ground. When beans are planted next to corn, they will climb the corn stalks to grow. Lush green vines entwined around the sturdy stalks. Hartok looked impressed. "Oh, so the beans will protect the corn from strong winds and external impacts? Were you really an agriculture professor in your past life?" The Demon King remained silent, ignoring his subordinate's question. "And on the ground, we will plant pumpkins so their leaves cover the soil." Hartok was still amazed. "That will prevent the soil from drying out and weeds from growing. Why didn't you farm before?" The Demon King replied simply, "Because we are demons." The Demon King turned to Serbi, his tone teasing. "All right, enough talk, let's begin." "Sergi, you're just eager to see everyone well fed, aren't you?" Serbi snapped, her face flustered. "That's not funny. I don't care if those fools eat or starve. Are you trying to be humorous?" The Demon King smirked. "Pick one. Am I humorous or not?" Ashurat, hand in hand with the little girl Flute, asked. "So, what do we do first?" The Demon King narrowed his eyes, looking surprised. "Wait, since when were you 2 so close?" Suddenly, Asura roared, his sharp fangs exposed. "I'm just commanding a low-level demon!" The Demon King sighed. "Why do you always have to be so difficult? A bunch of weirdos!" The Demon King waved his hand, his voice full of confidence. "No need to rush. All the demons are gathered here anyway. With this force, we'll be done in a flash." But Zephyros expressed concern. "Your Majesty, summoning demons from other regions might not be easy." The Demon King looked bewildered. Huh? Why not? We have plenty of chuno porridge to distribute, don't we? Zephyro shook his head, his eyes serious. That's not the problem. Before he finished speaking, a furious roar echoed from elsewhere. A treant-like creature charged forward with an angry fist. Its fist delivered a devastating blow to another plant-like demon. The terrifying impact crushed the enemy under absolute power. The treant-like creature stood upright, its body transforming, becoming larger and sturdier. It grabbed its smaller opponent, mercilessly slamming it to the ground. After defeating the last foe, it puffed out its chest and roared a declaration. I am the new Star-Lord of the second star. But its glory didn't last long, as a surprise attack from another flower-like demon pierced its chest. A painful scream echoed. It's me! The Demon King dejectedly covered his face. As you can see, the Star-Lord position is vacant, so everyone is fighting for that title. He continued, pointing to another battle. The Star-Lord of the third star, Ruster, is basically still alive, but barely clinging to life. So that side is no less chaotic. The Demon King let out a heavy sigh. Well, this is the way of life for demons. But times have changed. Demon King Kratos smirked, a cruel glint in his eyes. This world is no longer ruled solely by strength. If they don't accept it, then I, Demon King Kratos, will introduce a truly fair duel law. A roar tore through the air. On the battlefield, the rampage among the demons continued. A gigantic beast was overwhelming a lizard warrior. But the lizard swarm didn't give up easily. They charged simultaneously, sharp spears piercing the beast's thick hide. In another corner, the battle of the crustaceans was no less brutal. Crab claws clashed, sparking, neither side willing to yield. Even the plant-like demons lunged at each other. Branches, leaves, and sharp thorns became weapons, tearing apart opponents in a battle for survival. Amidst the chaotic battle, Hartok merely observed silently, his eyes devoid of any ripple. He turned his back, abandoning the meaningless rampage behind him. A demon farmer watched Hartok's retreating figure and spoke. Lord Hartok is back again, without a word. It seems he never wants to stop these battles, does he? His companion wiped sweat, his voice full of dissatisfaction. We work so hard, while those guys just fight all day. Don't tell me we have to feed them. The Demon King surely has his reasons. He continued to speculate. Anyway, the 4 heavenly demon generals cannot lead so many demon races alone. Perhaps His Majesty is waiting for a new Star-Lord to emerge naturally. Flute listened, her eyes reflecting worry. But until a new Star-Lord is chosen, they will continue to fight like madmen, and only the weaker demons will perish in the process. And the battle continued. A devastating punch sent the opponent flying, scattering them. Amidst the ruins, a small crab family panicked. Our family's tent! It's gone! What are we gonna do? A cloaked figure appeared, blocking the attacker. Get lost! A familiar figure stood on the rocky outcrop. Little Flute rushed over, her voice joyful. Lord Ashurat! Flute looked at the chaos, unable to understand. Why does the Demon King let them do this? Ashurat replied coldly. Because if we interfere, we won't know. Which of them truly possesses the qualities of a leader? His gaze was sharp, observing the brutal survival arena below. Suddenly, a sense of danger struck. Both Ashurat and Flute startled, turning towards the sound. A giant scorpion demon swooped down from above, aiming straight for the small, panicking creatures. A desperate cry rang out. My child! No! Ashurat didn't hesitate for a second. He drew his weapon, charging like the wind, his face etched with determination. A perfect arc cut through the air. Ashurat's kick landed squarely on the scorpion, stopping its fatal attack. Flute only saw a blur. She was stunned by the Lord's incredible speed. The attacker was sent flying far away, plowing a long furrow in the ground before stopping amidst the tents. The scorpion lay sprawled on the sand, dust swirling around it. The battle was temporarily interrupted by the unexpected intervention. He slowly got up, his eyes burning with furious anger. Who dares interfere in my duel? An old, weary voice spoke from behind. Enough. A veteran turtle demon slowly approached. There's so much farm work to be done, yet you keep fighting. The damage around the village is growing. Ashurat remained in a defensive stance, the blade in his hand glinting menacingly. The old turtle stood between the two warriors. The scorpion was silent, but his body was tense, full of defiance. The scratches on his armor were proof of the recent battle. His eyes flared with a blood-red glow. He roared, You! Think you have the right to order me around? The scorpion advanced, his voice full of murderous intent. A low-ranking demon interfering in a duel must be ready to pay the price. Suddenly, a giant shadow lunged forward. Ashurat's furious roar echoed, aimed directly at the scorpion. Die! A blinding flash of light erupted from Ashurat, engulfing the entire battlefield. The terrifying light stunned the scorpion, leaving him no time to react. Two demons were thrown back with desperate screams. Ashurat strained, unleashing his full power with a sky-shattering roar. The scorpion clutched his eyes, writhing on the ground. My eyes, I can't see anything. Flute watched in horror as Ashurat collapsed after unleashing his attack. What the hell? Lord Ashurat! The little girl sat on the panting Ashurat, her gaze fixed on the distance. Indeed, the old turtle and the small creatures on his back were hastily leaving. The one we're looking for. Elsewhere, from within a sphere of light, a graceful female demon with platinum hair appeared. At her feet lay Planus, his body cracked, revealing his dying energy core. She gently removed the sphere of light from the treant's chest. Planus collapsed. In pain, the woman gently asked, "Are you all right?" He was astonished by her concern. "Don't you realize your home was destroyed by me?" she calmly replied. "Of course I know. Even so, I cannot stand by and watch you suffer, because I am weak. I understand that feeling all too well." The white-haired woman's voice was gentle, full of compassion. On a branch, Serby observed with crossed arms, without a single comment. Suddenly, a small red creature appeared, its eyes shining with determination. "Great farmer, I want to learn how to farm from you. Please teach me." The small creature stood before two tall, elegant demons. Zephyros and his companion silently assessed the stranger. Zephyros narrowed his eyes, his voice full of skepticism. "You're tiny, with short arms, and no legs. What can you possibly do?" "The fields! I can plow! The fields that the farming team is cultivating. They've plowed them beautifully, haven't they? I can do it too," it enthusiastically declared, its voice full of hope. "If we can soon harvest a bountiful crop, everyone will stop fighting and live in peace again." Zephyros maintained his cold expression, unmoved by the passionate words. He delivered a blunt verdict. "You don't look like you can help at all. Go." The two tall figures turned and walked away, leaving the small creature standing alone, its eyes welling up with tears. A tear rolled down, but its gaze was no longer sadness, but a terrifying resolve. On Zephyros's shoulder, the small blue dragon turned its head, its eyes curiously following. The small creature began to spin in place, kicking up a whirlwind of dust. Its speed increased, transforming it into a living drill, tearing through the hard ground. It shot forward like an arrow, leaving a deep furrow. Flute exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, that little lizard is amazing." An old demon farmer smirked with amusement, witnessing the spectacular plowing performance. Unexpected power from a tiny creature. The scene shifted. In the wilderness, the strongest becomes the leader. Demon King Kratos sat on a makeshift throne, contemplating a world ruled by strength. But in the current demon realm, we need a society built on unity. His eyes sharpened, determined to find a new kind of leader. That person must be able to unite everyone through empathy, compassion, and tolerance. The candidates have been decided: a female plant demon, a wise old turtle, and the small red creature. Kratos turned to face the four heavenly kings. "Well done. Now, gather all the demon races and begin the tournament." A monocle-wearing general stepped forward, his voice full of skepticism. "My lord, all the candidates chosen for the Star-Lord position are weak. They can hardly win any match." Kratos flashed a wicked, meaningful smile. "Do you understand the meaning of the phrase, fixed match?" His face lit up with a maniacal gleam, a plan already set in his mind. Standing on a high rock outcrop, Kratos' voice echoed throughout the valley. "Hear me, demons. Listen to what I say. I know that because the Star-Lord seat is vacant, you have fought to claim ownership of it. That is understandable. For among demons, strength always determines the superior. However, we must now preserve our labor force for agriculture. Manpower losses due to duels will not be tolerated." The old turtle demon nodded in agreement. The white-haired demoness listened intently. "Therefore, I, Demon King Kratos, declare that from now on, all battles will be decided by a more reasonable rule." The small red creature looked up in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening amidst the grand declaration. "A match that demands transcendent sixth sense and lightning-fast judgment. A contest without any physical contact." He growled, his eyes blazing. "It is called rock, paper, scissors. One shot takes all."